Reborn as a baby, our main character got a serious upgrade. With every sip of milk, his power grew exponentially. By 3 months old, he was already busting out 10,000 sit-ups. He learned to crawl at 4 months and was walking by 5, all because he had a game-breaking cheat system. The rule was simple. If you trained a specific body part, that part would strengthen infinitely. By month 6, he was already kicking back and watching TV with his parents. The world he'd been born into was teeming with superpowers, split between two main factions: mechanically augmented humans and gene mutants. The mechanically augmented used technology to push past their limits, reinforcing their bodies with cold, hard steel. The gene mutants, on the other hand, fused their DNA with monstrous beasts to unlock a terrifying array of abilities. Humanity's greatest enemy was the grotesque beasts that emerged after Earth's great mutation. It wasn't long before new neighbors moved in next to the main character's house. They had a daughter named Hannah Shen, and she would become our hero's very first friend in this new world. But at this moment, he had no idea just how deeply their fates were destined to intertwine. By month 7, he was running and mastering high jumps. On top of that, he could already talk. At 8 months, his training went into overdrive with relentless sit-ups and muscle conditioning. He tried to train in secret, but a secret that big was bound to be discovered. One day, he slipped up, and his mother saw the impossible. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What in the world? Did I just see my baby doing sit-ups? But the second she looked again, our hero was pretending to be fast asleep. His mom figured she'd just been watching too many mindless short videos, causing her tired brain to play tricks on her. A few days later, during bath time, she shrieked for her husband. "Honey, come quick. Our 8-month-old son has a six-pack." The father already knew his son's appetite was something else entirely, but a six-pack on top of that, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. He declared to his wife that their son must be a once-in-a-generation prodigy. He boasted proudly, "Our boy's future is blindingly bright. He'll either become a gene mutant or get mechanically enhanced and rise to the absolute top." The main character let out a silent sigh of relief. He'd almost been exposed just for using his cheats. Luckily, his dad's mind was wired to see him as a genius. Having a novelist for a father was proving to be a real lifesaver. But speaking of geniuses, he wasn't the only one in this world. The news reported on a prodigy from a 1,000-year-old martial arts family in the capital, a boy born with divine strength. At just 2 years old, he could already lift a 20-kilogram weight. Seeing this, the mother gently stroked her son's head. "Our little Chen is just as amazing, you know. I'm sure your future will be just as bright as any of those ancient families." He thought to himself, Mom really is the best judge of character. Still, he wondered if he'd be able to easily lift that same 20-kilogram weight when he turned 2. Soon enough, he was 2 years old. And thanks to his insane power progression, lifting a 20-kilogram weight was now child's play. Just then, his mother's voice called out, "Chen, my dear, where are you? Little Hannah is here to play. Come on out." Chen dusted himself off and headed outside, where he saw the little girl waiting. She held out a piece of cake, offering it to him. He just told her she could have it all for herself. Even with the massive mental gap between them, our main character still let her play with him. After all, having her lie on his back was the perfect way to add resistance to his push-ups, but playing with another toddler did have its issues, namely, the occasional potty training accident. In those moments, all he could do was yell for backup. "Mom, I think Hannah wet her diaper again." By the time he turned 3, he was effortlessly lifting objects up to 40 kilograms. The so-called genius from the capital, a year and a half older, could only manage 30. But staring at his system interface, our hero fell into deep thought. His creature level was still ordinary stage 1. He wondered what it would take to reach ordinary stage 2. Would it mean surpassing human limits entirely? Filled with questions, our main character stepped outside his front door for the very first time. And for the first time he saw them with his own eyes, the mechanically augmented and the gene-fused humans. His first destination wasn't a training ground, but the local library. His parents were determined to keep him away from electronic devices. So, if our hero wanted answers to his burning questions, the best path forward was through books. As he read, he uncovered the secrets of this beast-filled world. The truth had been recorded on ancient stone relics. Life in this world was divided into 6 tiers: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Furthermore, each tier was split into 9 distinct stages. A normal human was ranked as ordinary, stage 1. Compared to higher-level creatures, they were less than ants. It became terrifyingly clear he had to get stronger, faster. It was the only way he would survive in this dangerous world. Ping. A system notification appeared. You are reading. Spirit +1. Comprehension +1. Knowledge +1. Achievement unlocked. Read 100 million words. Reward. The Sage's Insight Creature Attribute. Reading progress, 10,866 out of 1 million words. The system knew him well. assigning him a new quest the moment he started down this new path. He began to master both mind and body, reading countless books while performing grueling sit-ups. By age 4, he had absorbed over 43,960,000 characters. Soon after, our main character started kindergarten like any other kid, but it wasn't long before he skipped ahead, directly entering the second stage of elementary education. By this point, the main character could lift an 80-pound weight with a single hand and had a standing vertical jump of 1.2 meters. He ran the 100-meter dash in 11 seconds, while poor Han Han was constantly teased by classmates, cruelly nicknamed the Bedwetting Queen. Seeing this, our hero immediately stepped in. He leaped onto the teacher's desk and roared, "All of you, shut your mouths. From now on, if I hear anyone call her the Bedwetting Queen again, I'll make sure you're the one wetting your pants every single day." The other children were terrified into a mess of tears, but Han Han could only look at the main character with eyes full of absolute worship. Ding! A system notification appeared. You have revealed your dominant aura, terrifying all your classmates. You have successfully unlocked the title, Kindergarten Kingpin. Achievement: Dominate 9 years of compulsory education. Title: Kindergarten Kingpin unlocked. Elementary School Overlord locked. Middle School Tyrant locked. The main character never expected that a single shout would unlock a brand new quest. He hadn't even finished his previous mission, and a new one was already here. It seemed multiple quests could be active at the same time, but this was actually a good thing. Before long, he successfully completed the reading quest. He received a biological attribute as a reward, Celestial Wisdom. From that day on, the main character trained with even more ferocious dedication. He studied and exercised relentlessly, aiming for the absolute pinnacle of life. In a flash, he and his classmates turned 7, successfully graduating from kindergarten. Then, during the summer break before elementary school, he trained non-stop, constantly pushing his body to its limits. He conditioned his body until he could lift 200 pounds with one arm, and his vertical jump reached an incredible 2 meters. His 100-meter dash time dropped to just 8 seconds. Plus, with his celestial wisdom enhancing his mind, the main character had already mastered the entire elementary school curriculum in his spare time. Soon enough, our hero finally entered the next stage, his long-awaited elementary school life. Because he was already studying middle and high school material, he effortlessly swept all the academic competitions at the elementary level. But the rewards were mostly useless junk. The main character was more focused on unlocking his next Overlord title. During his free time at school, he would tutor Shen Qinghan in her studies. While Shen Qinghan wasn't some kind of heaven-gifted genius, her dedication paid off. Within a single semester, she ranked second in the entire class. First place, of course, belonged to the main character. To speed up the process of unlocking his title, he didn't just focus on academics. The main character actively joined every sports competition, shattering every single school record in the process. Just when he thought every day would be the same old routine until graduation, a very special transfer student arrived in his class. He called her special because he could sense it, an aura radiating from her that was distinctly not human. The new girl was assigned the seat right behind the main character. As she passed by, Han Han whispered to him, "Chen, isn't her hair beautiful? It looks just like a flower blooming in the dead of winter." But our hero was in no mood to reply. He was fixated on the strange, non-human energy coming from the new girl, Snow. Could she be a gene fusion human, or perhaps the descendant of one? Over the next few days, Snow would just fall asleep at her desk after class. At first, everyone was curious about the new girl, but soon, they lost interest and left her alone. Until 1 month later, when Snow's body began to secrete a strange white fluid. No one knew what the substance was, but it gave off a foul odor. Soon, she was ostracized by her classmates for her body smell. One boy took it too far, pouring water over her head and mocking her, saying he was helping her wash off the stink. Everyone expected the cold, silent girl to explode in anger. Instead, she just broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. The bullies who tormented her just laughed louder. Han Han couldn't stand it. She looked to our hero, hoping he would help Snow. Though he still hadn't figured out the new girl's identity, he decided to act. He placed a firm hand on one of the bully's shoulders. "Hey, clean up the water on Snow's desk." Now, the kid was terrified. "Why, yeah, no problem. I'll clean it right away." He immediately started wiping the desk dry. Because in this school, our hero had a reputation as the little overlord. Even the 6th graders didn't dare to provoke him. He then addressed the entire class. "Every single one of you who bullied Snow, get over here right now and apologize to her." The kids who had tormented Snow were shaking in their shoes. One by one, they lined up to offer their apologies. "We were wrong. We're sorry. Please, forgive us." Snow finally stopped crying. She quietly expressed her gratitude to Han Han and the main character. From that day on, Shen Qinghan took the initiative to befriend the white-haired girl. She even pulled the main character into their group, wanting him to be Snow's friend too. Whenever she had a delicious snack, she'd offer it to Snow first. Finally, Snow voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. "My body smells awful. Why aren't you disgusted by me?" She quickly tried to explain, "I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just, my whole life, I've been hated by everyone around me. This happiness, having someone by my side for the first time, it just doesn't feel real. It feels like a dream." Han Han immediately replied, "This isn't a dream. I know exactly what you've been through, which is why I could never ever hate you. In fact, if you'll let us, we'll be your friends forever." Having known that same loneliness, Han Han completely understood the pain in Bai Shui's heart. Hearing this, Bai Shui collapsed into Han Han's arms, tears of relief finally breaking free. Thank you so much." She then unclasped the necklace from around her neck. "Han Han, Xiao Chen, you've always shared your food with me and treated me like a friend. So, I want to give you something too. This is a beast tooth my mother gave me last year for my birthday. I want you to have it. I hope you don't think it's lame. And I hope we can be friends for eternity." Han Han's hands closed around the beast tooth as she beamed. "We'll always be the best of friends." But just as Han Han believed their bond would last forever, the unthinkable occurred. A cybernetically modified agent processed by Shui's school transfer, and our main character overheard the principal say her files were classified top secret. From that, it was obvious Bai Shui's identity was far from ordinary. After that day, our main character never saw her again. Perhaps she was just meant to be a fleeting character in his life story, but her departure was overshadowed by what came next. The events that followed truly caught our hero's attention. The capital's prodigy he'd been tracking had successfully fused with a gene at just 12 years old. Now, he could lift half a ton with a single arm. This shocked our hero gene fusion at such a young age. Before this, the prodigy could only lift 100 kilograms. After the fusion, his strength instantly exploded to 500 kilograms, a 5-fold power increase. And yet, our main character was only 8 years old, and without any gene fusion, he could already hoist 300 kilograms with one arm. His latent potential was on a completely different level. With this in mind, he felt confident about the future. That is, until he saw the news and learned the true definition of fear. A neighboring country had suffered a massive beast attack, and the horrifying events were all captured on a cameraman's salvaged footage. This particular rampage was led by a giant, mutated beast. A young girl was caught in its massive claws, only to be devoured whole moments later. The investigation later revealed that a heretical cult was pulling the strings from the shadows, orchestrating the entire attack. In front of the cameras, a Japanese spokesperson pleaded for international aid, hoping the world would unite to destroy this vile cult. This so-called cult was nothing less than an anti-human terrorist organization. Driven by greed, they had become attack dogs for the monstrous beasts, launching assaults against the human world. Fortunately, our main character was born in a powerful nation, giving him a relatively stable environment to continue growing. But right at that moment, a massive explosion echoed from outside his window. He rushed to look, only to see countless state-sanctioned cyborgs patrolling the skies. The next morning, as our main character waited for Han Han to walk to school, he noticed that the gift from Bai Shui was now emitting a faint light. He immediately realized it must be the tooth of a monstrous beast. No wonder Bai Shui always had a strange, non-human aura about her. That aura must have been radiating from this very tooth. They set off for school, but the sight of the cyborgs from yesterday, combined with the glowing tooth, filled our hero with a deep sense of dread. Something terrible was about to happen. Just as they were walking past an alley, a woman with striking red hair suddenly called out to them. "Hello there, little ones. Want to play some fun games with your big sister?" she asked, then wondered, "Are you two brother and sister?" The unsuspecting Han Han immediately told her the truth. The woman pressed on, "You're so young. Are you walking to school all alone? Where are your parents?" Our hero grabbed Han Han's arm and pulled her away, saying they were running late and couldn't waste any more time. After arriving at school, he told Han Han, "From now on, when strangers approach you with questions, don't answer them so easily." Han Han said she understood. After class, our hero led Han Han home using a different route. But as they cut through a small alley, they came face to face with the same woman who had approached them that morning. Our hero had already changed their route, but she had somehow tracked them down. The woman spoke, "Hey kids, I have lots of tasty treats at my place. Why don't you come over and play?" Just then, a large man stepped out from behind her. Without saying a word, the man lunged forward to snatch them. But our hero was already in a fighting stance. He unleashed a single punch, striking the man square in the chest and sending him flying like a cannonball for 100 meters. The woman's jaw dropped in disbelief. How was this possible? How could a mere grade schooler send a grown man flying? Before she could even process the thought, our hero closed the distance in an instant, and another fist crashed into the side of her face. He then picked up a brick and slowly walked toward them. There were no cameras here. To prevent any future trouble, he had to finish this now. Even though our main character he couldn't risk it. If they blabbed about what happened today, his powers would be exposed. His plan to lay low and cultivate his strength would be shattered. But just then, the ground began to shake, and the roar of a monstrous beast echoed. In the next instant, our hero saw it. A grotesque beast materializing right before him. It was a mutated rat monstrosity. The beast's jaws gaped wide, and in one horrific bite, it devoured the woman's entire upper body. Then, it snatched the man. With prey in each claw, it began to chew slowly. Without a word, our hero lunged for Han, sweeping her into his arms and bolting for the exit. Luckily, they hadn't run far when a mechanically enhanced person appeared in the sky. She flew towards the mutated rat, hovering directly above its head. She raised her hand, preparing to unleash her weapon. After fully charging her power, she took aim at the beast below. A massive energy cannonball shot forth. The mutant rat was hit with a devastating explosion. In moments, the beast was stunned and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, the cyborg girl unleashed a final, decisive slash, completely extinguishing the monster's life. Back home, our hero analyzed the day's battle. That cyborg woman, she probably wasn't a very high-level fighter. She first had to paralyze the rat beast with a cannonball. Then it took her a full 7 minutes to finally end the fight. Still, mutated rats were no joke. A fully grown one could reach 4 meters long, a common rank, 5th stage creature. It was sheer luck that the cyborg showed up just in time, allowing him to escape the chaos. But he knew relying on others wasn't the answer. His own strength was what mattered most. With renewed resolve, he began to train even harder. The system chimed in. Weighted squats. Vitality +2. Leg strength +2. Squat proficiency +1. Before long, our hero and Han celebrated their 9th birthday. After making a wish, they exchanged presents. He gave Han a hairpin, something he had crafted himself after an all-night session of self-taught carving, a skill gained from enhancing his innate wisdom. Time flew by, and soon, they both graduated. Just then, the system announced a new title unlocked, Elementary School Overlord. He was so close to unlocking the Middle School Overlord title, which would grant him the survival of the fittest biological attribute. During the break before middle school, he pushed himself to the limit to unlock that title and rapidly increase his power. Every single day was filled with high-intensity training. The system pinged again. You have completed 1,000 weighted push-ups, vitality +2,000, arm muscle strength +2,000, chest muscle strength +2,000, push-up proficiency +1,000. Finally, on the day before school started, his biological level rose to common rank, 3rd stage. All of his physical attributes had been enhanced, but his attention was always on that famous prodigy from the capital. At just 14 years old, the kid could lift 2,000 pounds with one hand, all thanks to Ant Gene Fusion. It could boost his strength by 4 to 8 times. Even with a mere 4 times multiplier, his true power meant he could lift 400 pounds with a single hand. A smirk crossed our hero's face. By that logic, I'm already way stronger than him. The thought filled him with anticipation. Just how much stronger would he become once he finally began his own gene fusion? Soon enough, his middle school life began. Because he was the city's top student in elementary school, the principal of the best school in the city personally recruited him. He finally agreed to enroll at Shanghai Middle School, but only on the condition that Shen Qinghan could continue to attend school with him. On registration day, both the principal and his homeroom teacher came to greet him, urging him to bring honor to their school. After a few polite exchanges, our hero made an excuse and quickly slipped away. The real reason he chose Shanghai Middle School was for its state-of-the-art training facilities. So, on the first day, he and Han had planned a friendly badminton match, but they had barely started playing when uninvited guests crashed their game. An upperclassman strutted over. You guys new here? This court is reserved for us seniors. The 2 seniors beside him started mocking Han. At that, our hero's expression darkened instantly. Hey, seniors, he said, his voice cold. Get lost. First come, first served. Do I need to repeat myself? The senior scoffed. Who made that rule? I don't care who shows up today, this court is ours. Our hero said nothing more. He simply tossed the shuttlecock into the air and smashed it toward his opponent. The shuttlecock flew like a bullet, creating a sonic boom as it broke the sound barrier, instantly shredding the senior's racket and helmet. All 3 of them were paralyzed with fear. So fast. Is he even human? Could he be a gene fusion user? No way, he's too young. If we fought him, he'd crush our skulls. The seniors immediately lined up, bowing their heads in apology. Big brother, we were wrong. Then they scrambled away in terror. That incident probably. Word of his exploits spread like wildfire through the school. No one dared to mess with the main character again. In class, he was leagues ahead, having already mastered the entire high school curriculum. He spent his class time devouring advanced knowledge. At night, after his training, he'd scour the internet, mastering all sorts of new skills. Empowered by his heavenly aptitude, the main character learned at an incredible rate, picking up photography, cooking, driving, swimming, wilderness survival, and more. To quickly unlock the high school Little Overlord title, he didn't just dominate his regular classes. He also single-handedly carried the school to victory in major academic competitions, from mathematics and physics to chemistry and computer science. He deliberately held back from taking every single top spot to avoid unwanted attention. Soon, the first semester ended, but the title remained stubbornly locked. His incredible performance, of course, attracted a legion of female admirers, but he couldn't care less about any of that. Besides helping Shen Qinghan with her studies, he focused all his energy on the school's upcoming sports festival. The main character figured that dominating the sports festival was the final key to unlocking his coveted title. For this competition, he chose his events carefully: shot put, high jump, and the sprint. These three events were the ultimate test of power, agility, and speed. Mastering them meant proving his total physical supremacy. He held back significantly to avoid making it look too absurd, but even so, claiming first place was almost effortless. The moment the final gold medal was placed around his neck, he suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. A system notification chimed. Your academic and athletic achievements now rank first in the entire school, leaving all other students in awe. Title: High School Little Overlord has been successfully unlocked. 9 years of compulsory education successfully completed. New attribute acquired: the strong devour the weak. The system explained, your life essence now stands above all creation. By devouring the life force of other beings, you can accelerate your own evolution. Su Chen rubbed his chin, pondering. Life essence. What exactly does that mean? Just then, Qinghan ran up from behind, calling out, Shu Chen, wait for me. His eyes shot wide open as a thought struck him like lightning. That's it. Shu Chen pointed toward her necklace. Qinghan, can I take a look at that beast tooth of yours for a second? Without a second thought, she handed the necklace right over. The instant his fingers touched it, Shu Chen froze. A system notification appeared. A trace of life essence from the Abyss Giant Butterfly has been devoured. Abyss Giant Butterfly pattern progress. 1%. When the progress bar reaches 100%, you can evolve attributes or skills from the corresponding beast. He was stunned. This thing is a butterfly's tooth. A realization hit him. Wait, now that I know its name, maybe I can find some information about it online. Shu Chen rushed to a computer, but his search only returned a single line. Sorry, Abyss Giant Butterfly could not be found. He was baffled. There's absolutely nothing. Looks like if I want to learn more, I'm on my own. Shu Chen quickly pulled another beast tooth necklace from his backpack. Here it is. Luckily, Bai Sue had given him 2 of them. He clenched it tightly in his palm, feeling a faint wisp of energy flow out. The system chimed again. You have devoured a trace of life essence from the Abyss Giant Butterfly. Abyss Giant Butterfly pattern progress. 2%. A moment later, he let out a frustrated sigh, muttering still only 2%. It seems there isn't much life essence left in these old bones. If I want to unlock this completely, I'll have to find another way. The next day arrived quickly. To increase his training intensity, Shu Chen began cycling to and from school, with Qinghan riding on the back. This way, if that giant mutant rat ever appeared again, he could whisk her away to safety in an instant. As they were riding, a voice called out, Student Shu Chen. A middle-aged man approached them, his voice full of energy. I'm Coach Guo, from the school's martial arts team. Your performance at the sports festival was the best this school has ever seen in its entire history. That's why I want to personally invite you to join the team. Your talent for athletics might even surpass your academic genius, so please say you'll join us. Of course, you can check out the team first before making a final decision. Both of them were still stunned. Coach Guo spoke so fast he didn't leave any room for refusal. The coach then quickly turned to leave, raising a hand in farewell. Room C in the main gym is our dojo. If you're free tomorrow, be sure to stop by. I'll be waiting. A short while later, golden sunlight bathed the city. A loud smack echoed as 2 palms slammed together. Shu Chen glanced down at the flattened insect in his hand, thinking to himself that the cockroaches and mosquitoes he'd just killed hadn't triggered his strong, devour the weak attribute at all. It seemed only powerful. Mutated beasts possessed enough life essence to be absorbed. His mind made up, he reached for his phone. A moment later, Shu Chen was on his bike and heading out. With Qinghan riding behind him, his mind was racing, already plotting how to test his new theory.
All right, first stop, the supermarket in the mall to see what kind of beast meat they have.
Before long, we arrive at the supermarket downtown. Shu Shen picked up a tray of meat, stroking his chin and thought, there was plenty of beast meat here, but it was all pre-packaged. I can't confirm my theory if I can't touch it directly. Just when I was wondering what to do, a voice rang out, fresh cuts over here. Come and pick your meat. His eyes immediately locked onto the sign, fresh, unprocessed beast meat, safe to eat. A wave of relief washed over him. This was it. There he is. The butcher over there is slicing it fresh. Shu Shen strode toward the counter, giving a quick instruction. Han, wait here for me. I'm just gonna go check out that meat over there. Behind him, she stood dumbfounded, only managing to say, huh. With his eyes blazing, Shu Shen rushed toward the fresh meat. Han was probably weirded out, but I had to confirm my theory now, with no time for explanations. Besides, the truth was right in front of me. The very instant my hand made contact, a strange energy surged up my arm. My theory was spot on. Beast meat really does contain an incredible amount of primal life essence. Qing Han watched his sudden excitement with concern. Shu Shen, are you okay? Just from touching beast meat. Why the sudden shock? Her face froze. Shu Shen, what exactly does it feel like? Is it different from regular meat? He just scratched his head and gave a small smile. Not really, it just feels fresher. Do you want to try touching it? Qing Han waved her hands frantically, refusing. No need. It's fine if you're the one touching it. Shu Shen gestured towards the shop, since we're already here. Why don't we buy some and give it a taste? He looked down at the trays of meat, thinking to himself, I'm not surprised Han is this shocked, because beast meat is far from cheap. Even the most affordable phantom squid goes for almost 1,000 yuan a pound. Shu Shen picked up a tray. We're buying this one today. Qing Han grew a little frantic, reminding him softly. Shu Shen, this is way too expensive. Why don't you ask your mom first before deciding? He reached out and gently patted her head to reassure her. Don't worry, my mom already told me to buy a little extra. Shu Shen remembered his mother, Wan Xin's instructions. If you're going to buy beast meat, you might as well get a few extra pounds, son. Then tell Han to come over so we can eat together. Mom will transfer you the money. He then pointed to the squid and continued. She's going to prepare a massive beast meat feast for both of our families. But aside from wanting to share, he had another reason for buying the meat. He was worried that directly absorbing its life essence would cause the meat to spoil on the spot. Of course, this was just a theory. So Shu Shen had to test it with the meat he just bought. The cashier had already scanned his QR code. Hello, 3 pounds of phantom squid. Your total is 2,995 yuan. Thank you for your purchase, please come again. Shu Shen carried the bag, one hand clutched over his heart. That was brutally expensive. He wondered when he'd ever be able to afford this again. By the time they finished their shopping, it was already past 9 p. The city has been a bit unstable lately, so getting home early is always safer. With that, the two headed straight for home. As Shu Shen pedaled his bike, he reached into the basket for the tray of squid. Even though we're on the road, I have to confirm my theory right now. It was time to witness a miracle. Instantly, a stream of spiritual energy erupted from the meat. A system notification appeared. You have devoured a fragment of the phantom squid's life essence. Phantom squid diagram, 0.1%. He hurriedly pedaled Qing Han down the deserted street. As he rode, Shu Shen's mind raced with calculations. Devouring a few ounces of the phantom squid's life essence, and the diagram only opened by 0.1%. At this rate, he would have to devour 100 kilograms to reach 100%. At a price of 998 yuan per pound, that would cost around 100,000 yuan. The phantom squid's ability is to dissolve in water and vanish completely. If I could obtain an ability like that, then 100,000 yuan is definitely worth it. What's more, this is the cheapest meat I can even buy. It's decided then. My next mission is to figure out a way to make money. This is a huge sum of money. I can't ask my family for it. Oh, right. The entire point of buying the meat was to check if it would spoil after I absorbed its life essence. It's been a little while now, so I should have my answer. It looks like absorbing the life essence doesn't spoil the meat at all. This is perfect. Just then, the system chimed in. Phantom squid progress, 3%. Seeing him lost in his own world, Qing Han quickly shouted a warning. Little Shen, be careful. There are people up ahead. Hearing her cry, the bike's brakes screeched loudly. Shu Shen swerved, maneuvering the bike right between a young couple as he hurriedly apologized. My sincerest apologies, I'm so sorry. He then scratched his head, blaming himself. I was so focused on absorbing life essence that I completely forgot to watch the road. But why is this bike lane so crowded anyway? She urged him again. Little Shen, look over there. It's Miss Strawberry. She was being held hostage by a thug with a knife to her throat. Don't you dare come over here. One step closer and I'll kill her. The police force ahead aimed their weapons at the man, shouting, "You're surrounded. Calm down and drop your weapon." The captain glanced over, giving an order. "Ah Bing, do not fire recklessly. The range is too close and that guy is a professional. He's using the hostage as a shield and he's constantly on the move. Firing carelessly could easily get the hostage hurt. But if we delay, the hostage's life will be in danger. How about we try using knockout gas?" The captain immediately shut him down with a grim face. "No, knockout gas is too obvious. If we anger him before it takes effect, it could easily provoke him into doing something extreme." Suddenly, someone bent down and picked up a stone. That person threw the stone with pinpoint accuracy, sending it flying right past the hostage. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into the thug's hand, the one holding the knife. The captain immediately ordered his subordinate to move in. "Now's our chance." The police team moved like a flash. Before anyone knew it, the thug had been apprehended. Ching Han stood behind him, asking in a hushed voice, "Little Shen, that stone just now, was that you?" Shu Shen raised a finger to his lips. "Shoo! Let's go. We'll talk when we get back." However, the captain's voice boomed from behind. "Stop right there. Hey, student, that stone just now, did you throw it?" Shu Shen jumped, startled. He turned and waved his hands in denial. "It wasn't me." After that, both of them, driven by a guilty conscience, ran for their lives. The officer was baffled. "That's weird. Why would someone do a good deed and not dare to admit it? There's a reward for courageous acts, you know." The two words cash reward instantly echoed in Shu Shen's ears, making his eyes widen in shock. Shu Shen immediately turned his bike around and sped back towards the captain. Swallowing his pride, he forced a smile and confessed, "I suddenly remembered something. I was the one who threw that rock." He thought to himself, "I really didn't want to do this, but the money was just too important." Ching Han couldn't keep up, shouting, "Little Shen, why are you going back? Wait for me." The officer laid out the terms. "First, come with me to file a report. Then, I'll help you collect the reward." After he and Ching Han told their families they were heading to the station to give a statement, they parked their bikes in the park. They locked them up and prepared to head to the station to claim their first real paycheck. But just when they thought nothing could go wrong, disaster struck. The kidnapper suddenly began to mutate. His body twisted into a monstrous, hulking beast, sending the police into a panic. "This is bad. He's a heretic cultist," one officer yelled. "He's showing signs of mutation. He's turning into a giant rat." The mutant beast lunged, snatching a nearby female officer. The captain grabbed his radio and ordered all security personnel, "Converge on my position. Fire on the rat mutant, but be careful of the civilians. Call headquarters. We have a giant mutant rat in Northwest River Park. Preliminary assessment. It's a heretic with the Rat King gene. We can't handle this thing. We need reinforcements now." Shu Shen pulled the two girls close to him, his mind racing. "We're so dead." He took off in a flash of light. He knew he'd offended the two of them, but right now, survival was all that mattered. "Looks like we lost them. We need to go faster." Just then, a girl clad in iron armor soared over their heads. Shu Shen froze in his tracks. The girl fearlessly launched herself at the mutant, kicking it with all her might. The impact was so immense it sent the beast flying back several meters. A shimmering purple energy immediately began to form around the girl as she shouted, "Laser cannon, charging." The moment she screamed fire, a massive torrent of energy blasted towards the rat mutant. With no time to react, it took the full force of the blast head-on. In the blink of an eye, the rat mutant was completely gone, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust in the air. Shu Shen couldn't help but stare in disbelief. "She's unbelievably strong." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing it didn't blow up my bike, or I'd be in for a huge loss." Strawberry sighed, "That was amazing. We're saved." Ching Han forced a smile and replied, "Yeah." Suddenly, his eyes shot open as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. "Wait, the mutated flesh. It's degrading, isn't it?" It seemed that even after the life essence was absorbed, the flesh would still decay, just at a much slower rate. There had to be an explanation for why this meat was spoiled. Looks like this heretic cultist is going to have to take the blame. Shu Shen's blood boiled as he threw the piece to the ground, screaming, "It's all that damn cultist's fault. The armored girl's attack was just too powerful. It completely incinerated the meat," Ching Han said, trying to console him from behind. "It's okay, little Shen. The important thing is that we're safe. That's all that matters." They had originally planned to head straight home, but at the captain's request, the three of them took a security vehicle back to the police station to cooperate with the report. Unexpectedly, the heretic's body, charred by the laser cannon, still had some blackened remains. The key thing was, the scent was incredibly stimulating. Shu Shen had a sudden realization. That's right. The Jiangnan beast from before still had some life essence left. That must mean this corpse has some, too. If that's the case, Does that mean I can absorb the Rat King gene from this body? He wondered, sitting inside the car. A freshly mutated heretic cultist. Just how much of the Rat King gene could he devour? There was only one way to find out. Shu Shen slowly reached out a finger to touch the red substance. In an instant, his entire body tensed up. A system notification popped up. You have devoured a small amount of the giant mutant rat's life essence. Giant mutant rat diagram, 5%. Shu Shen was stunned. That much? It seemed the freshness of the source was directly proportional to the amount of life essence he could absorb. Beside him, a Bing glanced over. A quick heads up, classmate. Sit still and hold on tight. Don't even think about moving. Sai Chen said, faking a stretch. Don't get the wrong idea. I've just been sitting for way too long, just stretching out a bit. He was being cautious. Ah Bing was easy to fool, but the security captain was a whole different story. Inside the security office, the captain cut to the chase. I've already submitted the paperwork for your bravery award, but I need you to be completely honest with me. From that kind of distance, and in near total darkness, how does a high school kid like you land a perfect throw on a cultist's knife hand? Zichen quickly fabricated an excuse. It's probably because I practice a lot with my right hand. The captain crossed his arms, staring at the boy's forced smile. Just then, Xing Hen burst through the door, calling out, "Little Chen, your aunt is here to take us home." He whipped his head around in surprise. "Mom, why are you here? We could have gotten home ourselves." Yuan Xin, with tears in her eyes, rushed over to him, crying out, "Little Chen." She threw her arms around him, her voice trembling with worry. "Are you okay? You scared your mother half to death." Zichen tried to soothe her. "Mom, please don't be so dramatic. I'm perfectly fine, see. I'm even getting a cash reward for being brave." Yuan Xin immediately gripped his hands tightly, demanding, "Little Chen, you promise me right now. The next time danger appears, you will run and hide somewhere safe first. Understand? Because all I want is to see you grow up, safe and sound." Zi Chen was cornered. All he could do was lead her out while placating her. "Mom, don't worry. I promise. I will absolutely protect myself first." But as they stepped outside, he overheard two female officers discussing the rat cult. Those bastards are getting more and more reckless. Now, they're even infiltrating colleges and universities, mainly targeting the liberal arts students who haven't qualified for gene fusion. The one shot dead tonight was a liberal arts student from Guangnam University. He was brainwashed by the rat cult. Damn it. We have to drag every last one of these cultists out and lock them up. But that's just a band-aid on a gaping wound. It won't solve the root problem. We still have to eliminate the Rat King, the one who proclaims himself a god. Zichen's face darkened. The Rat King? There was a surprising amount of information about the rat cult online. Their headquarters is located in Shanghai City, and most of their followers are just social outcasts. So their activities have escalated this year, he pondered, staring intently at his phone screen. Suddenly, Zichen's eyes shot wide open, as if he discovered a crucial piece of the puzzle. He envisioned a scene of countless people kneeling before the Rat King. So, the Rat King wants to evolve into a higher-level being, and he's using his followers to gather a massive amount of evolutionary resources for him. Don't tell me this, Rat King has actually evolved to the point of having true intelligence. A giant, mutated rat. How did it get that massive? Is it somehow connected to the Rat King? Nah, forget it. This is the South. Rats the size of cats are nothing new. Right. Why is Han Han being so quiet all of a sudden? Could it be that again? Whenever Han Han gets extremely worried or flustered, she becomes just like she was when we were kids, completely unable to hold it in. But I've always felt her condition might be linked to some kind of latent, unknown potential. A moment later, Yuan Xin returned, her face deathly pale as she screamed. "What? The meat is gone." He scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. "Things were pretty crazy back there. I wasn't paying attention. I guess I must have lost it." She sighed deeply. "Fine. Forget it. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. The meat is gone, so be it." Hearing this, Zichen breathed an inward sigh of relief. That was way too close. He'd gotten away with it. He then approached his father. "Dad, it's too dangerous over there. That area isn't peaceful at all." Yan Sheng just shrugged it off. "It's fine. I was born to be a laborer. Life made me tough." Zichen insisted. "Even if you found the meat, it would have already spoiled by now, Dad." His father scratched his cheek, turning to him, surprised. "How did you know that?" he replied stiffly. "It was just a lucky guess, of course." Back at the police station, the captain was puffing on a cigarette, muttering aloud. How on earth could a middle school kid throw a stone with that kind of power? He suddenly froze, his eyes bulging. There, on top of the filing cabinet, was a gigantic rat, causing the captain to stumble back in terror. He yelled, "Where did this thing come from? How did it get so huge?" The mutated rat locked its eyes on its prey and immediately leaped down from its perch. Acting on pure reflex, the captain drew his sidearm and unleashed a hail of bullets. A pool of fresh blood instantly stained the office floor. The scene cuts to a classroom where Zichen is writing something down before letting out a heavy sigh. He closed his eyes, weighing the two things in his mind: the reward money versus the power of the squid. "After facing that rat man and the female android last night, I'm still pathetically weak. Looks like I have to make money, and fast, to fill up the progress bar and unlock the ghostly shadow squid, but relying only on scholarships from competitions is far too slow. What if I become a famous online tutor and sell my own study guides? No, the money would be fast, but it would attract way too much attention. No, my thinking is all wrong. This is a world filled with people who have mechanical gene fusions. Martial arts are worth more than academics. The prize money for fighting competitions is leagues above for my other classes." It looked like it was finally time to make a move. The scene shifts to the school gym, where Coach Guo was taking a sip of his hot tea. Suddenly, Zichen appeared and raised his hand in greeting, causing the coach to spit out his drink. "Hey, coach." Coach Guo replied enthusiastically. "Zichen, are you here to join the team or just to learn more about our martial arts club?" Zichen leaned in and whispered, "I want to know. Does joining the team give me a shot at the city's martial arts competitions? And is the prize money any good?" Hearing this, Coach Guo shot up a hand to confirm. "Of course, you'll get a chance. Plus, the prize money is huge. Even the smaller tournaments pay out tens of thousands." Afraid of losing the opportunity, Zichen grabbed his hand to seal the deal immediately. "Coach, I've thought it over. From this day forward, I'm officially a member of the martial arts team." The coach, though a bit stunned, welcomed him with open arms. "Welcome to the team." He then called everyone over. "All right, everyone, gather round. We have a new member joining us today. I'm sure you're all familiar with your classmate, Zichen. Today, our school's sports festival champion will be joining our martial arts team. Why don't you all introduce yourselves?" The other members introduced themselves one by one. "The name's Zhang Kai. You better remember it. I'm Tian Xing, a 9th grader. You can just call me A Xing. My name is Shu Tong, also in 9th grade. Everyone usually calls me Xiao Li, and I kinda like it. I'm Yi Si. Just call me Brother Si." Zichen stood before them and replied, "My name is Lin Zichen. I look forward to learning from all of you." Since Zichen had never formally trained in martial arts, Coach Guo first demonstrated some basic boxing and kicking techniques. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reminded him, "Don't look down on these simple moves. They're actually quite difficult. Even Xiao Li, our fastest learner, took a full week to get them down. Now, give it a try and show me what you've got." Zichen seriously mimicked the movements he had just witnessed. Coach Guo continued, unleashing even more advanced techniques. Zichen quickly activated his Heaven Man Insight ability. The system prompted, "You are practicing Blood Chi Fist. Blood Chi +1. Arm strength, arm flexibility, and fist technique proficiency all increased by 1. Every move Zichen made afterward was flawless, and his attributes continued to increase by 1 point each. Coach Guo watched with his jaw on the floor. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can he master it just by seeing it once? He thought to himself. Unless he's a 1 in 1,000 martial arts prodigy. Before long, night fell upon the glittering city. Wang Xin held up a ladle and called, "Out. Xiao Chen, come get the bowls and chopsticks. It's time for dinner." Zichen zipped over in a flash. "Coming. What are we having tonight, Mom?" She placed a dish on the table and said, "Of course, it's the phantom squid you're always thinking about." He took a deep whiff of the incredible aroma and exclaimed, "It smells so amazing." Wang Xin urged him, "Stop smelling and start eating. You have to try it while it's still hot." Zichen didn't hesitate for a second, putting a piece right in his mouth. His mother eagerly asked, "So, how does it taste?" He immediately started laying on the charm. "Mom's cooking is the best in the entire world." Wang Xin ruffled his hair, saying, "Then you better eat up. I bought a whole 3 kilograms of it." A system notification popped up. "You have devoured a trace of the phantom squid's life essence. Phantom squid diagram completion. 3.01%. Zichen was stunned. "Wait, I can devour it just by eating it?" he thought. "If I had known sooner, I never would have touched it." After dinner, he sat in the living room watching the news, where the anchor was introducing a genius girl who had shocked the entire nation. At the age of 14, she successfully fused with a power core, becoming the youngest cyborg in history. When her power core is activated, she can easily lift a 2,000 kilogram SUV with one hand, sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and has a vertical leap of up to 8 meters. Zichin rested his chin on his hand, thinking, the god of East Capital, back then. And this genius girl now. I wonder who's stronger, a gene-fused warrior or a cyborg. The news switched to another story. Tragic news tonight. Security Captain Hee Chun-shin was found dead in his office at 11 p.m. last night. According to surveillance footage, he was killed by a giant rat that snuck into the security bureau. He remembered what happened the other day, his mind racing. Could it be the same giant rat from that night? No. I have to get stronger, faster. After a period of intense training, Zichin's 100-meter sprint time dropped to 4.61 seconds. His vertical jump reached 5.51 meters, and he could now lift nearly 1,000 kilograms with a single hand. And he didn't slack off on his martial arts training, hoping to boost his strength as quickly as possible so he could be ready for the upcoming competitions. Soon, dawn broke, and he went to school like any other day. The next morning, Zichin went to the gym to continue learning new techniques. Out of curiosity, Ching Han decided to tag along with him. Suddenly, girl approached them to start a conversation. Junior Zichin, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? I brought you some milk. It's fresh. He walked right past her. No, thank you. I appreciate the thought. Another guy saw the scene and seethed with rage. Damn it, that guy. First, he stole my championship title at the school sports festival, and now he dares to reject a gift from my goddess? Seething with rage, he stormed forward to block his path. Hey, stop right there. Do you have any manners? Even if you won't drink it, you could have accepted it and given it to someone else. Like me, for instance. Why do you have to go around hurting people's feelings? Zichin retorted calmly. Isn't this even more impolite? He was left completely speechless. Fine. Then just drink the whole thing. Refusing to drink it shows no respect, and that's the definition of rude. The boy replied flatly, but I'm allergic to milk. He refused to let it go. I don't believe you. Zichin, do you dare fight me? If I lose, I'll never say another word to you again. But if I win, you have to drink every last drop of this milk. A notification popped up from the system. In an official competition, eliminate 1,000 different opponents using the most primitive biological methods. The reward, gain the natural selection biological attribute. Total opponents to be eliminated must not exceed 1,000. A grin spread across his face as he thought, I've been waiting for this. Finally, my 4th achievement quest has arrived. Zichin raised his hand, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light, and accepted instantly. All right then, let's fight. 2 female students eagerly rushed over to watch. I heard Lin Zichin is going to fight a senior in the training hall. Her friend quickly pulled out her phone. What? Let's hurry over and check it out. A large crowd had already formed a circle in the gym. Before the match started, she whispered to him, Junior Zichin, I'll be cheering for you. Make sure you teach him a lesson. The other girl added enthusiastically, Go, Junior Zichin. I'll take lots of amazing pictures for you. The blatant favoritism infuriated Jiang Kai. Does everyone really think I'm going to lose? A sinister smile crept onto his face. I'll use this chance to put this immature genius in his place. So what if I'm a senior picking on a junior? This kid's talent has been skyrocketing for a month. If I don't act now, I'll never get another chance to show him who's boss. Zichin, however, spoke casually. I still have to get home for dinner. Can we make this quick? Jiang Kai immediately agreed. Fine. I'll grant your wish. Coach Guo swiftly chopped his hand down. Remember, friendship first, everything else is secondary. Begin. But as soon as the signal was given, Jiang Kai interrupted. Wait a minute. Jiang Kai sneered and made a demand. You've only been training for a month, while I've been at it for nearly 2 years. To make it fair, I'll let you have the first 3 moves. Zichin's answer came as he launched himself forward. Okay, deal. Before his opponent could even process the situation, his fist shot forward like a rocket. It slammed into Jiang Kai's face with incredible force, drawing blood instantly. With just that one punch, he was already foaming at the mouth, knocked out cold on the mat. Even Coach Guo was stunned into silence. What? In a single punch? The male students around them were slack-jawed. No way. That's just ridiculous. It's already over, just like that. Only Ching Han was cheering happily. He won. Zichin won. The other girls started chanting along. Junior Zichin is so handsome. But he was focused on the notification confirming his priority status. I still need to eliminate 999 opponents to unlock the natural selection survival attribute. He flashed an innocent smile and addressed the crowd. Hey, seniors, since we're all here, why don't we all have a go? The moment Zichin said that, all the color drained from the male students' faces. Each one scrambled for an excuse, desperate to flee. I just remembered I have tutoring after school today. My mom told me to come home early for dinner. I need to take a massive dump. I'll go with you. Me too. Wait for me. I'm suddenly feeling dizzy. I'll help you to the nurse's office. Zhang Kai struggled to push himself up from the floor. I'm not convinced. You little brat, you sucker punched me. If you dare do that again, I'll definitely kill you. Coach Guo immediately stepped in to reprimand him. Zhang Kai, you need to accept your defeat. Was Zishan's punch just a lucky shot, or was it a display of overwhelming power? Let's have Little Lee test him out and see. The student who was called out jumped in shock. Little Lee, you're up. With no other choice, he reluctantly took a defensive stance. My apologies, Junior, but please, don't hit the face, okay? 10 minutes later, Zishan had intentionally exchanged a few moves with the other seniors. But aside from the progress he made after beating Zhang Kai, his progress bar didn't increase at all after they were defeated. He sank into deep thought. So even with a cheat, it's useless unless I defeat them for real? Coach Guo suddenly appeared, startling him. Genius. Zishan, you're a true genius. You've only been on the martial arts team for a little over a month, and you've already become the team's ace. He was so overjoyed he clenched both his fists. In this year's district martial arts competition, our Shanghai Middle School will definitely crush the other schools and take first place in the district. You just watch. His words sparked a realization in the boy's mind. That's right, the martial arts competition. This meant he could take down multiple opponents directly. Xu Shen calculated carefully. A victory in the ring would surely accelerate his mission's progress. Just then, a loud voice shattered his train of thought. Lin Zishan, even after a crushing defeat, he's still putting on a brave face. Zhang Kai, I accept my loss. From now on, no matter what trouble you cause, I won't say a single word to you. This declaration was so shocking that everyone present turned pale. They all scrambled away before he could even try to stop them. Wait, I'm not finished yet. In this world, high school students either learn martial arts or fine arts, and naturally, the path of the warrior is the #1 choice. On the running track, Qinghan was still right behind him. Little Shen, wait for me. You can do it, I'm almost there. He realized that to get into the martial arts class, Qinghan had started training with him. After a 3,000-meter run, she'd practice martial arts for an hour to improve her fighting skills. Then, she would do sit-ups and push-ups to build her physical strength and endurance. After every session, he would help Qinghan massage and soothe her muscles. But with the martial arts tournament looming, Xu Shen couldn't afford to get complacent. To unlock his natural selection attribute as soon as possible, he had to push himself to the absolute limit. A month later, the day of the competition finally arrived. The massive city arena was packed with hundreds of millions of spectators. In the contestants' lounge, Coach Guo was reviewing the information board. Our Shanghai Middle School was unlucky enough to draw the group with the strongest team, Shanghai #1 High School. Hearing this news, Zhang Kai's heart sank even further. This year, #1 High has a monster who can run the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds. We're definitely going to get annihilated. While everyone was down, Zishan volunteered. Coach, I want to go first. Coach Guo had no choice but to agree. Are you sure? All right, Zishan, you'll be up first. Instantly, he had 2 people cheering their hearts out for him. On the stage, Zishan warmed up his shoulders. Little Shen, we're counting on you. I believe in you. Qinghan jumped up and down, yelling, Go, Little Shen. From the opponent's side, a giant foot stepped forward, shaking the entire ring. Before the match, he offered Zishan some praise. The boy from the mountains. I saw your info on the roster. Just a middle schooler, yet you're already standing on the stage of the 8-School Alliance tournament. Not bad, you have a lot of talent. But this isn't the place for you. A first-year middle school student, not even 1.7 meters tall. In a moment, I'll show you the true difference in size and power. After their brief exchange, the referee declared, Begin. The moment the referee's voice faded, his opponent charged in like a lightning bolt. But the resulting punch sent a shockwave through him, because Zishan had dodged it. What? Xu Shen gently placed a hand on his chest, barely using any force. Then, with a simple push, he sent the massive fighter flying backward. The referee, stunned, announced the winner, Lin Zishan. Qinghan threw her hands up in the air, celebrating the first victory. Little Shen, you're amazing. His teammates roared with pride, Zishan is the best. But down below, someone was clearly displeased. Useless muscle is just dead weight. There's no flexibility at all. It was the opponent's coach, berating his student. Footwork is everything. How many times have I told you? In the ring, don't just blindly rush forward. You have to use your footwork. Why don't you ever listen? Just then, the system interface appeared. You have successfully defeated an opponent. Your tournament ranking has increased. Total opponents eliminated. 2 out of 1,000. Xu Shen had his confirmation. As expected, defeating opponents in a high-stakes competition advances the progress of my achievement quest. The The opposing coach gave his next order. Chen Feng, you're up. Go out there and take down that arrogant middle school brat as quickly as possible. He promised. I know, coach. This time, Chen Feng approached with more caution than the last guy. The referee shouted the familiar words, fight, begin. Chen Feng moved with incredible speed, like a gust of wind. But it was no use. Xu Shen dodged his attack with ease and used the exact same move on him. Chen Feng spun several times before crashing to the floor just like his teammate. He landed face first, a total humiliation. The referee urged, get him to the hospital, now. It looks like he hit his head. In the stands, the audience erupted in confusion, and the bettors were furious. What is going on? How is that kid from Shanghai Middle School so lucky? Unbelievable. His opponent lost by launching himself out of the ring. What kind of luck is that? Damn it, this has to be fixed. Give me my money back. The other coach clutched his head in disbelief. No, this isn't luck. That middle school kid from Shanghai, he's the real deal. Gao Fei, your victory. Cao Fei analyzed his opponent. Lin Zixin wasn't physically powerful, just agile and skilled, at exploiting situations to steal an easy win. I can run 100 meters in 9 seconds, and have far more combat experience than him. If I take this fight seriously, there's no way I can lose. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. If that's the case, then that first year from Shanghai Middle School has no hope at all. He's just a freshman. Give him time to grow, and Shanghai Middle will become the #1 school. The referee's voice boomed, let the match begin. Cao Fei charged forward like a proud, weak little bird. He threw a flurry of punches at Zixin, but our hero dodged them with ease. That's the flowing, water-crushing rock fist. The coach was in shock. Cao Fei, what are you doing? I told you to focus on defense. Why are you on the attack? Cao Fei arrogantly thought to himself, defense? A genius like me doesn't need something so pathetic. Zixin recognized the technique. This style was interesting. He decided to observe and learn it. Cao Fei was growing exhausted. Why can't I land a single hit on this guy? He raged, stopping his assault. How are you able to dodge all my attacks? This is scientifically impossible. Zixin was unfazed, simply asking, do you have any other moves? Just bring them all out. Enraged, Cao Fei's punches became faster and more numerous. This was blatant mockery. Zixin was done playing. It was the same old predictable pattern. Let's just end this. The entire stadium watched in shock as he defeated Cao Fei. Only Zixin's team was cheering wildly. Little Shen, you did great. Little Shen is so strong. He's a beast, taking down 3 guys in a row. The feeling of winning without even trying was incredible. In the next round, he effortlessly crushed his opponents, each one weaker than the last. Before long, Zixin had taken care of all 5 fighters from the #1 ranked school. Over the next 2 days, he single-handedly defeated the 2 remaining schools, leading Shanghai Middle School to victory in the 8-school league tournament. A system notification appeared. Total opponents eliminated, 16 out of 1,000. Zixin was determined, still 984 more to go. At this rate, he thought, it might take years to complete the natural selection. Zixin was ecstatic. Although the mission couldn't be finished quickly, he was surprised when Teacher Guo gave him the bulk of the prize money, a full 20,000. Including his winnings from other academic competitions, he now had about 30,000 yuan. But that 30,000 was spent in the blink of an eye. Wang Xin cooked him the most incredible meals. Little Shen, eat slowly. There's still plenty more. A system notification appeared. Ink Devil Phantom Diagram. Activation progress at 33%. He realized that eating 30 kilograms of Ink Devil Phantom meat had boosted the activation progress directly to 33%. In his second year of middle school, he successfully broke through from ordinary 3rd tier to ordinary 4th tier. He could now easily lift 1,090 kilograms with one hand, jump 5.65 meters vertically, and sprint 100 meters in just 4.49 seconds. Time flew by, and soon, Shen Qinghan and I graduated from Shanghai Middle School. The high school entrance exam results came out quickly. Qinghan was terrified. Why? I tried so hard, but the results. Little Shen, can we still go to the same high school? Zixin explained that he was ranked first in the district in both academics and martial arts. Qinghan's grades weren't bad, but her martial arts score wasn't high enough for the elite martial arts class at Shanghai High. He wiped her tears away. I don't know for sure, but the principal of Shanghai High wants to visit my house. Do you want to come with me to meet him? Qinghan was certain. The principal must be coming to invite you to stay in the top martial arts class at Shanghai High. What does that have to do with me? Why should I go? Before she could overthink it, Zixin pulled her along. Don't worry. The only condition for me staying at Shanghai High is that I have to sit next to you. They all sat down together. The principal of Shanghai High discussed things with us at my home for hours, simply expressing her hope that Zishan would continue his studies there. The principal summarized, "Student Zishan, we said almost everything there is to say. Regarding the last point, as long as you agree to continue at Shanghai High, you can tell me whatever you desire, and we will make it happen." The moment he heard that, Zishan presented Qinghan. "Thank you, principal. I only have one request. I hope that Shen Qinghan can continue to be in the same class as me." The principal leaned toward Qinghan and asked, "Student Shen Qinghan, is that right? When the new school year begins, you two can come to Shanghai High School to register." Together, they both nodded excitedly. "Thank you, principal." Zishan continued to dominate in various competitions, and before starting high school, he entered the final martial arts tournament of his junior high career. Unsurprisingly, Zichen once again led Shanghai Junior High to an easy championship victory. So many rivals fell before him, utterly crushed by his power. Now, deep in a forest far from the city, Zichen had a plan. With the prize money secured, he decided to fulfill his long-held wish. He was only 20% away from unlocking the pattern for the Shadow Ghost Squid. The prize money, spent on meat, would surely be enough to finish the job. The system showed the Shadow Ghost Squid pattern increasing to 80%. Not knowing what would happen when he unlocked it, or what uncontrollable power might emerge, he had purposely come to this remote mountain forest. With his decision made, Zichen began. There was no time to waste. The process started immediately. A system window appeared. "You have devoured a large amount of the Shadow Ghost Squid's life essence." A look of stunned joy crossed his face. Shadow Ghost Squid pattern, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Shadow Ghost Squid pattern and obtained the biological trait, Grace of Water. The Grace of Water would dramatically enhance his connection to water, allowing him to move freely, like a shadow in the depths. But Zichen felt a little disappointed. Why did this Grace of Water skill seem so useless? He decided he had to test it immediately in the nearby pond. He noticed his skin didn't wrinkle after soaking for a long time, and he could clearly feel the water's resistance decrease significantly while swimming. But besides that, were there no other effects? Still, he figured this was normal. The Shadow Ghost Squid was a low-level monster, not even worth a full gene fusion. If he wanted better biological traits, he would just have to spend more money later. Sooner or later, he would obtain them all. Or, once he became stronger, he could hunt exotic beasts and devour their flesh himself. Zichen clenched his fists with determination, thinking of creatures like the mutated giant rats. A few days later, Zichen and Shen Qinghan went to the beach. With less than a week until the new school year, his mother and her family had planned a trip for both families. To better research his Grace of Water ability, he had suggested they go to the ocean. Shen Qinghan hugged herself and warned him, "Zichen, the seawater is so cold." Zichen, already submerged, tried to coax her in. "It's always like this the first time," he said. "Just take a moment to get used to it, and you won't feel the cold anymore." A system notification popped up. "You are diving. Blood chi, overall muscle strength, muscle coordination, water affinity, breath-holding capacity, water pressure, resistance, and diving skill have all increased by 1. But Shen Qinghan wasn't having it. "Zichen," she demanded, "stop swimming by yourself and come teach me." It was only then that he realized, right, Qinghan didn't know how to swim. He stopped to instruct her, and Zichen began to patiently teach her the basics. But since Shen Qinghan's athletic talents were only average, he thought it would be nearly impossible for her to learn so quickly. He never expected to be proven wrong. In an instant, suddenly, Shen Qinghan was swimming better than a fish. "Zichen, is swimming really this easy?" "I learned in just a moment." Not only that, but she held her face in the water for an incredibly long time. And then, Shen Qinghan realized something. "Hey, I can hold my breath underwater." Zichen was startled when she suddenly surfaced beside him. Shen Qinghan beamed. "Zichen, aren't I amazing? I always heard people say it's hard to open your eyes in the ocean. They said it stings and hurts, but I don't feel any discomfort at all. In fact, it feels cool and refreshing." Zichen stared at her, stroking his chin and thought, even if Shen Qinghan's water affinity was good, there was no way she could master every swimming skill all at once. This was just too unnatural. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, "Wait a second." Memories of her childhood bedwetting and her current swimming prowess collided. Zichen thought, could it be that the reason Shen Qinghan used to wet the bed was because she was born with a natural water attribute? It was unbelievable. Perhaps in a past life, Shen Qinghan had a special cultivation physique. Just like in a cultivation novel, They swam together for a while. Then, Zichen went diving with Shen Qinghan, and her performance left him even more shocked. They had been underwater for over 10 minutes. Forget the fact that she was a beginner, even a trained professional couldn't easily stay submerged for so long. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan heard something that made her freeze. She wondered to herself, what is that? Strange sound in the water? She swam quickly toward the source, and he had no choice but to follow. What on earth was that noise? They quickly broke the surface of the vast ocean. Zichen asked, what happened? Why did you suddenly get so tense? Shen Qinghan explained, just now, I suddenly heard a really strange sound in my ears. It was so strange it was almost scary. Zichen asked with concern, what kind of sound was it? Shen Qinghan hesitated, trying to explain the details. I couldn't understand it. It was probably a language I don't recognize. I just know it was a woman's voice. The sound was so real, and it kept echoing in my ears until the moment I surfaced. Then it vanished. After that incident, to help Shen Qinghan calm down, Zichen immediately took her back to their hotel. Then he used his phone. He replayed their conversation, but couldn't decipher what Shen Qinghan truly meant. The mystery of her words kept him wide awake. So, he decided to channel his restless energy into training. The system chimed in with each rep. You have completed 1,000 weighted sit-ups. Vitality increased by 2,000. Core strength increased by 2,000. Sit-up proficiency up by 1,000. Your bio level has advanced to the 5th common tier. The notification stunned even him. He never imagined a simple workout could trigger such a leap in power. A thrill of excitement coursed through him. The 5th common tier. At this level, he could go toe-to-toe with a fully grown giant mutant rat. If he just kept pushing himself, then tearing one of those things apart with his bare hands was no longer just a fantasy. After his breakthrough, he headed to a deserted beach to test the limits of his new stats. Zephyr's 100-meter dash was now a blistering 3.64 seconds. His vertical leap cleared an insane 6.98 meters, and he could hoist a 1,600-kilogram car with a single hand. The raw numbers were a massive improvement over his stats at the 4th common tier. Riding this wave of newfound power, Zephyr finally began his high school journey. The female students were already admiring him from afar. Whoa, is that Zephyr? He's so handsome. Turns out he's on classroom duty with us today. This is the best. Zephyr was taken aback. He and Qinghan were on duty, but he was surprised these new classmates already knew who he was. But the biggest shock was when this simple chore actually triggered a new system quest. Complete 1,000 cooperative tasks. Reward, social creature biological trait. Progress, 1 out of 1,000. Zephyr's curiosity was piqued. He had no idea what the social creature trait would actually do. The potential was thrilling. With the new school year just starting, things were slow, giving Zephyr some free time. He decided to hit the supermarket. After all, he'd already unlocked the Phantom Squid's G-map, and it was time for a new target. Suddenly, something in the aisle caught Zephyr's eye. What was this product before him? Tyrant Sky Eagle meat, priced at 1,998 yuan per pound. A grin spread across Zephyr's face as he picked up the package. This was it. The Tyrant Sky Eagle was a higher-tier mutated beast than the Phantom Squid. Its eyesight was legendary 30 times sharper than an average human's, making it an incredibly powerful creature. This made it a master predator, capable of snatching a blur-like mutant rabbit right out of the air. Back at his desk, Zephyr contemplated the possibilities. Superior vision could drastically amplify a person's combat effectiveness. The verdict was clear. Unlocking this Tyrant Sky Eagle's gene map was an absolute must. And the main reason was simple: the meat was surprisingly cheap. And second, it was only 1,998 yuan per pound. He immediately used the system to scan it and check its function. Zephyr's eyes widened. 1 pound of meat increased the gene map's unlock progress by 1%. This meant he'd need 200,000 yuan to fully unlock it. It looked like he'd have to get serious about winning high school competitions to earn the prize money. The rewards were much higher than in middle school. He had to unlock the Tyrant Sky Eagle's G-map before his sophomore year. Summer break ended, and he officially began his new life at Shanghai High School. On the first day of the new semester, the teachers and students began their introductions. Hello, everyone. I'm Han Yuan Feng, your cultivation course instructor. I'll also be your homeroom teacher. I am Kai Tianfei, your mechanical modification instructor. And I'm Liu Dai, from the Gene Fusion Department. The name's Cheng Bei, and I'll be teaching wilderness survival. All right, your turn now. Hi everyone, my name is Chu Yushi. My specialties are the 4 classical arts. My name is Zhang Yijia. I love watching anime, cosplaying, and playing sports. I'm Peng Huoguang. When I'm not busy, you can usually find me at home gaming. Before long, it was Shen Qinghan's turn to introduce herself. Under the weight of everyone's stares, she felt incredibly nervous. Hello everyone, My name is Shen Qinghan. I like drawing and painting. I hope we can all get along." His own introduction was probably the shortest of them all, completely unmatched. "Hello, I'm Lin Zephyr. I hope for your guidance in the future." Time flew by, and after everyone had finished, the final bell of the day rang. A girl named Chu Xin piped up, asking, "Qinghan, what score did you get on the high school entrance exam?" Startled, Qinghan turned to face her. She answered shyly, "I got a 709. "What about you, Chu Xin?" The girl lit up. "Amazing. You were 11 points higher than me. I only got 698. So, what was your physical fitness test score?" "Oh, I did terribly," she sighed dramatically. "I only managed a 95. It was awful." Hearing this, Qinghan's heart sank. The physical test was out of 100. A 95 meant she was a top-tier prodigy. Meanwhile, Qinghan had only scored a 79. That was 11 points below the standard. Score too embarrassing to even mention. She mumbled, "I didn't do as well as you." But Chu Xin pressed on, "So what was your score?" 94, 93. Qinghan's voice grew quiet and sad. "It was a little lower." The girl probed even deeper. 92, 91, or 90. But as Chu Xin continued her interrogation, a hand slammed the desk, startling her. Zephyr had stepped forward. He pulled out his phone. "Hey, can I add your WeChat?" Su Xin blushed deeply. "Oh, sure, let me scan your code." Her heart skipped a beat. A handsome guy is adding me? What kind of amazing luck is this? She and Qinghan exchanged a knowing glance. She secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness, Zichen stepped in to save me. If they kept asking questions, I would have died from embarrassment. Right after, Zichen made his rounds. You, let's add each other too. The boy nodded. Go ahead, you can scan mine. After becoming friends, he created a 4-person group chat. To his surprise, Zichen had just completed another multi-person cooperative mission. You could say it was a mission he completed with just a few taps. Now in their group of 4, they all began to get acquainted. Yu was from the neighboring Namquan city. It turned out he was the young master of a prestigious martial arts family. He'd already won 8 different awards, bringing great honor to his family. As for Sushin's family, they owned a popular chain of clothing stores in the district. In other words, she was a true rich young lady. Zichen and Shen Qinghan also briefly introduced themselves to the group. In no time at all, they had become a tight-knit circle where they could talk about absolutely anything. Just as their chat was winding down, Yu spoke up. Hey, guess who the strongest person in our class is? I guarantee you'll never guess. Sushin pointed. I bet it's Zichen. He got the highest score on the high school entrance exam in our entire district. Hearing this, Yu was stunned for a second. Whoa, Zichen, you're that smart. But being the top scorer of one district is probably nothing special here. You guys won't believe this, but our class has 2 absolute monsters. The principal spent a fortune to recruit them from Namquan City. See the guy by the window, 3rd row on the left? That's Wang Shuji. He was the #1 scorer in the entire Namquan district's exam. His record for the 100-meter dash is 7.89 seconds. Then there's the huge guy, Lu Chang, in the last row on the right. That dude was born with monstrous strength. He can easily lift a 300-kilogram barbell with a single hand. Qinghan was in awe. They sound incredibly powerful. Sushin covered her mouth in shock. Are you serious? Zichen let out a thoughtful sigh. Hearing this actually puts my mind at ease. 100 meters in 7.98 seconds, and a 300-kilogram lift. Both of those stats are at my elementary school level. Soon, the bell rang once more, and the next class activity was handing out textbooks. There were 4 books, one for each of the main courses. Since Zichen had already mastered these books as a kid, he found a secluded spot to cultivate during his free time. After all, the threat of the rat god cult was still lurking in the shadows. So far, the police had only managed to capture the low-level heretics, but they still hadn't found any trace of the Rat King. He decided then and there to break through to the 6th stage so he could finally face them head-on. Their first practical lesson in the afternoon was wilderness survival. The teacher, Cheng Pei, looked around the class. Does anyone here know how to start a fire by rubbing 2 sticks together? Yu was the first to speak. That's a useless skill in modern life. Who has time to learn that? But his words were immediately proven wrong, as other students were already getting to work. The teacher watched them, his face filled with joy. What is this? How are you 2 so skilled at this? So it's really possible to make fire with just 2 sticks. Lu Qiang said with a smug look. Sir, I took an extracurricular class on this during summer vacation in middle school, Shuji explained. And I taught myself online back in elementary school. After the duo from Namquan City finished, the rest of the students began trying on their own. Before long, Zichen had also taught his Morningstar teammates how to create fire by rubbing wood together. Later, The martial arts class also turned into a stage for the two prodigies from Namquan City to show off. The instructor, Yuan Feng, began. Today, I'll teach you all a special breathing technique. Suddenly, both of them spoke in perfect unison. Teacher, we've already learned it. Although it seemed a bit absurd, it was true that they had already mastered the skill. Even though Zichen knew all of these things as well, it was his habit to always remain humble and keep a low profile. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had flown by. The teacher, Yuan Fei, made an announcement. It's been over a month since school started, and now, it's time to test your learning progress. For this exam, I have prepared several rewards. First place will receive 88 yuan, second place gets 666 yuan, and third place gets 333 yuan. Zichan was shocked. There's prize money, and the top prize is only 88 yuan. What a generous reward. That's barely enough to buy half a kilogram of violent eagle meat. With a prize on the line, everyone naturally tried harder on the exam. An hour later, the test was finished. Coincidentally, the gene fusion teacher, Liu Darren, also held a surprise test with the exact same rewards. He announced, "It has been over a month since the semester began. It's time to check in on your academic progress." After the exam finally ended, a student slumped over his desk and sighed. It's finally over. Soon, the entire class began to complain. Why was that test so difficult? That final question was just ridiculous. I was hoping for a 90, but at this rate, I'll be lucky to get a 60. And right as everyone was complaining about how hard the questions were, the duo from Namquan City started bragging to each other. Shuji's voice cut through the air. That test was brutal. How'd you manage? Lu Gang replied coolly, I'm thinking I can probably pull a 95. I got stuck on the last question. You? His friend nodded. Same here. Had to guess on the final one, so 95 sounds about right. Hearing their exchange, Yi Yu's hands balled into fists. There they go again, showing off. Can they even breathe without bragging? I swear I'm going to punch them one of these days. Just then, Teacher Duren called for attention. Everyone, the results for the mechanical engineering exam are in. Guo Yanling, 52 points. Shen Qinghan, 61 points. Beaming with joy, she turned to look back at the main character. Zichen, I passed, she whispered. You have to congratulate me. Hard work really pays off. The teacher continued the list. He, you, 88 points. At that, everyone turned to stare at him in admiration. You're a monster. Teacher Duren added, that's an excellent score. I have high hopes for you. Yu puffed out his chest proudly. Just a bit of luck. The questions happened to fall right into my area of expertise. All right, team. Once I secure that third place prize of 333 yuan, dinner is on me. The teacher spoke again. Lu Gang and Wang Shuji, 95 points. An incredible performance. You were just one question away from a perfect score. Lu Gang replied with smug satisfaction. Sir, that last question required some serious calculation. Give me another 10 minutes, and I guarantee I would have solved it. Shuji nodded in agreement. Me too. Teacher Duren smiled. I have no doubt you both have that ability. Listening to them, the other students seethed. Oh, listen to them acting so high and mighty again. But no matter what, he thought, that third place spot is mine. However, the teacher suddenly dropped a bombshell. This was an incredibly difficult test. You might not believe what I'm about to say. But someone in our class achieved a perfect score. That person is Lin Zichen. A full 100 points. Shuji shot up. 100? What kind of monster are we dealing with here? Lu Gang was just as shocked. That's impossible. Utterly impossible. The other student was floored. Even the two academic prodigies of Nangwon City had been defeated. Lin Zichen. He's on a completely different level. And what's more, he stole my third place prize. I can't be so arrogant next time. Qinghen smiled brightly. Zichen, you're amazing. Chujin added, a true star, shining bright. But Zichen simply raised his hand. Teacher, when will the 88 yuan for first place be awarded? Teacher Duren was taken aback. Don't you worry. I'll put the cash in a red envelope and send the rewards to the class group chat. He thought to himself, this kid is worried about money too? Is he really that desperate? Just 1 hour later, the gene fusion test results were also announced. Teacher Yuan Fei declared, all right, everyone, the results are in. From our Nangwon twin heroes, Lu Gang scored 81 points, and Wang Shujie scored 83. On a test where most students failed, achieving such excellent scores is truly impressive. But it was clear from their expressions that the two of them couldn't hide their disappointment with this result. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan scored a solid 78 points. With a score like that, she could easily break into the top 5. As for Zichen, he once again scored a perfect 100, pocketing another cash prize. This news was a heavy blow to Yu, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang. The latter couldn't help but question it. A test this hard. How could anyone possibly get a perfect score? Shuji added his own suspicion. I have a feeling. Like he knew the answers beforehand, don't you think? The teacher's brow furrowed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Every answer on that test was a product of his own deduction. You can't find these solutions on the internet, so cheating is out of the question. Hearing this, both of them were completely stunned. He scoffed at them. You guys are killing me. You can't do it yourself. And you can't accept it when someone else can. So you just accuse them of cheating. You're a real disgrace to the people of Nangwon. A girl agreed. Yeah. Wang Shuji is so classless. Bullies are always trying to stir up trouble. The short lunch break was soon over. Next up for Class 1 this afternoon, a wilderness survival test. Teacher Cheng Pei announced the rules. The rewards for the survival test are the same as the other subjects. First place gets 1,888 yuan, second gets 66, and third gets 33. The test has 3 parts: climbing, swimming, and making fire with wood. Shuji's eyes burned with frustration. Lu Gang, we lost big in the theory exams this morning. This afternoon, we have to take back our pride. His partner's face was grim. You don't have to tell me twice. I will absolutely crush him and avenge our previous humiliation. Before long, the test had begun. The first trial was tree and mountain climbing. Scores were determined by speed, and Lin Zichen easily claimed first place in the mountain climb. As expected, the so-called Nangwon twin heroes were left completely in his dust. The two looked on in disbelief. Are you kidding me? This Lin Zichen is just absurd. I gave it my absolute all, and I couldn't even see his shadow. In the end, Lin Zichen also took first place in tree climbing. But at that moment, Zichen was more worried about Shen Qinghan. He saw that she hadn't even finished the climb. It was no surprise when Qinghan finished in last place. But it wasn't a big deal. She would regain her confidence during the swimming portion. In the next stage, fire making, Zichen knew that to win the prize, he'd have to once again face off against the Nangwon duo. Both rivals had the same thought. How is Lin Zichen so fast at everything? His hand speed is simply heaven-defying. I remember him from class. He wasn't this fast before. Ultimately, Lin Zichen successfully created a fire in just 58 seconds. Swimming was the final event. And this time, Lin Zichen completely dominated the Nangwon twin heroes, dealing a powerful blow to their psyche. They were bewildered. I can understand Lin Zichen being that fast. But why is Shen Qinghan so fast too? How could things have gotten so out of hand? It must be the stress causing me to make mistakes. After the wilderness survival results, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang fell completely silent. For a long time, they didn't say a word, which at least made for a quiet afternoon. But the afternoon's martial arts session ignited a new spark of hope within them. Yuan Feng spoke up. You've all been training for over a month now. Today, it's time for an assessment. The method was simple. Sparring matches on the stage, with rewards for the top 3. Both he and his rival bristled with determination. Who cares about written exams or wilderness tests? In a martial arts class, combat is everything. If your actual strength is lacking, all other achievements are meaningless. This sparring competition, they thought, I absolutely must win. Before the matches began, Han Yuan Feng arranged a physical fitness test. He explained, this is a warm-up assessment. We will measure 3 stats: your sprint speed, your maximum bench press weight, and your standing vertical jump height. Lin Zichen blazed through the 100-meter sprint in 7.78 seconds. On the bench press, he easily lifted 330 kilograms. For the standing jump, he hit 2.18 meters. All 3 stats were number 1, and to avoid showing off, Zichen hadn't even used his full power. At that moment, Shuji feared Zichen's sprint was even faster than his own. For his test results to only be the best in the district, that's just insane. Lu Gang was horrified. Lin Zichen didn't even look that muscular. Could it be his body hadn't fully developed back in high school? He tried to calm himself. Lu Gang, don't panic. Failing the physical test doesn't mean you've lost everything. Real combat relies on technique, not just raw power. We still have a chance. His rival agreed. You're right. Losing the physical test doesn't mean it's over. We're far superior to our peers. Our opportunity is coming. After the physical assessment, everyone moved to the arena to begin the sparring matches inside the gymnasium's competition area. Zichen thought, to finish this as quickly as possible, I still need to be number 1. But because his stats were so overwhelming, no one dared to step up. Even the male dorm leader, Son Hang, chose to just watch from the sidelines. But if this continued, the instructor would lose his patience. He crossed his arms and commanded, Lu, Wei, you get up there and spar with Zichen. The chosen student began sweating bullets as he faced off against the monster. To save time, Zichen knew he could only aim for a swift and decisive victory. To get through everyone in class before the bell, He had to be consistent. Zichin could only speed up the knockouts. From that point on, anyone who stepped onto the stage was taken down in a single blow. Shuji was frozen. No way. Is Lin Zichin really that powerful? Lu Gang's face paled. I have a feeling he's still not even trying. At this rate, just call it a game over for the rest of us. A moment later, Hiyu leaped onto the stage, shouting, Lu Gang, I'm all warmed up. I am in peak physical condition right now. Do you dare face me? Lu Gang shot back. It'll only take me half a minute to knock you out. He secretly sighed in relief. If Hiyu hadn't challenged him, he would have had to fight Lin Zichin. I might not be sure I can beat Lin Zichin, but you? Hiyu climbed onto the stage with a defiant roar. Bring it on. Immediately, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, but unfortunately for him, Lu Gang effortlessly caught his leg. He was spun around like a top, then thrown from the stage with a clean and decisive toss from Lu Gang. He landed hard, unable to stop himself from throwing up. Lu Gang gloated. Hiyu, of all the people I've fought, your stamina is the best. Too bad my strength is a level above yours. Just then, Zichin vaulted into the ring. All right, let's have a match. Zichin then thought, this is the perfect chance to make progress. Otherwise, no one else will dare to step on this stage. A smug grin spread across Lu Gang's lips. So you've come. You think I'm scared of you. Eat this. He raised his fist and charged forward. Lu Gang moved with incredible speed, but Zichin remained perfectly calm and still. In an instant, Zichin leaned aside, dodging the blow. Lu Gang was stunned. So fast, with a single counter-strike, Lu Gang was sent flying out of the ring. From the stands, the students roared, Wang Shuji, your brother just got humiliated like that. Aren't you going to get revenge? That's right. The honor of Nangwang City's top scholar needs you to protect it. Wang Shuji, don't be a coward, get up there. Provoked, he vaulted onto the stage. What are you all screaming about? I was about to go up anyway. Now all of you, shut up. Shuji stared at Zichin and steeled his resolve. What's coming has come. I will definitely find a way to defeat him. The boy charged forward, feeling as if he was betting everything on a single gamble. But Zichin easily controlled his movements. With just one blow, he sent him flying. Shuji was knocked flat on the ground with no chance to even fight back. After that, Lin Zichin proceeded to knock down the other male students in the class one by one. He didn't seem to lose any stamina at all. One after another, they were all defeated with ease. According to the rules of the natural selection mission, each opponent could only be counted once. It didn't matter how many times he defeated them. That meant next, he could only spar with the female students, but surely they wouldn't want to fight him on stage. Just then, a brave girl raised her hand high. Student Zichin, I want to challenge you, she said. She quickly leaped onto the stage, but before she could even do anything, she was. He took her down in an instant, so fast, she thought, lying on the mat. A pang of regret hit her, so close. I almost had the chance to embrace him. Then, to everyone's surprise, the other girls started stepping up to challenge him too. Of course, he always held back against the girls. His main goal was just to finish the task as fast as possible. Before long, all the female students had their turn, but he was still a long way from completing his mission. A wave of disappointment washed over him. But then, Han Yuan Feng announced some unexpected good news. The head teacher addressed the class. Everyone's performance was excellent today. From now on, the top-ranked students should learn to challenge those above them. In 1 month, our class will challenge the strongest regular class in the entire second year, so I expect all of you to prepare for it. Our objective is clear. Defeat the top class of the second years. Zichin's spirits lifted when he heard this. He'd been worried he wouldn't have enough fights to quickly fill his natural selection progress bar. This tournament was exactly what he needed. It was like a lifeline. After that, the class was dismissed for the day. A male student walked up, issuing a challenge. I was worried when I transferred to Shanghai High that I'd run out of worthy opponents. It seems I underestimated this place. From this day forward, you will be my rival for the next 3 years. The name's Lu Gang. Zichin calmly thought to himself. With Han Yuan Feng's arrangements, completing the natural selection process within a year might actually be possible. Another challenger stepped forward. Lin Zichin, losing today doesn't mean you'll win forever. Before we graduate, I swear I'll get my revenge. He smirked to himself. Not only was he completing his missions, he was even getting bonus rewards. A quick calculation. I've already earned over 3,000 today. His calm demeanor infuriated his 2 new rivals. Is he not only ignoring us, but mocking us too? The arrogance of this guy. But Zichin didn't give them a second thought. With this money, I can finally buy some beast meat. Perfect. Later that night, in a quiet apartment complex, Zichin was busy at his desk, focused on writing. He ran the numbers. The bonus he earned today was nice. but it was nowhere near enough to afford the beast meat needed to unlock the diagram. So, to make some extra cash, he'd opened an online novel account and launched a new career as a writer. Almost immediately, a message popped up. "Hello, I'm the platform's acquisitions editor. Your novel is fantastic. I'd like to offer you a contract for serialization." Zishin was stunned when he saw the message. He'd only just woken up, and there was already a contract offer waiting for him. As he logged onto the platform to sign the contract, a breaking news headline caught his eye.
Just 2 hours ago, a giant, mutated rat attacked a cold storage facility on the outskirts of the city, one that held exotic beast meat.
The colossal beast, over 5 meters long, had bitten a cyborg in half. In a last-ditch effort, the cyborg activated a hidden power core and self-destructed to take the creature with him. The massive rat was killed instantly in the blast. This raised a terrifying question. Just how many of these mutated rats were hiding within Shanghai City? And more importantly, where could creatures that massive possibly hide without anyone ever noticing? The next day, at Shanghai High's gymnasium, it was time for the joint practice match against the second-year regular class. Han Yuanfang was in the middle of a strategy session with his top students. He laid out the plan with extreme care. In a one-on-one fight, their top fighters can't match ours, but their overall team strength is greater. They'll definitely use their numbers to their advantage. They'll play defensively, drag out the fights, and then use a rotation strategy to wear you 4 down. So, the moment you step onto that stage, you need to end it fast. Am I clear? Yes, sir, the 4 replied in unison. The next moment, Zishin leaped onto the fighting stage. "Mr. Han, I'll take the first match," he declared. Inside, he was determined. "I have to complete my natural selection. The more opponents I defeat, the better. I need to get started as soon as possible." Across the gym, the opposing student paled. "Sir, that's their strongest fighter, and I'm the weakest in our class. How am I supposed to fight him?" The other teacher immediately voiced his objection. "Mr. Han, the rules for these matches clearly state that the weakest fighters go first. Why would you send out your ace for the opening match? That's a clear violation of the rules." Their teacher pointed to the stage and gave an order. "Zishen, get down. Your turn will come later. Let the lower-ranked students go first." Zishen reluctantly stepped down. "Understood, sir." Han Yuanfang then pointed to a girl beside him. "Yun Tong, you're up first." She stammered. "Huh? But sir, I'm not mentally prepared yet." Just then, Qing Han stepped forward. "Mr. Han, I'm the weakest in our class. It's only right that I go first. You should go up first." She then stepped onto the stage, her heart pounding with anxiety. "How am I going to do this? I'm so nervous." The crowd below started cheering. "Go Han Han. You can do it. Han Han, take him down." But their words only made Han Qing tremble even more. "This is just making me panic." In a flash, her opponent lunged forward to attack. She desperately tried to parry the blows. Han Qing calculated her options. "Even if I can't win, I can at least hold out for as long as possible and drain my opponent's stamina." 3 minutes later, her opponent was starting to lose steam. He thought, "If I keep this up, my own energy is going to run out completely. I have to end this, and end it now." With that, she unleashed a powerful strike that knocked Han Qing down. She was thrown from the stage, but immediately scrambled back to her feet and ran off. Her teacher praised her. "Han Qing, that was well fought. You knew how to use defense to wear down your opponent's stamina. Very clever." Zishin walked over, gently patting her head. "That was impressive. You held your own for over 3 minutes against a senior who's been training for more than a year. That's a huge improvement." Feeling comforted, she shyly replied, "Huh, okay." Another fighter stepped onto the stage, thinking confidently, "Her stamina is almost gone. This is my chance to take her out." And with that, he charged forward. But his basic moves were completely useless against her. He was quickly met with a direct counterattack and was taken down in just a few moves. He cried out in pain. "It hurts. Let go, I surrender." His opponent just laughed in his face. "Ha ha, you came in swinging without any defense? Are you underestimating the regular class?" She walked past smugly, saying, "It's true, I don't have your talent, but I have a full year of training on you. Maybe you should train for another year before you even think about fighting me." Just then, Chu Xin stepped onto the stage. She declared with absolute confidence, "Han Han, let me get revenge for you. Just watch me take down this senior." Chu Xin rushed forward, felling her opponent in a single blow. Han Qing was thrilled. "Chu Xin, you're amazing." Zishin patted her head again. "You're amazing, too. If you hadn't worn down that senior's stamina first, Chu Xin wouldn't have won so easily." She clenched her fist and nodded. 2 hours later, the regular class teacher looked at Yuan Feng with a confident smirk. Mr. Feng, your class only has 4 people left. Looks like this meal is ours for the taking. The man just shrugged, hands in his pockets. It's far too early to say anything for sure. Let's just wait and see. He thought to himself, Lin Zixin, Wang Shuji, Lu Qiang, and He Yu. The true strength of Class 1. The real showdown is only just beginning. Yuan Feng turned to He Yu. He Yu, you're up next. The boy leaped onto the stage with total confidence. Present, he raised his fists. My fists have been itching for a fight. Tell me, senior, are you ready to receive this solid punch? The opponent scoffed, Hey kid, could you try not to act like you're still in middle school? He Yu slammed a kick straight into his face. You dare call me a poser? Get lost. The guy collapsed in pain, falling hard off the stage. He Yu stood with his hands on his hips, looking down condescendingly. You can't be serious. With skills like that, you have the nerve to call someone else stupid. What a complete waste of space. Suddenly, a heavy foot stomped down as a guy with spiky hair stepped forward aggressively. You're pretty cocky, kid. He charged, throwing a punch straight at He Yu's face. Let me show you some real intensity. He Yu dodged, using one hand to brace himself on the ground. The attacker was stunned. What? So fast? How did he dodge my attack? Using his momentum, He Yu swung a perfect heel hook. It connected beautifully with his chin, and the guy dropped to the ground, out cold. Han Xing cheered, He Yu, you're awesome. Keep it up. Chu Jin yelled, He Yu, get him. Wreck them all. After that, He Yu defeated one opponent after another. Another fighter was knocked out effortlessly by He Yu. The number of people he'd taken down just kept climbing. After a while, he was getting tired but still tried to look cool. Next, come on, I can still take down 10 more of you. Although He Yu wanted to keep fighting, after consecutively taking down 5 people, he was clearly exhausted. Finally, when facing his 6th opponent, he was defeated. At this point, Class 1 had only 3 students left, while Class 6 still had 13. Yuan Feng gave his next order. Wang Shuji, you're up. Shuji's eyes lit up as he jumped onto the stage. Present. Wang Shuji consecutively defeated 10 opponents. It wasn't until his 11th match that he finally lost, his stamina completely drained. Next up was Lu Qiang. In less than 10 minutes, he had swiftly taken down the 2 remaining powerhouses. A single knee strike took out the rival class's best fighter. He rubbed his nose and glanced at the Class 6 teacher. Your class only has 1 person left. Why don't you just surrender now? The man put his hands in his pockets, still confident. I don't think that's necessary. Go, Wang Jinhei. It's your time to shine. A massive, giant-like figure stepped forward. Present. Lu Qiang looked him over with contempt. Himph. So you're just some big, fat guy? He launched himself forward. I'll still beat you down. His fist slammed directly into Jinhe's soft belly. Lu Qiang's jaw dropped. It felt like punching a giant bag of cotton. Unwilling to accept defeat, he hammered away with a flurry of fists. But after a moment of useless strikes, he was left panting. It's no use. His fat is too thick, his muscles are too dense. I can't even make him flinch. Just then, the large man reached out, his hand. Are you done yet? If you're finished, then it's my turn. Wang Jin. He casually grabbed his neck with one hand, and the guy flailed, around like a captured chicken. It's no good. I can't breathe. This guy's strength is monstrous. With a single motion, he launched. Lu Jiang right off the stage. Yuan Feng was stunned. Wait a minute. I don't remember any student that powerful. In your class, do you? The teacher from Class 6 smirked. My apologies. He's a new transfer student this semester, so it's understandable you wouldn't know him. Looks like you're going to lose this time. Remember our bet. The loser treats the winner's entire class to a meal. The teacher fumed, unable to do anything as tears streamed down his face. So that was it. He was hiding an ace up his sleeve named Wang Jinhe. No matter how strong Lin Zixin was, there was no way he could beat this monster. Sigh. I was too careless. He completely tricked me. The teacher walked over and patted Zixin's shoulder. Zixin, you're up. Just treat this as good practice. You'll gain a lot of valuable experience. Don't worry about winning or losing. Zixin stepped forward with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Teacher Han. I'll win. Jin, he looked surprised. Huh? This kid is their class's best fighter? He looked a little scrawny. He seemed to lose interest. Hey, Junior. I'm not the type to bully smaller guys. 3 girls on the sidelines started cheering. Fatty, don't be so arrogant. Zixin will definitely beat you, you tub of lard. Just you wait until you're beaten. Into a meat patty. Go, Zixin. Teach this pig a lesson. Their defiant words pierced Jin, his ears. All right, Junior, he announced. I'll stand perfectly still and give you 10 free shots. He said it with contempt, so that later, You and your little fan club can't get angry and curse me behind my back, saying I use my size to bully the weak and won unfairly. Zishin just scratched his head, helpless. Okay, Jin. He slapped his own belly. Then bring it on, Junior. I'll stand, completely still. You just go ahead and hit me with everything you've got. Without hesitation, Zishin landed a powerful punch right in his stomach. The big guy's jaw dropped from the sheer impact of the blow. Jin, he shot into the sky like a cannonball, and just like a ball, he crashed hard onto the ground. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned into silence for a full 5 seconds. Then, the entire first-year class erupted in cheers. Zishin won. He won. Jin. He sat up, scratching his head. Huh? How did I get over here? What just happened? This was impossible. It defied all logic. Teacher Shan walked up and patted Yuan Feng's shoulder. Brother Feng, your class's Zishin is an absolute monster. He took down Wang Jinhe with a single punch. It feels like he's already catching up to Wu Tiansheng, the legendary first year from high school. The teacher replied happily, well, I wouldn't be so sure about that. That kid, Wu Tiansheng, is not a normal human. Back in middle school, he nearly terrified the principal. His performance was just that overwhelming. Zishin walked over, curious. Teacher, who is this Wu Tiansheng? Yuan Feng explained, Wu Tiansheng is a senior who graduated a few terms ago. When he was just a first year in high school, he defeated an entire top-tier class, which scared a lot of the school's leadership. In high school, Wu Tiansheng ran a 100-meter dash in under 6.12 seconds, had a vertical jump of 3.96 meters, and could lift a 650-kilogram weight with one hand. Who wouldn't be terrified of that? Zishin scratched his head. Yeah, that's a little intimidating. But he thought to himself, he's pretty impressive. Almost as strong as I was during summer break in the 6th grade. A little while later, they all moved to another location. At the Mingxiang restaurant, the teacher raised a bottle of water. Thanks to Zishin, we were victorious against the second-year regular class. Their homeroom teacher admitted defeat and is treating all of us to this meal. Everyone, stand up, and let's congratulate Zishin. The whole class buzzed with excitement. Zishin is the best. Brother Shen is mighty. Everyone grew curious. Brother Shen, how do you train at home? Do you have any secrets? Let's add each other as friends. After defeating the second-year class, he became a celebrity. At school, his classmates swarmed him to get acquainted, making Zishin feel a bit shy. But Han Han remained unchanged. Afraid he wouldn't eat while entertaining his friends, she kept putting food on his plate. Qing Han got flustered when he stared intently at her. Embarrassed, Qing Han got up to leave. Little Shen, I'm going to the restroom for a bit. But one thing that hadn't changed was her uncontrollable urge to use the restroom. The others started gossiping. Shen Qing Han sure knows how to suck up, pouring him water and peeling his shrimp. She acts just like a maid, always serving her master. With her abilities, if she weren't Lin Zishin's fawning goddess, how could she have ever gotten into our top class? I bet it won't last long. The gap between them is too wide. They'll just drift apart eventually. A murderous aura flared from her as she retorted, I'm not sucking up. I'm his childhood friend. Qing Han walked away. On the way home, Zishin asked with concern, Han Han, why do you look so down? Did something happen? She replied sadly. When I was little, I said I'd stop wetting the bed when I grew up. But even now, every single night, I wet the bed. I have to wear a diaper just to sleep, and it feels awful. Little Shen, I feel like I'm disabled. I can't hold it in. He insisted he wasn't disabled. His ability to hold his pee was a superpower. It just hadn't fully awakened yet. Diane Ham looked up in surprise, asking, a superpower? Zishin guaranteed it. Yes, it's definitely a superpower. Your natural talent with water is the proof. She grew curious. Well, Zishin, you've always been amazing. Do you have a superpower too? He nodded, ruffling her hair. Just like you, I have one. She got excited. If I really have one, I wonder what kind it is. Zishin encouraged her. I'm sure it's an incredible one. Suddenly, he heard a loud commotion up ahead. An officer was trying to stop someone. Put the broom down. We're exterminating rats for public safety. Please cooperate. But a man was frantically trying to stop them. Stop it. Don't you dare hurt my brothers, he screamed. Are you trying to kill my family again? Then he charged at the officers, yelling, I'll take you all down with me. Danham was shocked. Zishin, is that man crazy? Zishin shielded her. He might be mentally unstable. People like that are unpredictable. Let's just go home, Danham agreed. As night fell over the city, one room remained brightly lit. It was the Lin family home. They sat together watching the news. A female pastor who went missing last week is still unaccounted for. Yuan Han grew tense. Another young woman has disappeared. This seems to be the fourth one this month. Nansen corrected her. You're mistaken. This is the fifth one. All 5 missing persons this month were beautiful young women. The report warned everyone not to go out late at night and to avoid deserted places. Their mother grew worried. Zishin, it's not safe outside lately. Don't let Than Ham go out by herself. You understand? He reassured her, don't worry, Mom, I'll watch her carefully. Meanwhile, in Sun, High City's 20th district, at the police station, officers were busy dealing with the man who caused the disturbance. A detective asked how the investigation was going. Does he have a mental illness? A doctor replied, it's still undetermined. I've been trying to communicate with him, but he hasn't said a single word, almost like he's mute. The detective was certain he wasn't mute, recalling how he'd been screaming his head off at the market earlier. Suddenly, an officer inside jumped back, staring in horror. The troublemaker's body was twisting and contorting until he transformed into a monster. Get on the radio. We need backup now. We have a man turning into a giant rat in the psych ward. The colossal beast began attacking everyone, completely ignoring their bullets. A female officer ran in, reporting, the chief said all the augmented units are out on other missions. It'll be at least a minute before they can get here. We don't have enough ammo. I don't think we can hold out. The chief ordered, get in the car. We'll lure this rat thing to the outskirts and buy some time until reinforcements arrive. She frantically turned the key in the ignition. The officers held their breath as the car sped away. The mutant rat gave chase relentlessly. They urged her to drive faster, trying to lead it towards the mountains to buy more time for the mechanized units. The police car blared its siren as it raced down the highway. The beast followed close behind, destroying everything in its path. A chain of accidents erupted behind them as cars crashed into one another. The female officer fell. So this is it. We couldn't even last until they arrived. The ferocious mutant crushed car after car under its feet. Terrifying explosions rocked the city streets. Out of nowhere, a warrior appeared, launching a barrage of projectiles that locked onto the target. The constant attacks only made the monster more berserk. A giant rat that knows how to dig to escape. These things are getting smarter. But seeing the chunks of flesh on the ground, he knew it was badly injured. I still have a chance to finish it. As the night drew to a close, in the city, the clock struck 3 in the morning. Zishin had been writing for over half a month, pumping out over 4,000 words a day. He now had nearly 100,000 words, earning him over 10,000. He still had some of the best parts of the story saved. Once those chapters were released, the numbers would skyrocket. He wondered how much he could make after the novel was officially published. Thinking about the potential profits kept him wide awake, so Zishin found a small alley with no cameras to test his recent training results. A 100-meter sprint in 3.43 seconds and a long jump of 7.72 meters. The progress was undeniable. He felt that if he kept improving, his physical body would soon become superhuman. Suddenly, Zishin heard a loud noise. He spotted a mutated rat digging through a garbage can. It spoke. Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eat you. I'm just so hungry. Wait for me to get full, and I'll make offerings to you every year. Zishin's mind raced. A rat person. Could it be the one that escaped? The one from the news today. I need to get out of here and call the police. The mutant rat mumbled, maybe I don't have to eat you. I can just go eat a human instead. It then lunged toward him, screaming, I want flesh. I want to eat human flesh. Zishin analyzed the situation. It's too fast. Looks like I can't dodge. He turned to face the creature, steeling himself. There's no choice. I have to fight. Zishin unleashed a powerful kick, sending the mutant rat flying. It was stunned. This guy. He's just a weak-looking student. How can he have so much power? The two opponents faced off, frozen in a tense standoff. Sizing up his opponent, he grabbed a large rock and hurled it directly at the mutant rat's head. Xu Shen knew he couldn't give it a chance to fight back. He had to land another blow and finish it. Right here. Right now. He then unleashed a relentless barrage of stones as his weapon. Seeing the creature finally motionless before him, Xu Shen let out a breath. He touched the rat mutant's corpse. To be sure, is it dead? The fact that he could devour its life essence meant it was definitely gone for good, but still, only getting 2% felt a bit low. Last time, it was clearly 5%. Could it be related to the different amounts of Rat King genes among the heretic cultists? He decided he should head back first and think about it later. Dawn was breaking, and this place was too exposed. Suddenly, a robotic foot descended from the sky. The armored girl landed, musing to herself. Now who could have taken out this rat man? Elsewhere, under the gloomy shroud of night, a cult leader carried an unconscious woman to his sacrificial altar. He knelt down, in reverence. Great rat god, please enjoy this offering. The rat god materialized, scolding him. Why is there only one woman? Are you trying to starve me? This thing isn't even enough for a snack. Or perhaps you intend to be one of the offerings. This time, the cult leader trembled in fear. Never, my lord. Please. Great rat god, allow me to explain. My lord, the young women out there are too vigilant now. They won't leave their homes at night, and during the day they travel, in groups, making them impossible to capture. The creatures seethed, then bring me young men next time. The man obeyed. I understand, my lord rat god. Immediately, the rat god tossed the cult leader a piece of flesh. He gnawed on it ravenously. Thank you for this gift, Lord Rat God. The woman who was captured earlier was now wrapped within its massive tongue. The rat god quickly devoured the fresh offering, plunging the entire space into a grim, blood-red darkness. It demanded, next time, stop bringing me commoners. They're bland and tasteless. I want to feast upon the elites, those who stand above all. They are always well-nourished, so their meat is rich and delicious. To help Qinghan Shen rapidly improve her combat skills, they use any free time to hold special training sessions right at his house. Shu Chen instructed, the angle of your punch is too high, lower. It's slightly, like this, for better power delivery. Your feet are too close together, widen your stance a bit. Your posture also needs adjusting. Don't face your opponent head-on, turn your body slightly. Qinghan agreed. Got it, let's continue. A little live combat. Attack me with your full strength. She immediately got into position and yelled, okay, here I come. But Shu Chen easily caught Qinghan's fist. He explained, not bad. The punching angle is perfect, and it's much stronger than before. She then drew her leg back, readying a kick. But Shu Chen blocked that too. Your sweeping kick. Form is wrong. Don't clamp your legs before kicking. Open them up a bit more. Now, apply the corrections I just gave. And try that move one more time. Afterwards, Qinghan launched a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. A moment later, she knelt on the ground, gasping for air. I'm exhausted, but I can feel that my martial arts have truly gotten stronger. Xiao Chen, I don't think 3 sessions a week is enough. Can we have special training every day? He refused. There's no need. 3 times a week is already more than enough. If we did this every day, your body wouldn't be able to handle it. Qinghan replied, all right then, 3 times a week it is. Just then, Shu Chen pulled his phone out of his pocket to check it. She leaned in to look with him. Is this a special news report? The Meta Corporation announced on its official website that it will provide free treatment for the genius mechanic girl. Her body had been disabled due to early mechanical modifications. The capital's genius has successfully fused with the mutated Sky Spider's genes, breaking the record as the youngest person in the capital's history to undergo a second gene fusion. The capital's genius? Could it be that child prodigy from years ago? Normally, most people have to wait until they're adults to undergo gene fusion. Otherwise, their bodies can't withstand the impact of the beast's genes, and mutations can easily occur. However, this prodigy, now called the capital's genius, is not even 18 years old and has already completed her second gene fusion. That kind of physical talent is incredible. Could gene fusion be the best path forward? As night fell over Shu Chen's house, he sat at his computer, typing away. With the 2-fold speed boost from his heavenly wisdom root, after a month of practice, Shu Chen could now easily write 10,000 words an hour. Spending just 1 hour a day typing wouldn't interfere with his daily training, so it was completely manageable. Yan Shang stood behind him and praised, Xiao Chen, your book is selling quite well, you know. If you can consistently write 10,000 words a day and the plot doesn't falter, you could probably earn about 50,000 yuan in royalties in the first month. Later on, as the word count grows, making 100,000 a month won't be a problem. He thought, 50,000 a month, even 100,000, with this source of income, he wouldn't have to worry about the money needed to unlock more beast diagrams. He hoped that 2 months of royalties could unlock the Great Violent Eagle diagram. At the martial arts dojo, Han Yuan Feng held an internal class assessment to check on his students' progress. After that, it was time for a series of direct sparring matches. As usual, the Reaper completely dominated the entire class, beating everyone down, without giving them a single chance to fight back. He easily earned 88 yuan and racked up dozens of experience points, completing his own natural selection. On the other hand, Shen Qinghan still couldn't defeat anyone, remaining at the very bottom of the class rankings. But unlike before, she could now put up a decent fight when facing an opponent. The last time she faced Wen Yuntong, the second-to-last ranked student, Qinghan was blown off the mat, and the match was over in less than 3 seconds. But this time, she went toe-to-toe with Wen Yuntong for nearly 3 minutes, and it wasn't just 3 minutes of her cowering like a turtle. Qinghan actually traded blows, landing a few impressive kicks. Even Han Yuan Feng saw her incredible progress, praising her and telling her to keep it up. He then announced that in 1 month, their class would challenge the strongest key class in the 52nd High School Division. The goal, besides their top 3, they were to defeat every single one of the remaining students. Do you have the confidence? Everyone roared in unison. Yes, sir. Yuan Feng smiled, raising his hand in encouragement. Excellent. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed since the challenge was issued. Zichen was out shopping. Hello, I'd like to buy some violent condor meat. The staff member replied, of course. How much would you like? We're having a promotion right now. If you buy 100 kilograms at once, you'll get a 5% discount. He thought for a moment, then said, in that case, I won't buy any for now. Zichen decided to wait until he had enough money to buy the full 100 kilograms at once. After all, it was just another month to wait. Time passed, and the next day, on the school campus, Zichen was walking with Qinghan. She said, hey, Zichen, the cafeteria opened a new wing a few days ago. I heard the chef there is amazing. Let's go, check it out. Zichen agreed. They headed over to the bustling cafeteria together. As the scent of food hit her, Qinghan's eyes lit up. It smells so good. Her tray was piled high with delicious-looking dishes. Qinghan sighed happily. Zichen, it's a good thing we got here early. Otherwise, we'd be stuck in a massive line. Zichen agreed. You're right about that. Suddenly, an argument erupted in the crowd. Hey, why are you cutting in line? I'm not cutting. My friend saved this spot for me. Since when can you save spots in line? Are you kidding me? Even if I'm cutting, it's my deskmate's spot. What's it to you? You got a problem with that? Yeah, I'm cutting. What are you going to do about it? Qinghan grew worried. Zichen, isn't that you arguing with someone? Should we go see what's happening? Zichen shook his head. I don't think that'll be necessary. He looked so fierce that he was actually scaring the guy who cut in line. The line cutter, intimidated by Hiyu's presence, stormed off angrily, muttering, little punk. The tension in the cafeteria immediately spiked, but then a whole group of students cut right in front of him. What is this? What do you guys think you're doing? One of them shot back, nothing. We just feel like cutting. In front of you. Hiyu was furious. Are you serious? Get to the back of the line. He froze when he tried to push them, but they wouldn't budge. Panic started to creep into Hiyu's mind. He couldn't move them. Qinghan noticed something was wrong. It looks like Hiyu is being bullied. The main character stepped forward and tapped the guy's shoulder. Excuse me, could you please go to the back of the line? The guy pointed a finger aggressively. And what if I don't? What can you do about it? Zichen calmly took out his phone. I'll report you. The guy scoffed in anger. Seriously? You're gonna snitch? How? Pathetic. Zichen replied coolly. I think cutting in line is far more pathetic. Unable to argue back, they left in a rage. In Shanghai City, inside a villa in a wealthy district, the cult leader announced Chiang Nak is dead. He went crazy and provoked the security team at the trading market and ended up getting himself killed. Someone commented, good riddance to that idiot. He was always causing trouble everywhere. I've wanted him gone for a while now. He would have dragged us all down with him sooner or later. The cult leader spoke again. This young man is new. He will inherit Chiang Nok's position. Everyone, get acquainted. Also, the rat god has informed me that commoners have become too bitter for its palate. From now on, it desires to feast on the flesh of the high and mighty. Keep this in mind and do not present any more unsuitable offerings. A murmur went through the crowd. Cult leader, capturing someone from the upper class is incredibly dangerous. Exactly. If 1 or 2 commoners go missing, it's no big deal, but a missing upper-class citizen will cause a huge problem. The cult leader instructed, simply target the worthless sons of wealthy businessmen who are impossible to discipline. That way, the risk is much lower. Since you're still new, you don't need to hunt the upper class yet. For now, just capture a handsome, young commoner to practice your skills. When the time comes, you will present him as an offering to one of the divine children under the rat god. The new recruit swore an oath, cult leader, rest assured. I will offer the most beautiful sacrifice in the city to the divine child. Back in the classroom, Hiyu was speaking. I've been investigating for days and I found out that the guys who cut in line are from the 3rd year's class 2, the strongest key class that we're about to challenge. For all their prestige, those guys have no class at all. I'm speechless. Zichen calmly remarked, being a good student doesn't, which meant its quality was probably decent. Suddenly, a notification on his screen caught his eye. Xu Shen mused, another rich heir has gone missing. This was the 5th case of a wealthy scion vanishing. And the motive clearly wasn't money, because no kidnapper had demanded a ransom from the families. Could these disappearances be connected to the Divine Rat cult? The next day, the first-year class was set to challenge the strongest elite class of third years, the guys who cut Hiyu in line. Last week, kept shooting glances his way. Hiyu immediately shot back a similar hand gesture. Before long, both teams had finished warming up, and the sparring began. Just like last time, Shen Qinghan was the one to fight, the first round. She faced a powerful opponent who attacked relentlessly. Qinghan couldn't even fight back, taking blow after blow. She thought grimly, this elite class senior is too strong. Even my turtle shell defense can't hold up. The senior delivered a decisive final blow to end the match. Every single kick she threw was devastatingly precise. It wasn't just Shen, Qinghan. Even Li Chuxin and the others were completely powerless against this upperclassman. It wasn't until a stronger, short-haired classmate stepped up that they managed to defeat that senior. But another senior on the other side quickly seized control of the situation. In less than 10 minutes, this new powerhouse had defeated 9 people in a row, and that number included 3 male students. Soon, the entire class had been beaten down, leaving only 4 people standing: Zixin, Wang Shuji, Lu Gang, and Hiyu. Meanwhile, the third-year class had only lost 5 students, and a whopping 36 of their members hadn't even fought yet. The 5 who were eliminated were all girls. The other side hadn't even sent out a single male student. Yuan Feng worried, the gap in our strength is just too massive. We can't win this. He gave an order. Hiyu, it's your turn. They still have 6 girls left. Go take them all down. Can you do it? Hiyu declared with confidence. That's a piece of cake, sir. Hiyu was smugly thinking, just 6 people? I'd be willing to fight even more of their seniors. With his fighting spirit soaring, he leaped into the arena. It was over. Hiyu lived up to everyone's expectations, taking down all 6 female students with minimal effort. But then, a new figure aggressively jumped onto the stage. Ji Yun smirked arrogantly. Are you ready to die? Hiyu shot back. Are you not only clueless, but also completely lacking self-awareness? In his opponent's mind, this was the first male student to step up, so he had to be a total weakling. This was his chance for revenge. He charged madly toward Hiyu, his fist flying. A second later, a straight punch landed right in his gut. Hiyu clutched his chest, so fast. And that punch has some serious power. Ji-Yun sneered. You're too weak. Just give up. Hiyu angrily shoved him away, yelling, Get off of me. But unfortunately, he was met with another painful kick. He collapsed after taking a relentless series of brutal hits. Hiyu curled up, his body racked with pain. This really hurts. This guy's strength is on par with the other male students, maybe even higher. He came out here on purpose to get revenge on me. I was too careless. Chi Yue then issued a challenge. Hey, don't you like sticking your nose in other people's business? If you've got the guts, get in here. If not, forget it. Lin Zixin instantly vaulted into the ring, accepting the provocation. He thought to himself, I was just getting bored from having no chance to fight. This is perfect. The crowd roared, Brother Shin, take him down. Cutting in line at the cafeteria is one thing, but acting like a tyrant on stage is another. Beat him. His opponent instantly closed the distance to Lin Zixin. Shi Yue viciously planned to use his fists and feet to gain the upper hand, but Zixin blocked the entire combo with just one hand. Then, Lin Zixin grabbed Chi Yue's head and slammed it into the floor. He was knocked out instantly from the devastating attack. Zixin then casually stepped over his body and finally kicked him right off the stage. The audience was stunned. Chi Yue's strength ranked in the top 5 of his class, yet he was defeated just like that. How is that student so powerful? Yuan Feng was in shock. Lin Zixin is still hiding a lot of his true strength, otherwise, this would be impossible. Shuji was terrified. The Lin Zixin, who normally seems so strong, it turns out that wasn't even his real power. Hiyu looked on in awe. Is this guy even human? He coldly looked down at the elite class. Who's next? The students' faces turned pale with fear. No one dared to step up. Half an hour later, the remaining 29 students from the third-year class were completely annihilated. Lin Zixin wondered, just how far has the natural selection process reached? Suddenly, a system panel appeared. He looked at it and thought, only 119 left? This growth rate is far too slow. In every class sparring session, I'm always the last one to fight. This can't go on any longer. My power level is already far beyond high school. If not for the need to follow the school's regulations, why bother? From now on, I'll set my own rules. The following Monday, a startled voice echoed through the office. What? Arrange a personal prize money challenge match for you? Lin Zixin's face was deadly serious. That's right. I want to challenge the entire school. The principal refused. You're only a first-year student. This is outrageous. The entire school? Are you being serious right now? What gives you that confidence? Shu Chen's voice was firm. Yes, I am. Principal, please come with me. I'm heading to the training hall, and I'll prove I have the power to back up my challenge. With that, the two of them made their way to the gym. The principal spoke first. Shu Chen, it's getting late. Why on earth did you bring me all the way out here? He shrugged off his jacket, replying, to show you my true power, of course. The principal thought to herself, worried, is this boy really about to put on a show? She tried to stop him. Wait, Shu Chen, hold on a second. But he was too fast, his hand already gripping the cold steel bar. With just one hand, he effortlessly lifted the 700-kilogram weight. The principal stared in utter shock, completely stunned. So this was the power he spoke of. The principal gasped, 700 kilograms. That's even greater than the power of Wu Tiancheng, the strongest first-year student in the entire school. All right, I'm convinced. I will arrange a special event for you. A solo stage to challenge the entire student body. He scratched his head. Hey, principal, make sure you set up some prizes. Without a reward, nobody will have the motivation to fight. It's best if there are two kinds. First, a participation prize to encourage everyone to step into the ring. And second, a cumulative prize pool. The more challengers I face, the bigger the pool gets. Whoever finally defeats me takes the entire pot, but if no one can, it's all mine. She smiled, satisfied. Don't you worry. Leave everything to your principal. I'll arrange it exactly as you've described. Shu Chen added, Principal, one more thing. Keep my true strength a secret. If they know how powerful I am, no one will dare to challenge me. The principal agreed. All right, you've got it. Sometime later, inside her private office, she pulled out a stack of documents. Shu Chen, take a look at this proposal for the challenge event. What do you think? He nodded, pleased. It's perfect. No issues at all. Thank you for your hard work, principal. The principal waved it off modestly. Oh, it was nothing, really. But the two teachers in the background were bewildered. What is happening here? Has the world turned upside down? Yuan Feng couldn't believe his eyes. At school, the demon principal always wore a terrifyingly stern expression. So why was she smiling so deferentially at Shu Chen? At 2 o'clock that afternoon, the entire student body gathered at the arena. Just as planned, the principal began the announcement, introducing his basic profile and recent accomplishments. Next, she detailed the rules and the incredible prizes. And just as expected, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. A buzz of disbelief swept through the students. Principal, are you serious? He's just a first year. And he's setting up a challenge stage for the entire school? He just beat a few second years and he's already this arrogant? He has no respect. He doesn't know his place. But Shu Chen simply declared, the challenge begins tomorrow. Every day during the 2-hour lunch break, I will be waiting at the arena in the training hall. I welcome anyone and everyone to come and test their skills. Inwardly, he was ecstatic. Perfect. It looks like plenty of people want a piece of me. At this rate, the natural selection process might be over ahead of schedule. Night fell over the bustling city streets. A strange woman walked along the road, a desperate look on her face. A couple of guys approached her. Hey there, gorgeous. All by yourself tonight? Care to join us for a few drinks at the bar? Hearing their offer, her face twisted in disgust. Not interested. Get lost. The two men walked away, annoyed. Oh, what a bore. No fun at all. Destined to be single forever, she thought bitterly. Seriously, is this how things work in Shanghai City? All I need is one perfect, 10 out of 10 handsome guy. So why can't I find one after all this time? Every man who walks down this street is so average. If I can't complete this sacrificial mission perfectly, what will the great leader think of me? Will I be cast out of the cult? At first, I considered targeting some male celebrities, but they're always surrounded by bodyguards. As a mere newcomer to the rat god cult, I simply don't have the power to pull something like that off. The mission deadline is almost here. What am I going to do? But then she saw a figure jogging past, and her eyes lit up with a predatory gleam. She stared at Shu Chen. Now that's handsome. It's like the old saying, to search far and wide for something, only to find it when you least expect it. A wicked grin spread across the cultist's face. You're the one. She watched as her target jogged down a dark alley. The woman's face began to contort and shift. This alley seems to be deserted. Her body mutated, transforming into a hideous rat-like creature. Time to make my move. But suddenly, a brick flew through the air, slamming directly into its face. The rat mutant shrieked in pain, clutching its head. What just happened? Shu Chen's voice cut through the darkness, cold as ice. I can't believe it. I just came out for a jog and ended up catching a rat man. A mutated rat form. Another step towards unlocking my speed enhancement. The creature fell to its knees, terrified. This guy. He's beyond terrifying. And he's spouting nonsense I can't even understand. How could I be this unlucky? The rat mutant began to slam its head on the ground over and over. Shu Chen watched, completely baffled. What in the world? I just hit him with a single brick. And he's already down for the count. Are there really members of the rat god cult this pathetic? Oh well, no point in overthinking it. I'll just absorb its life essence quickly. Gotta be quick, before someone comes along. Wait, my power only went up by 1 point? That's it. No wonder this rat man was so completely useless. Still, for safety's sake, I probably shouldn't go out jogging at night for a while. After all, not all the cult's followers can be this pathetic. I know for a fact that some members of the rat god cult are terrifyingly powerful. His mutated body was so powerful, it could even withstand gunfire. The next day, when Zishin woke up, he heard the news. At 3 a.m. last night, the City Police HQ, guided by the Shanghai Evolution Academy, launched a joint operation, completely wiping out the rat god cult. He sat up, drying his hair. The rat god cult was annihilated. The one who defeated the Rat King was Wu Tiancheng, an instructor from the Shanghai Academy, a gene fusion user with a high-tier creature rank. In that battle, Tiancheng unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on the mutant rat. In an instant, his immense power completely crushed it. The entire fight lasted a mere 30 seconds, an overwhelming victory. Zishin was stunned by the footage. So this was the true power of a high-tier being. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit, skyscraping tower, a man raised his glass. Any word from the teacher, Tiancheng? Tiancheng sighed. Still missing.
The group of experts who went to Riot Zone number 36 back then vanished without a trace. He wondered,
What's the status of Zone 36 now? His superior replied, It's stable enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to be here. A few small fries managed to escape during the chaos of that cleanup. The man looked puzzled. Small fries? The city's entire security force was helpless against the Rat King. But to a high-level genius like you, I suppose it really was just a small fry. Since you're here, why not visit your old school and give a lecture? Tiancheng refused. Boss, I'm not an idle man. I have a real job. His superior countered. Inspiring. Adorable young students is a job, isn't it? Elsewhere, in a deep pit lit only by the moon, the true Rat King was seething. At first, it just ate stray animals. Then, it moved on to the tender flesh of young humans. After devouring a high-level person, it finally took on a human form. I went through so much trouble to bring you here. Your job was to dig tunnels and strengthen our race. Instead, you ran around devouring humans, causing such a huge scene. The Rat King raged, raising its massive foot to stomp down. It roared, Tell me, don't you deserve to be erased? The mutant rat trembled. My lord, I beg you, just give me one more chance. The Rat King declared coldly, I can give you a chance. But as it spoke, its claws shot towards its subordinate's head. You just have to pay the price. The only thing left was the mutant rat's agonizing screams. The Rat King grumbled, the eyes of a sewer rat. They smelled disgusting. It longed to devour its subordinate whole, but the taste was exquisite. Still, you were clever enough. You knew to hide behind the scenes and enjoy yourself, while letting your own brother pose as the Rat King and take the fall. But if you don't start digging tunnels for me, you will be the next to be eliminated. The next day, the school was buzzing. That's the guy who wants to challenge the entire school. Lin Zishin, he's just a first year. He really doesn't know his place. He's heading to the gym, let's go watch the show. Zishin ignored the gossip and checked his phone. The top news story. 9 surviving remnants of the rat god cult had escaped. He saw the bounty and considered it. 50,000 for each fugitive, but if I run into them, survival comes first. I'll worry about the reward money after I avoid the danger. A short while later, the gym was packed with spectators. Zishin stood on the stage, scanning the crowd. Quite a turnout, huh? His eyes sharpened. All the more rewards for me, then. Qing Han made an announcement. All challengers can enter a prize drawing. We have incredible prizes, first come, first served. The students erupted. I heard the new game console is a prize, and the latest fruit phone. If I draw, can I touch Qing Han's hand? The fanboy's eyes lit up with excitement. I want a challenge. Suddenly, a girl leaped onto the stage, kicking that guy in the face. Let me go first. The female students got fired up. I'm joining too. Junior Zishin is mine. Girls cheered from every direction. We won in 2. One girl grabbed his arm, thinking, I can feel it. This arm is so strong. Another blushed. His face is so handsome up close. Before he knew it, the girls were clinging to him from all sides. Zishin panicked internally.
Okay, this situation is getting seriously weird. As much as I hate to fight girls, for the sake of my achievement points.
He quickly unleashed a blast of force, sending them all flying. One by one, they were pushed off the stage. Zishin's moves were like a hurricane as he spoke. My apologies. Immediately, a system notification appeared. Natural selection, 309 out of 1,000. A girl who was knocked off spoke up. I want to challenge again. Zishin reminded her. Failed challengers can't try again. The female students complained. Why is it like this? I just wanted to touch him again. Just then, a male student stepped forward. Lin Zishin, right? I've been itching to knock you down a peg. It's my turn to teach this brat a lesson. But moments later, he was being thrashed by Zishin. The system count updated. 419. Zishin unleashed a relentless flurry of blows, and the student couldn't even fight back. Just like that, time flew by, and soon it was 4 o'clock. He's already taken down so many challengers. Is there anyone else left? Just then, a confident voice cut through the crowd. I'll take you on. The audience instantly erupted. It's Yan Xiaoxuan, the ruler of the second-year elite class. Someone asked, between these two, who do you think will win? Another replied, Yan Xiaoxuan is an elite. They aren't even in the same league. That year, he single-handedly defeated an entire group, but was ultimately crushed by Chen Wuxing, who was a full rank above him. Xiaoxuan leaped onto the stage, his voice booming, Junior, I was once as reckless as you, but then someone taught me a harsh lesson. That's when I learned there's always someone stronger out there. Today, I will teach you your first real lesson, how to be a genius without being arrogant. Zishin couldn't care less. Teacher, can we start now? The referee gave the signal, and the match began. While his opponent was still talking trash, Junior, I suggest a fist slammed right into his face. A fierce battle exploded on the stage. Zishin cleaned out his ear, looking bored. Finally, some peace and quiet. The audience was in shock. Did Yan Xiaoxuan really just get beaten by Lin Zishin like that? Suddenly, a slow, deliberate clap echoed from below. It drew everyone's attention. The crowd buzzed with excitement. It's Chen Wuxing. He must be here to reclaim Xiaoxuan's honor. The school's #1 student had arrived to issue a challenge. Zishin blinked. The school's #1? Is this the part where the little guy gets beaten and calls his big brother for help? As Wuxing vaulted into the ring, he spoke. I never expected Yan Xiaoxuan would actually lose to a punk like you. Zishin just asked, Teacher, are we ready to start? Wuxing flared up in anger. Hey, brat, can't you let me finish my sentence? The teacher announced, Begin. Instantly, Wuxing charged. It seems the only way to get you to listen is to beat you down first. The two of them rushed at each other. Zishin simply said, My deepest apologies. And then he kicked his opponent high into the air. I'm a very busy person. Wuxing screamed in disbelief as he flew. Impossible. The students below stared, their jaws on the floor. Zishin pointed into the crowd. Hey you, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and get in the ring. A dazed student pointed to himself. Who? Me. Zishin nodded. Yes, you. You haven't fought me yet. The student stepped up trembling. You have to go easy on me later. He thought to himself, well, I'm already here. If it wasn't for the prize raffle, I wouldn't be doing this. And just like that, Zishin took him down. The system announced, Progress +1. Another challenger steeled his nerves. I'm already here, so there's no shame in losing. I just want to win that new fruit phone. Immediately after, Zishin defeated challenger after challenger with ease. A long line of students were all served a brutal defeat by Zishin. The system notifications chimed non-stop. He used simple, decisive moves to launch his opponents right out of the ring. The system announced, in the main competition, use the most primitive method of combat. A flicker of excitement appeared in Zishin's eyes. Finally, Zishin looked at the system panel and thought, a simple, raw damage boost. It's primitive, but extremely practical. But it doesn't specify the exact amount the damage increases. He leaped off the stage. The challenge was over. The crowd began to disperse. A student muttered, It ended so fast. I wanted to see more. Afterward, Zishin left with Qinghan. They walked out of the gymnasium. Soon, all the students had flooded out. A short while later, the door to the principal's office opened. The principal smiled. Congratulations to you. You actually managed to claim the #1 spot in the entire school. You even defeated Chen Wuxing. You're definitely still hiding your true strength, aren't you? He calmly replied. That's right, but just a little. She retorted. I suspect it's more than just a little. Not long ago, Chen Wuxing participated in the special enrollment exam for Capital University. He lifted 690 kilograms with one hand. Based on that number, yours must be at least 800 kilograms. Zishin replied, Principal, you're as perceptive as ever. I'm at 790 kilograms. He thought to himself, I still can't let her know my true power. The principal just smiled. I knew it. Suddenly, he asked the principal, When will the 8,810 yuan prize money be deposited into my account? She pulled out her phone. All right, I'll transfer it to you now. She sighed internally. This kid truly only has money on his mind. The principal said, Zishan, from now on you'll represent the school. He cut her off. Principal, Shen, Qinghan, and I both really like to swim. Would it be possible for us to use the swimming pool in the gym? We'd like to use it anytime we want, and moreover, while we're using it, no one else is allowed inside. She nodded. I understand. You can have it. Zishan was surprised she agreed so quickly. He added, I don't like people seeing me when I'm wearing a swimsuit, so when we use it, I'll be covering the cameras in there. The principal's mind began to race. A boy and a girl alone together is one thing, but they're covering the cameras too. She imagined an embarrassing scenario. Could this boy possibly want to? The principal took out a key. If that's what you want, then of course I'll satisfy all your requests. From now on, that place will be your private pool. Just be careful, and try not to cause any incidents involving loss of life. Hearing those words, he was completely stunned. Loss of life. As Han Xing left the room, he clutched the key, his mind racing. Now was the chance to finally discover the true nature of her mysterious ability. She spoke up first. Shen Xiao, there's something I need to ask you. He grew curious. What is it? Han Xing pleaded, I signed up for a singing competition. I practice my part until it's perfect, but I need someone to help me with the chorus. Chen Xiao, could you practice with me tonight? He agreed instantly. Of course, I can. A smile lit up her face as she left. That's great then. But inside, Chen Xiao wondered, why is this competition so important to her? Hopefully, this will give her the confidence she needs. As night fell, the city lights began to glow. Han Qing happily showed off her singing talent for him. Meanwhile, Jian Ye fretted, Honey, the kids are all grown up now. Isn't it a bit improper for a young man and woman to be alone in a room? Meng Si shot back. They've been inseparable since they were children. What right does an old man like you have to object? Listen here, old Shen, I suggest you mind your own business. Their bickering voices easily reached Chen Xiao's ears. He gently interrupted. Han Xing, we've been at this for half an hour. It's almost time for class. Tomorrow after school, let's go to the school's swimming pool to practice. Remember to bring your swimsuit. She agreed. Okay. Han Xing waved goodbye to Chen Xiao, and he replied, See you tomorrow. The moment she was alone, her thoughts began to run wild with embarrassment. The swimming pool? Han Xing looked through her clothes, wondering, which swimsuit should I wear? She laid them out on her bed, trying to find the perfect one. Han Xing shyly held one up. Is this too revealing? Her face flushed red, just imagining swimming with him. She quickly stuffed it into her bag. Besides, it'll just be me and Chen Xiao at the pool. The next day at school, the air was clean and quiet. Inside the deserted swimming pool, a single figure stood waiting. It was Chen Xiao, already in his swimwear, standing with his arms crossed. He glanced up at the camera, thinking, Don't worry, you can count on me. Suddenly, Chen Xiao heard a voice call from behind him. Chen Xiao. It was Han Qing, running towards him in a stunning swimsuit. She spoke with a graceful, apologetic tone. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Xiao warned her. Slow down. Be careful. It's slippery. But his heart was pounding. She's so cute. A blush crept onto his face. Come on, let's get in the water and train. And with that, they both jumped into the water and began their practice. Chen Xiao took Han Qing's hand, their eyes meeting in a tender gaze. Her eyes sparkled with pure happiness as she looked at him. As they stared at one another, Han Qing pointed upwards with her hand. Chen Xiao then wrapped his arm around her and swam toward the surface. Once they broke through the water, Han Qing wrapped her arms around his neck. He asked with concern, What's wrong, Han Qing? She playfully splashed the water and said, Chen Xiao, water can pass right through me. Han Qing scooped up some water and urged him. Look at this. The droplets immediately trickled through her hand. It went right through my hand again. Han Qing was bewildered. This is so strange. Why is water flowing through my body like this? Chen Xiao fell into deep thought. Could this be Han Qing's superpower? He suddenly grabbed her hand and demanded, Let me see your hand for a second. He understood immediately. Other than water passing through it, there was nothing unusual. Chen Xiao took her hand and started pulling her along. Let's go over there. I'll help you check if there are any other parts of your body that water can pass through. Startled by Chen Xiao's sudden action, she couldn't help but blush. A while later, Han Qing was lying on a table with a mortified expression. Right now, Chen Xiao was testing her body with water. Han Qing asked nervously, How much longer will this take? He analyzed the situation. I've run the test 3 times, but your body shows no abnormalities. It seems for now, only your hands have this ability. He helped her sit up. So that's what it is? Chen Xiao, you said I couldn't hold my pee since I was little. Could it be that some part of my body has always been permeable to water? Chen Xiao replied, that's a definite possibility. Next time you feel like you can't hold it, you have to let me know immediately. Ah, and try to feel it out for yourself. See if any other part of your body feels the same way your palms do. He thought to himself, I almost sounded like a total creep just now. At that moment, Han Qing looked at her hands with pure joy. In other words, I'm not some useless girl. I'm a person with a superpower related to water. A day will come when my powers will be fully unleashed. I might even be able to stand beside Chen Xiao and become his perfect other half. As night descended, the streets buzzed with bustling crowds. Inside a certain shop, an employee greeted a customer cheerfully, hello and welcome. Suddenly, a black card was tossed onto the counter, startling her. Chen Xiao calmly made his request. I want 100 kilograms of violent vulture meat delivered to this address. The employee took the card, her mind reeling. Right away, sir. She thought to herself, it's him again. Just what kind of young master is this, spending money so lavishly? A short time later, the delivery arrived. The delivery person reminded him, please give us a good rating for our service. And as he held the large box, he mused to himself, I just happened to receive 120,000 yuan in royalties this morning. In total, I now have around 210,000. That should be enough for 100 pounds of this savage rock meat. Now, let's see what kind of surprise this blueprint has in store for me. A system notification flashed. You have devoured a significant amount of life essence. Suddenly, Zichen appeared in another dimension, a place that looked like a vast ocean. Massive waves crashed down, drenching his hair. At the same time, a colossal foot with sharp talons snatched a giant octopus from the depths. He stood his ground and looked at the system prompt. You have successfully unlocked the Savage Rock blueprint. Sky's eye vision and motion capture abilities have been enhanced. A strange golden light immediately began to glow from Zichen's eyes. Beams of light shot from his gaze, extending far across the city. Zichen's vision locked onto a pedestrian who was absorbed in their phone. He could clearly see the content on the screen, thinking to himself, the eagle eye ability is truly powerful. At last, Zichen returned to his familiar home. He glanced over and saw his father and mother glued to the news. The report stated that a third-tier gene-fused individual had recently mutated in public, causing casualties in the hundreds. Gene fusion is the wrong path, his father declared. Throughout history, only demons have craved to become human. Never have humans wanted to become demons. If we keep trying, we will become higher life forms. Someone on the show stood up to object. That's just a fairy tale. Without gene fusion users, we couldn't even block a bullet. Yan Sheng chimed in with his own thoughts. To be blunt, gene fusion is like an uncontrollable bomb. Once a mutation occurs, it's a catastrophe. Wanan disagreed. That's a baseless worry. The government's control over this is extremely strict, so the chances of that happening are minuscule. Instead of worrying about mutation, we should be worried about the inheritance of gene fusion. After all, they lose the ability to reproduce. His father nodded. That's true, which is why it's necessary to store more before undergoing gene fusion, or find a partner to have children with. Those words made his mother freeze in stunned silence. Wanan turned around. Xiao Chen, you're back? She thought to herself. Did we just say something inappropriate in front of our son? Yan Sheng also scratched his head awkwardly. Xiao Chen, you're home. Let's go eat dinner first. As they sat at the table, Zichen spoke up. Our school is holding a singing competition tomorrow. Han Han signed up to participate. His father was surprised. Really? Then our whole family will definitely be there to cheer for Han Han. His mother agreed. Of course, Han Han is like a daughter to me. Zichen just ate quietly, watching the awkwardness fade from his parents' faces. The next evening, the school stadium was buzzing with energy. Yan Sheng and Wanan were especially excited, cheering, Shen Qing Han, you're the best. Inside a classroom, Qing Han and Zichen had a private moment. He was helping her with her makeup, while she kept nodding off. She opened her eyes and asked, Xiao Chen, why are you staring at me like that? A gentle smile formed on Zichen's face as he praised her. You're beautiful. His words flustered Qing Han, who gripped her skirt tightly to calm her nerves. Suddenly, Chu Xin walked in with a teasing look on her face. Are you two done being all lovey-dovey? Qing Han quickly explained, I just asked Xiao Chen for help because he's good at makeup. It's not a confession or anything. Chu Xin covered her mouth. I get it. What's a little innocent love between a husband and wife? At this point, he was like a beauty expert, thinking that having too many skills wasn't always a good thing. Chu Xin then started to leave. I don't want to be a third wheel. I just wanted to remind you that after 2 more acts, it'll be our turn on stage. She then closed the door and left as Qing Han replied, I know. Zichen packed up his things. All right, Let me walk you out so you can get ready. But suddenly, Ching Han stood up, her body trembling uncontrollably. She stumbled forward, grabbing the hem of his shirt and calling his name. Xiao Chen. I. And then, Ching Han couldn't hold it in any longer and wet herself. Mortified, she whispered. I couldn't hold it in again. Ching Han burst into tears. Xiao Chen, what do I do? It's almost my turn to perform with Chu Xin. We practiced for so long. If all our effort goes down the drain because I wet myself, she'll hate me. Zichen quickly tried to calm her down. Don't cry. If you cry anymore, we'll have to do your makeup all over again. But she couldn't stop the tears. Just then, an idea sparked in his mind. Zichen's eyes lit up. He had found a solution. He spotted the white curtain by the windowsill. That's it. Zichen quickly bent down and found a pair of scissors in a desk drawer. Then, he reached over and pulled down the white curtain. Zichen then began to cut the fabric with meticulous, gentle snips. All the while, Ching Han's tears continued to fall. She stared, confused by his actions, and quietly called his name, Xiao Chen. He held up the finished outfit and said, It's done. Hurry to the bathroom and change. Ching Han blushed. You don't have to. Xiao Chen, just turn around. I'll change right here. Hearing that, Zichen's face turned beet red with embarrassment. He quickly turned his head away and managed to reply, Okay. Next, she slowly began to pull her dress off. The rustling sounds unconsciously drifted into Zichen's ears. They both grew flustered, their faces as red as tomatoes. At that moment, Ching Han struggled to tie the knot behind her back. A voice reminded him, Xiao Chen, you can turn around now. Xiao Chen thanked her. I think I cried it all out, so I'm not feeling so nervous anymore. Xu Chen patted Ching Han's head. Let's go. I hope the performance goes off without a hitch. On stage, an announcer's voice boomed. Next up, let's welcome contestant pair number 20 to the stage, Li Chuxin and Shen Qinghan. A short while later, the results were in. The winners of this year's school singing competition are Li Chuxin and Shen Qinghan. Standing in the crowd, he applauded her incredible effort. Meanwhile, a teacher was yelling about which little devil had cut the window curtains, and so the two of them ended up cleaning the classroom together. Xu Chen thought, is this our penance for cutting the curtains? Suddenly, the system interface appeared, startling him. Multiplayer cooperation accumulated. Strength increased. Seeing this, a smile spread across Xu Chen's face. An unexpected reward. Afterwards, the female students continuously praised her. Qinghan, your singing was beautiful. After school, let's go sing together. You're so amazing, maybe you can teach me a few things. Qinghan happily replied, Of course. The singing competition had truly helped Qinghan regain her confidence. And as her confidence returned, her progress in martial arts also improved. As for him, he was being celebrated by everyone. Xiao Chen, you're incredible. A guy actually won the championship. Our captain is the G.O.A.T. After 5 years, our school, finally, modeled. He dominated the competition. Just like that, Zichen conquered one martial arts tournament after another, eventually signing a contract to become the spokesperson for the Havu Dojo. The advance from his endorsement, plus the royalties from his novel, totaled 900,000. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. It was almost enough to unlock the next beast diagram. The delivery man greeted him cheerfully. We meet again, handsome. This time, you've chosen the hidden breath dragon, a lizard famous for its stealth. Zichen quickly absorbed the system's power. You have devoured a large amount of life essence. You have successfully unlocked the hidden breath dragon diagram and received its biological trait, natural camouflage, by suppressing the body's life force. To reduce your presence, Zichen considered the new ability. It had two functions, reducing his presence for evasion or sneak attacks, and also concealing his true power level. With his main objective complete, he still had one task left, the cake his mother asked him to buy. Time to grab it and head home. Suddenly, he heard a sharp shout. Just cooperate. Zichen looked over and saw a woman being escorted under heavy guard. A man approached him. Zichen? What a coincidence. Zichen replied in surprise, Senior Zhang Kai. His eyes fell on the man's leg, noticing the advanced cybernetics. Zhang Kai explained that after failing high school, he'd lived recklessly, breaking his leg in a motorcycle crash so badly it had to be amputated. Luckily, I joined the Mecha God Corporation's body modification experiment. I never expected to be transformed from a disabled person into a cyborg. Zichen gestured to the prisoner. So, who is she? Zhang Kai answered. She's a remnant of the divine rat cult, the only woman among the 9 remnants. Someone called out, Zhang Kai, stop chatting. Let's go. He replied, All right, we'll talk later. I'm off. Zichen waved. See you around. A thought sparked in his mind. The Security Bureau had been hunting the divine rat cult remnants for so long with no results. Yet, the Mecha God Corporation captured one so easily. It seemed this corporation was far more powerful than he'd realized. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone broke his train of thought. It was Wan Xin. "Little Chen, did you get it? When are you coming home?" Zi Chen replied, "I'm buying it now. I'll be home right after." She reminded him, "Be safe on your way." Han Han and he were born only a day apart. So every year, their families celebrated their birthdays together. And this year, their 18th was no exception. Someone prompted them, "You beautiful young couple, exchange your gifts." Qing Han spoke up, "Little Chen, this is for you." Zi Chen replied, "Han Han, this is my gift to you." Suddenly, the very ground began to tremble, violently shaking the entire house. Yan Sheng shouted, "It's an earthquake." Zi Chen frowned. Something feels wrong. Meanwhile, deep beneath Shanghai City, a secret was unfolding. The news reported the tremor in Shanghai City was just a minor, ordinary earthquake. According to relevant departments, Shanghai City is not on a tectonic plate. The public was urged not to panic. Zi Chen stood up. "Mom, Dad, I'm done eating. I'm going to school now." Wan Xin reminded him, "Be careful on your way." A short while later, he ran into Qing Han. She said, "Little Chen, let's walk to school together." He agreed. "Sure." Qing Han began, "We've had our 18th birthday now, so we're adults." Zi Chen nodded. "And the college entrance exams are right around the corner." She worried. "Just thinking about it makes me nervous." After some time, he finally had enough money to unlock the diagram of the Voidman fish system. "You have devoured a massive amount of the Void Fish's life essence." Instantly, a massive fish head materialized in the water, while high in the sky, a great eagle spread its wings as the giant fish swam endlessly below. Zi Chen stared at the system. This should be enough to defend against sneak attacks. First, I'll head to the mall to test its effects. Just as I thought, the real world is filled with ordinary people. Next up, I'll unlock this diagram. I might even get my hands on the living slug's healing ability. But man, this thing is way too expensive. 100,000 a month in royalties just isn't cutting it. It looks like I'll have to find a new source of income after the college entrance exams. The skies are clear over the pristine landscape of Shanghai City, and within a luxurious skyscraper, its most powerful figures convene. Inside the minister's office, a woman of immense authority listens intently as a teacher reports on the latest academic results. The overall educational performance of the cities in Nanjiang province this year is nearly identical to the last. Qianchuan City still holds the top spot, as expected, followed by Changzhou, Nangguan, Shanghai, Daoshan, and finally, Haiyuan. Principal Yuan. That concludes the report on the provincial education situation this year. She sips her tea. "You've worked hard." He then asks, "Principal Yuan, what's the current situation at origin site number 36? The principal replies, "It's been stabilized for the most part. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to oversee the provincial entrance exams." He thinks to himself, "Thank goodness. Or the entire Jiangnan province would have been doomed." She then rises from her seat. "There's nothing else for you here. You may go." The teacher nods. "Of course. Call me if you need anything, ma'am." And just like that, the office door closes, leaving her in silence. The principal sighs, lost in thought. "It's been years since I've taken on a disciple." She gazes at her own reflection in the window pane. Outside, the sky is a brilliant blue over calm waters. In this world, the martial arts entrance exam is a grueling 9-day trial. Day 1 begins with a written test in the morning to assess theoretical knowledge, followed by a physical fitness test in the afternoon. Students are pushed to their limits in a series of intense physical trials. From day 2 to day 8, it's time for the combat assessment. Every martial arts candidate in the province is sent into a dense jungle for a brutal wilderness survival test. And on the 9th and final day, they undergo compatibility testing for gene fusion and mechanical augmentation. Today, June 7th, marks the first day of the exam. Qing Han and Zichen walk together down the long path to the testing center. Suddenly, she gently tugs on the hem of his shirt to get his attention. Qing Han's eyes are filled with tears. "Zichen, I'm so nervous. What if I wet myself during the test?" Zichen quickly flashes a reassuring, radiant smile. He pulls her into his arms. "Don't worry about a thing. Your theory knowledge is excellent, and you're already wearing adult diapers, right? Just do your best in there." Qing Han blushes. "I will. You do your best too." Zichen replies, "Let's do this together." A while later, inside the exam hall, everyone is focused on their papers. But Zichen is bored out of his mind. "And I'm done. There's still plenty of time left. Why not brainstorm some novel plots?" Later, he notices Qing Han looking completely dejected. Did Han Han not do well on the test? He tries to comfort her. We're martial arts students. We just need to pass the written portion. You don't need to chase a high score. But Qing Han says, oh, I did great on the test. You don't need to console me. Zichen is confused. Then why do you look so miserable? She glances away, her face burning with embarrassment. I wet myself. Wait here for a second. I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back. Zichen calls after her. Hurry up. The physical exam is about to start. Later, the results are announced. Lin Zichen's final score, a one-handed lift of 950 kilograms. The other students are stunned. That's insane. His 100-meter dash time was monstrous, too, and a vertical leap of 19 meters. He's a total beast. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Qing Han walks over. Zichen asks with concern, Han, how did you do? She answers, my 100-meter dash was 9.32 seconds, and my vertical leap was 1.62 meters, and my one-handed lift was 125 kilograms. Even so, I'm nowhere near your level. Zichen pats her head. But you're already a top-tier female scholar. Just then, Hiyu runs up. Zichen, Han, the written exam scores are out. I heard Wang Shuji and Lu Gang both scored over 80. I was just 1 point shy. What about you guys? Qing Han anxiously checks her score. Her face lights up. 82 points. Zichen praises her. Higher than me. That's amazing. Han. They both turn to look at him, and Hiyu asks, what about you, Zichen? Zichen simply holds up his results. A perfect 100. Her eyes sparkle with admiration. You're incredible, Zichen. Another student grits his teeth. That guy, he's the same freak of nature as always. Later, as they walk home, Qing Han breaks the silence. Zichen, the week-long combat exam starts tomorrow. I wonder what the forest at the test site will be like. He takes her hand. Don't worry, I'll be there to protect you. Qing Han smiles brightly. Then I'll stick right by your side. Elsewhere, a voice speaks from behind a crow mask. The combat exam begins tomorrow. You will use your position as a security officer to obstruct and control the top 10 geniuses. He offers a small box. Inside, you will find 10 pills. Demon Seed. Crow Mask insisted, it can be a great help to you. If you handle this well, I'll introduce you to my superiors and make you an official member of our organization. The man hesitated. I'm not in a hurry to become an official member. What I want right now is a variant fruit. Crow Mask scoffed. Young man, you are truly short-sighted. A single variant fruit can, at most, help you evolve to the 7th stage. If you join us, you could become a high-level being. At such a tempting offer, the man swallowed hard. He quickly agreed, you're right. Becoming an official member of the organization should be my first priority. The rewards will be far greater. Students, we are approaching the site for this combat assessment. All candidates, please prepare to disembark. Zichen gently woke Qing Han. Han, we're at the exam site. Wake up. She blinked awake, her eyes hazy with sleep as she asked, we're already here? All candidates at gate number 9, please exit the bus and proceed to the assembly point. Countless scorecards have been placed throughout the forest. Each one is marked with a number, and each number corresponds to a point value. These cards are hidden in difficult locations, like treetops, cliffsides, guarded by fierce beasts, and even attached to variant beasts. Every beast and variant is monitored by security personnel. You can call for help in an emergency, but the price for that is immediate disqualification. Monstrous beasts lurk deep within the forest. Contestants remain calm. Beyond individual scores, your final combat evaluation will be based on your recorded performance. 1 million contestants have entered the fray, but only 500,000 scorecards exist. More than half of you will be eliminated. Collaboration and competition are both encouraged. You can team up to share cards, or simply take them from others. You have 1 hour to prepare before entering the testing grounds. The students erupted into chaos. My father is a senior manager at the Mecha God Corporation. Anyone willing to carry me will be handsomely rewarded. Another student's eyes lit up. I'll carry you. I'm the top scholar from the genius class at Changju's #1 high. A teacher's voice boomed. First warning, blatantly forming teams is forbidden. The student immediately flinched. My apologies. Other students swarmed a different boy. Lin Zichen, you're so strong. Please, let me join you. His reply was cold and sharp. I refuse. A girl asked, what's wrong? Just then, Junping approached them. Excuse me, classmate, I'm feeling a little hungry. Would you be willing to sell me some of your food? Zichen tossed a food pack to him. No need to pay, it's yours. Junping caught it, stunned. Wow, you're a really good guy. In that case, how about we form a team? I'm Hong Junping, from the elite rocket class at Chanquan Academy. But Zichen refused. I appreciate the offer, but we're fine on our own. Jumping turned to leave. All right then. Thanks for the bag of snacks. Qinghan was puzzled. That person is so strange. There are dozens of food stalls here, yet he came all the way over to us. Zichen pointed out the obvious. His true intentions weren't about food. Who said we had a stunning beauty with us? She blushed. So he was just trying to hit on me. He took Qinghan's hand. Our time is almost up. Let's get moving. This would give Qinghan time to adjust to the rhythm of the hunt. They wouldn't charge deep into the forest just yet. Instead, they would start by searching for scorecards along the forest's edge. Zichen activated his special skill, Heavenly Vision. Instantly, the entire area unfolded before him like a map, and he began to give directions. There's a scorecard at the top of that tree. Go get it, she agreed. Okay. Qinghan leaped into the branches, holding the card high. Xiao Chen, I've got it. Immediately, he scanned another area with his powerful vision. They repeated this process over and over as a brilliant golden energy shimmered in Zichen's eyes. He guided her from one spot to the next. Before long, her hands were full of scorecards. Qinghan was ecstatic. Xiao Chen, you're incredible. How in the world are you doing this? But as they were celebrating, a familiar voice cut in. What a coincidence. It was Jumping, waving as he approached. We meet again. I've already secured 28 points, and a man like me repays his debts tenfold. But in his heart, he thought, she's so adorable. I have to make my move today. Jumping made his offer. How about I lead your team? We can split all the scorecards 3 ways. Zichen moved Qinghan behind him, his voice firm. We don't need a team, but if you really want to repay us, just hand over all the cards you're holding. Jumping's friendly expression vanished, his brow furrowing in annoyance. Enraged, he raised his fist. Classmate, this path is getting a little crowded. Then he swung his fist forward. A little too crowded for the both of us. Zichen casually ran a hand through his hair and replied, You're right, it is a bit narrow. And with an effortless motion, Zichen drove his fist into Jumping's gut. Immediately, his face contorted in agony as he coughed up blood. Zichen calmly took the cards from Jumping and led her away. Thanks for the donation. Qinghan was worried. Xiao Chen, will he be all right? Zichen replied, He'll be fine. I barely use any force. As time went on, he continued to help Qinghan find scorecards, even teaching her how to use them as weapons to hunt wild boars. Zichen instructed, aim carefully before you throw. Remember to be fast and precise. They even picked fruit from the trees and ate together. Together, they taught a harsh lesson to anyone who dared to ambush them. The two of them defeated enemies everywhere they went. When they were tired, they would lean on each other to rest, truly wishing these moments could last just a little bit longer. Qinghan's voice grew tense. Xiao Chen, we've reached the central beast zone. Xiao Chen, it looks like we're too late. All the mutated beasts have been. It was over. Qinghan looked crushed. What a shame. If only we had gotten here sooner, that monster-slaying prodigy would have been you. Zichen tried to console her. There's nothing to regret. A title like that is meaningless. Anyway, he took her hand. Come on, we should head back. Inside, Zichen knew the truth. With cameras and security guards everywhere. Even if he had killed the beast, he couldn't have absorbed its core. It was far more valuable to help Qinghan with her wilderness survival training. With the combat trial finished, the next test began. Gene fusion compatibility. Everyone moved to the island's Gene Research Institute. The guide announced, Everyone, please line up at the testing windows. A moment later, a voice boomed, Next. Qinghan wondered, Zichen, those reagents over there, are they for the gene fusion compatibility test? He nodded. That's right. That's the flowing cloud jellyfish gene reagent, he explained. The genes of this particular beast have a very high affinity with humans. It easily triggers a special chemical reaction with human blood. Because of that, it's used as the standard reagent for this test. The method is simple. They extract fresh blood from each candidate right on the spot. Then, they inject it into the jellyfish reagent to initiate the reaction. Based on the intensity of that reaction, they can determine whether a candidate is suitable for gene fusion. He whispered nervously, I really hope I pass this. I absolutely do not want to go through the mechanical compatibility test. Chuzin shuddered. Exactly. I heard the mechanical modification test requires them to implant special alloy materials into your body, and the pain level is apparently equivalent to giving birth. The two of them clasped their hands, praying to the heavens. A moment later, it was Qinghan's turn, her entire body tensing up as they drew her blood. Zichen said, We should have the results in about an hour. People's reactions started pouring in. Someone shouted with joy, 8. My gene fusion compatibility is 8. I can become a gene warrior. Another slumped in despair. Only 4? I knew I could never become a gene warrior. Whew, I just barely passed. Amazing. Zichen thought to himself, a 6 is a pass, an 8 is elite, and a 10 is the standard for top universities like Capital University and Sanhei University. But that prodigy from the capital city scored a 16. My physical condition is much stronger than his. I should be able to reach 20. Qinghan tugged his arm. Zichen, I can't. I'm so nervous. He reassured her. It's okay. Everyone gets nervous. But deep down, he was worried. If Qinghan's compatibility was too low, she wouldn't be able to walk the same path as him. Suddenly, Chu Xian's shriek startled them. Oh my god, I qualified for 2 different universities. I can't believe it. I got a 10. He complained. Why did I only get 11? I was hoping for a 12 or 13. Zichen stood up. They were behind us in line and the results are out. Ours should be ready, too. Let's go check. Qinghan shook her head, terrified. I don't dare to look. You check first. And after, you're done. You can check for me. Zichen pulled out his phone. All right, I'll check for you in a minute. The screen displayed the result. Lin Zichen, gene fusion compatibility, 15. Qinghan hugged him excitedly. Zichen, with a score like that, you're guaranteed to be the provincial champion. But inside, Zichen felt a flicker of disappointment. Only 15, that's still not as high as the capital's prodigy. It seemed physical strength wasn't the only deciding factor for one's compatibility. He spoke up. Qinghan, it's time to check yours. She took a deep breath. Chu Xin tried to comfort her. Don't worry, Qinghan. Even a class slacker like me managed to get a 10. You'll definitely be fine. Suddenly, Zichen's eyes went wide with shock as he stared at the result. The others followed his gaze, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. The screen read, Shen Qinghan, compatibility result 21. At the Jiangnan Provincial Education Headquarters, high-ranking officials were busy reviewing the exam results. An officer announced, the gene fusion compatibility results from the various schools are in. Please take a look. After the data was projected, the room buzzed with discussion. I can't believe it. This year's provincial champion came from Shanghai Middle School. Principal Bai beamed with pride. We have a champion. She thought to herself, well done, Zichen. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You've brought great honor to me as principal. But just as everyone assumed Zichen was the champion, Qinghan's test result appeared, stunning the entire room into silence. What? A 21? Is that a score a human being can actually achieve? Principal Bai was floored. Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen's childhood friend, but she always seems so ordinary. An official asked, what kind of student is this Shen Qinghan? The principal replied, her performance has always been average. Could there be an issue with the test results? The official sighed. This is unprecedented. It seems I'll have to make a trip there myself. The testing hall was in an uproar. What is this? 21? Is the machine broken? Qinghan was in a daze. Zichen, why is it 21? It has to be. Could there be a mistake? He walked over and took her hand. I don't think the test was wrong. You were born with a natural compatibility, a powerful affinity for water. The genes used in the test were from the flowing cloud jellyfish, a water attribute exotic beast, an incredibly strong one. It all clicked for Qinghan, so my attributes are perfectly compatible with water-type beasts. Does that mean I'm a genius? A wave of joy washed over her. Finally, I can stand beside Zichen. He smiled. This is great. Han. But suddenly, someone screamed, look over there. What is that? It was Dongji, riding atop a colossal tidal wave. A student shouted in awe, a dragon maiden. She's riding the waves. Is she some kind of heretic? Is she here to drown us all? Dongji stepped gracefully from the crest of the wave. Every staff member present bowed their heads in reverence. The students erupted in whispers. The vice principal. Could that be Yuan Dongji, the vice principal of Shanghai University? From the Yuan family, the 1,000-year-old martial arts clan. I heard the Yuans once slayed a dragon and fused with the dragon clan's genes. That's a water attribute fusion, isn't it? No wonder she can command the ocean itself. She strode forward, her gaze intense. Are you Shen Qinghan? Intimidated by her overwhelming aura, Qinghan meekly replied, yes, I am. Dongji waved a hand. Her command absolute. Draw her blood. 3 more samples. Retest everything. A staff member bowed. Understood. 3 more vials. Han, are you okay? Qinghan held up her arm. My hand's a little numb. A doctor called out, Shen Qinghan, please come with me. A short while later, she stood in the vice principal's office. Excuse me. Dongji slowly swiveled her chair around with a faint smile. The results are in. It's truly unbelievable. but all three tests came back at 21%. Ching Han was stunned. They did? The woman got straight to the point. I want to take you as my disciple. Ching Han couldn't believe her ears, pointing at herself. Me? Your disciple. Dongji nodded. Become my disciple. And feats like riding the waves will become second nature to you. Ching Han hesitated. This is all so sudden. Can I have some time to think about it? I have to ask Zichen first, she thought. But the vice principal was firm. There is nothing to consider. Becoming my student brings only advantages. With zero drawbacks, I am not only the vice principal of Shanghai University, but also a minister in the Department of Education. If we establish a master-disciple relationship, your admission to Shanghai University is guaranteed. Do you have anything else to say? Ching Han blushed. No, ma'am. Dongji pulled out her phone. Excellent. Let's add each other on WeChat. As Ching Han scanned the code, she thought, I'm being completely swept along by her pace. Oh, and one more thing, Dongji added. You are not my only disciple. She joined my tutelage 10 years before you. But she's around your age, so you will refer to her as your senior sister. I sent you her picture. I'll introduce you two when the time is right. Ching Han looked at the photo and saw a familiar face. Ching Shui. Her eyes widened. This is... A memory from her past surfaced, and she whispered the name, Bai Shui. Ching Han quickly asked, Master, what is my senior sister's name? Dongji looked surprised. Luo Tin Shui. Why? Do you know her? Ching Han shook her head. In elementary school, I had a close friend named Bai Shui, who looks exactly like her. But soon after we met, she transferred away. I was just wondering if they could be the same person. Dongji's voice was firm. Impossible. Ching Han, your gene fusion compatibility rate is higher than anything I have ever seen. Now, I will personally examine your body. Let's see if there's anything special about you. Ching Han agreed. Yes, master. Dongji then placed a hand on Ching Han's shoulder, channeling a stream of power to scan her entire being. Suddenly, the vice principal's expression shifted, her brow furrowing in deep concentration. Dongji pulled her hand back, a bewildered look on her face. How strange. Ching Han grabbed her arm, worried. Is something wrong with my body? Dongji shook her head. No. It's strange because it's too normal. This is clearly the body of someone with a 21% compatibility rate. For your own protection, I will change your official score to 16% and announce that publicly to deter those with malicious intent. Ching Han obediently replied, Yes, master. Dongji glanced at her phone. It's getting late. I have said all that needs to be said. You may go. As Ching Han reached the door, she turned back. Then, goodbye for now, master. The door clicked shut behind her. Alone in her office, Dongji immediately made a call. A voice on the other end answered. How did it go? Dongji replied, Father, that girl I told you about, the one with the 21% rate, I have accepted her as my disciple. The man sounded pleased. Good. Very good. You must cultivate this student carefully. Dongji continued, I've already investigated her background. It's clean. Furthermore, the boy ranks second. Lin Zichen. The two of them are childhood friends. This is no simple matter, her father remarked. Your new disciple is destined for greatness. When that time comes, the rewards our family will reap will be unimaginable. And one more thing, regarding the terrifying talent of this genius disciple of yours. Absolutely no one else can find out. Dongji understood. Yes, father. As night fell over the city, Zichen gave Ching Han a ride on his bike. His voice was laced with frustration. You're really something else. You know that. How could you just suddenly? Why would I accept a master out of the blue? She sighed, looking troubled. I feel weird about it too. It was all so sudden. He reassured her. Let's just wait and see for now. If this woman doesn't have any ill intentions, then it's fine. But if her character turns out to be questionable, we'll just end the master-disciple relationship ourselves once we're strong enough. Ching Han nodded in agreement. Just then, Wan Xin burst out from her room, waving excitedly. Xiao Chen. Ching Han. You're both back. Her voice was full of cheer. You're just in time. Tonight, we're all going to the Mingxiang restaurant to celebrate. She beamed. I heard Ching Han was the top scholar in the province. That's incredible. Zimeng added happily. This means Ching Han can go to the same university as Xiao Chen. It's perfect. Later, everyone raised their glasses in a toast to Ching Han and Xiao Chen for becoming the top and second scholars. Yan Sheng waved goodbye. It's getting late. Everyone, please get home safely. Shen Jian called back. You too. Let's do this again soon. As night descended upon the city, only the light of the full moon remained. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the quiet house. Wan Xin rushed to the door. Coming, coming. She saw Ching Han standing there, a slight blush on her cheeks. Qing Han, are you here for another sleepover with Xiao Chen? Qing Han explained awkwardly. Oh, no, I just have something really important. I need to discuss with him in person. Her face turning a deep red, she dashed inside. Aunt Wan Xin, I'm going to find Xiao Chen now. Wan Xin's mind raced. Important things are best said face to face. Could this be a confession? She ran to his door and knocked gently. Xiao Chen, I have something really important to tell you. Zichen opened the door, looking at Qing Han with concern. What is it? She stepped inside to explain. It's about that master I accepted this morning. Zichen's eyes widened. Your master? Qing Han sat on the bed, hugging a pillow close. My master performed a full examination on me today. The results showed nothing special. My body is completely ordinary, but as for the water my body leaks. She couldn't detect it at all. Zichen fell into deep thought. Even Dong Zi, a woman who can command the ocean's waves, couldn't see the secret hidden within Qing Han's body, her condition. It's far more mysterious than I ever imagined. He placed a hand on her shoulder. For now, we can't let anyone else know about this. If word gets out, we have no idea what the consequences could be. We need to wait until we're stronger and understand more. Then, we can investigate this slowly. There's no need to rush things. Qing Han nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. She pulled out her phone. Oh, right. There's one more thing. While I was at the base, my master mentioned, I have a senior marshal's sister. I saw a photo of her, and she looks almost exactly like Bai Shui. He took the phone, his expression growing serious as he looked. The resemblance is there, but their auras are completely different. Zai Chen's voice was low. But this background, where was this taken? Do you recognize it? Qing Han studied the picture, then shook her head. No idea. Let me ask my master. She quickly typed out a message. Master, where was this picture of my senior sister taken? Dong Ji's reply was swift. The origin lands. Qing Han typed again. Where is that? The master's response was cryptic. I only know it as the origin lands. You cannot ask more. Qing Han relayed the message to Zi Chen. She only knows it as the origin lands and can't say anything else. He sat down beside her. Then we'll have to put this aside for later. A moment later, Qing Han climbed onto the bed, settling down near Zi Chen, who was scrolling through his phone. She rested her cheek on the pillow, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Qing Han finally broke the silence. Xiao Chen. Do guys like it when women wear cheongsams? Hearing her question, Zi Chen paused. Was she influenced by her new master? An image of Qing Han in a cheongsam flashed through his mind. He blushed slightly. They can be beautiful. He thought to himself, if Qing Han wore one, she'd look amazing. Suddenly, Qing Han leaned over, pinning him to the bed. So, do you like them? His face burned. I like them, she pressed, moving closer. What about stockings? Black, white, or flesh-toned? Zichen was completely flustered. Why are you asking such weird questions? If I had to choose, maybe black or white. Qing Han was already tapping on her phone. Okay. Cheongsam and stockings. Ordered. He stared in confusion. What on earth was she up to? Just then, another knock echoed from the door. It was Wan Xin's voice, full of playful suggestion. Qing Han, your mother just dropped off your toiletries. Looks like you're staying the night. Qing Han took the bag, embarrassed. I didn't ask her to bring these. Why would she do this on her own? Wan Xin just smiled. It's fine. It's fine. You're both adults now. There's nothing wrong with sleeping in the same room. With a wink, Wan Xin closed the door, leaving the two of them alone. Qing Han looked at Zi Chen. Both of their faces were as red as ripe tomatoes. She walked over and emptied the bag onto the bed. It's fine. I'll just change and go to sleep. But then, Qing Han suddenly froze. What is this? Her eyes scanned the package, and she let out a small shriek. Ultra-thin natural latex condoms. Mortified, Qing Han threw it back into the bag. Why would my mom pack something like this? She scrambled off the bed in a panic. I'm going to go change now. Watching her flustered retreat, he sighed. Our mothers are really something else. The scene changes as Zi Chen calls out, let's go. Hold on tight. Both he and Qing Han have been accepted into the Evolution Academy at Shanghai University. Qing Han's arms wrapped tightly around Zi Chen's waist. She grinned, her voice full of excitement. Let's go. Like him, Qing Han had also signed a contract with the He Yu family's martial arts dojo. They were heading to the dojo for a promotional event when a voice suddenly called out, excuse me. Just moments after leaving, a strange group blocked their path. Liu Chuanwu spoke first, asking, Are you student Lin Zichen? Zichen stopped his bike, his voice laced with suspicion. Who are you? The man replied. allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liu Chuanwu, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. We've come today on behalf of the Tianren Pavilion. Hearing that name, Zichen paused. The Tianren Pavilion. He'd seen them in the news. They were an organization of purists, staunchly against gene fusion and mechanical body modification. They had a huge online presence, but it was mostly negative comments accusing them of corrupting the youth. The dean continued, "On behalf of the Tianren Pavilion, I've come to invite you to join us." Zichen's response was cold. "Move." But as he tried to pass, Chuanwu placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. "Could you spare a moment to talk? This brand new Apple phone is yours if you do." Zichen sighed, defeated. "This way, Dean Liu." Later, inside a coffee shop, the dean began his pitch. The Tianren Pavilion is dedicated to unlocking the potential of pure-blooded humans without relying on gene fusion or mechanical enhancements. Our goal is to break the limits of the common rank, evolving into high rank, rare rank, and even epic rank beings. And we have already achieved significant results. Watch this video, and you will understand. My own biological rank is a common grade 9. This is a recording of me defeating a high-rank gene fusion user. Zichen was stunned. Wu Tiancheng single-handedly taking down a member of the Beast God cult. In the ring, the Beast Man was relentlessly using his wings to dodge every attack. His feathers became deadly projectiles. If even one of them hit, it would cause devastating injuries. Just then, Tiancheng landed softly, concealing his wings. At that same moment, the Beast Man lunged forward, throwing another punch. But Tiancheng's counterattack was so powerful, it completely distorted his opponent's face. And with that, Tiancheng was sent flying, nearly thrown from the ring. Chuanwu explained further, "The human body is already invincible. Why borrow the power of other races? The future of humanity lies with purebloods who master body tempering." Zichen listened, but doubt lingered in his mind. Was this real? Was the video edited, or was Wu Tiancheng a fraud? The dean insisted with absolute certainty. "There is no post-processing on that video. I will continue to challenge other high-rank gene fusion users. You're welcome to come and watch anytime." Zichen had a question. "Why don't you just upload this video online? Wouldn't that be the best way to promote your Tianren Pavilion?" Chuanwu explained, "We want to, but the current regime forbids it." Zichen grew curious. "Why?" The dean elaborated, "The authorities believe that without an increase in biological rank, there is no future, and therefore, nothing worth promoting. But without promotion, we can't get more researchers, making a breakthrough nearly impossible. After all, quantity is what leads to a qualitative change. But if a genius like you were to join us, you wouldn't be, like me, stuck at common grade 9 after 50 years of hard training. You could surely evolve into a high-rank being." Zichen's mind reeled. Wait, 50 years? This man looked 50 at most. Chuanwu said confidently, "Don't be fooled by my youthful appearance. The truth is, I'm nearly 100 years old. I maintained this look thanks to the body tempering method." He prompted him. "If you don't believe me, search for my information on Beidou, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University." Zichen stared at the information, his thoughts racing. If body tempering really granted long life, he wondered if his parents could learn it. He scanned for more useful details. In his youth, he was the young master of the Liu family, the top martial arts clan in Namjiang province, the Liu-style martial arts. However, when the age of gene fusion arrived, they refused to adapt, and the entire family's legacy crumbled. And Liu Chuanwu, the clan's young master, ended up with his wife and children leaving him. He stubbornly refused the path of gene fusion, a path they had all supported. Zichen thought, if it were Han Han, she would never leave me. This is the bond between childhood sweethearts. Suddenly, his eyes froze on a particular line of text. Yuan Dongji. Wasn't that Han Han's master? And her relationship to Liu Chuanwu. Ex-wife. Son, Yuan Egsu Sheng. Daughter, Yuan Xiaoyi. The photos of his children were blurred out. Does this mean they're dead? Zichen glanced at the dean, reassessing him. This man was not to be underestimated. Chuanwu spoke with pride. Maintaining this appearance at nearly 100 years old is proof enough that pure-blooded humans have a brilliant future. That is precisely why our Tianren Pavilion exists. Do you know what Tianren means? It means humanity conquers heaven. Relying on gene fusion is relying on beasts. We can never surpass them. And in the end, we won't be able to stop their invasion, leading to the day humanity goes extinct. To alter the body, even cybernetic enhancement is the same. Many materials for mechanical body modification come from the beasts. It still relies on them. You can never truly surpass the beasts that way. Our celestial pavilion doesn't oppose gene fusion or cybernetic modification. But we are against betting humanity's entire future on these two methods. We should rely on them to survive, but only in the early stages. During that time, we must research another path and prepare for what comes next. Student Lin Zichin, I formally invite you to join the Celestial Pavilion and fight with us for the future of humanity. I am certain that you can become the first pure-blooded human to shatter the chains of your mortal limits. He scratched his face. You've been talking about this tempering method for a while now. What exactly is it? The man continued. The Celestial Pavilion's tempering method is an art from an ancient ruin. It is called the art of blood tempering, and its name is quite literal. It uses one's own lifeblood and aura to refine the body, strengthening the physical form and dramatically increasing one's combat power. According to the ancient records, cultivating this art to its highest realm can grant the user a sanctified body, allowing one to fly through the heavens and move through the earth. Their fists can shatter mountains and rivers. They can tear colossal beasts apart with their bare hands. However, only those of pure human blood can cultivate the art of blood tempering. Those who fuse genes possess impure blood, riddled with flaws. They can never practice the blood tempering art. As for those who modify their bodies with machinery, their forms are incomplete. Their life force cannot circulate, making the art impossible for them as well. This is precisely why we believe that only pure-blooded humans hold the key to the future. Gene fusers and cyborgs have no such destiny. Student Lin Zichin, would you consider joining our Celestial Pavilion to cultivate the blood tempering art and walk the path of the pure-blood human race? But Zichin immediately refused. I feel I still know too little about purebloods. I'd rather just observe for now. Suddenly, Chuan Wu shot to his feet, slamming the table. You can learn as you go. But student Lin Zichin, with your incredible talent and powerful physique, it would be a true shame not to walk the pureblood path. In the eyes of our Celestial Pavilion, the provincial valedictorian with a 16% gene fusion rate sitting right there is utterly insignificant, not even worth a single hair on your head. His pointed words clearly irritated Qing Han. We've always believed that you, with the #1 body index score, are the true valedictorian of Nanjiang province. If you choose the path of a pureblood in the later stages, you will undoubtedly crush her. She puffed her cheeks in annoyance, wondering why she was being targeted when she hadn't said a word. Then, he raised a hand, surprising the old man. Zichin introduced her. The provincial valedictorian with a 16% gene fusion rate is right here. Qing Han forced a smile. Hello. He placed his hand on the phone box and said, It's getting late, and we have other places to be. Thank you for the phone and the milk tea. We'll be leaving now. Chuan Wu held out a hand to stop them. Wait, 6 months. Just join for a 6-month trial period. Whatever benefits the Evolution Academy gives you, the Celestial Pavilion will double them. If double isn't enough, we'll triple it. Hearing such an insane offer, Zichin was stunned. Triple? He immediately spun back to the table. You know, I've always been a great admirer of the Celestial Pavilion's ideals. I've decided to bring my talent to your ranks and dedicate myself to the grand cause of the pure-blooded human race. Chuan Wu felt helpless. It's good that you understand. But inwardly, he was weeping. Triple the resources. Just how much will this brat cost us? Zichin nodded with conviction. Oh, right. I have one question. Do you know of a place called the Origin Site? The old man was surprised. This kid actually knew about the Origin Site. It is a place, Chuan Wu began, believed to be the cradle of all life. He emphasized that all the aberrant beasts that exist today originated from that very place. Zichin's mind raced. The cradle of all life. The source of all aberrant beasts. The Origin Site. So humanity did have knowledge of these creatures, and they could even enter that place. He voiced his question. Does that mean the beast meat sold in the city centers also comes from there? Chuan Wu confirmed it. Of course. Otherwise, the meat left on Earth wouldn't be enough to supply the higher-ups, let alone trickle down to common folk. Zichin pressed on. Do you have any videos of the Origin Site? The old man shook his head. No. All electronic devices are rendered useless there. The only way to record anything is to draw it by hand. Zichin finally understood. That picture was actually a sketch. Just then, his phone began to ring. A voice on the other end called out, Hey there, handsome. Hey, beautiful. The dojo's promotional event is about to start. When are you two getting here? Zichin replied, We're on our way now. Well, hurry up, the person urged. Zichin stood. I have to go. We can talk more later when I have time. Chuan Wu presented a book. This is a translated copy of the blood tempering art. It contains the detailed cultivation methods inside. However, the art has strict requirements. One's biological level must reach at least Tier 4 common grade. Only then is your life force abundant enough to begin cultivation. With your current body index, you're already on the verge of reaching Tier 4. Thong, you can preview this over the summer. Once you evolve to a regular level 4 by the start of school, you can immediately begin your training. A smug thought crossed Chen's mind. Is that so? I'm already a regular level 6. I'll have to try that cultivation method when I get back. Later, on a street line with towering skyscrapers, inside a training room, Yu Yan was pushing herself to the limit. She unleashed a powerful kick, warping the heavy bag with the sheer force of the impact. Seeing Director Wu enter, Yu Yan paused her training. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she asked, "Director, what's got you in such a good mood?" He declared with immense pride, "Thanks to my unparalleled charisma, the salutarian of the Namjiang College entrance exam, and the top scorer on the provincial physical assessment, has officially joined our celestial pavilion." Yu Yan looked skeptical. "Is that for real?" Director Wu pulled out his phone. "Of course, it's real. I've already got his contact info right here." She was floored. "Director, how on earth did you pull that off?" He puffed out his chest. "It was my magnetic personality, of course." Yu Yan rolled her eyes. "The truth." Director Wu answered nonchalantly. "I simply told him that whatever benefits the Evolution Academy offered, our celestial pavilion would triple them." She shrieked in horror. "Triple? We're already drowning in debt." He waved off her concern. "Relax. I've already lined up 3 rich sponsors. The triple benefits will be more than covered." Yu Yan sighed, defeated. "Director, please, try not to be so reckless from now on." Director Wu's tone turned serious. "Yu Yan, back when you first practiced the blood tempering art, how long did it take you to sense your blood energy?" She thought for a moment. "That was 10 years ago. If I remember correctly, it took about a week," he pressed on. "And what about controlling it?" Yu Yan replied, 2 months. Director Wu nodded in satisfaction. "As expected of the capital's former salutatorian, your talent is truly exceptional. Even I, who considered myself a prodigy, took a full 2 weeks just to sense my blood energy." Her expression suddenly fell. "Please, don't bring up my past as the salutatorian. Ever since I gave up on gene fusion to join the Celestial Pavilion, I've been stuck, unable to evolve into a high-level life form for years. I can't even imagine how many people have mocked me behind my back." He patted her shoulder comfortingly. "Let them laugh. In a few years, when you finally evolve, you'll be able to wipe the floor with every single one of them, right?" Yu Yan's hope faded. "But I've already undergone 2 body tempering cycles and still haven't opened a single aperture point. Tell me, Director, that kid, Lin Chen, how long do you think it will take him to sense his blood energy?" Director Wu considered it. "That kid's physical index is monstrous, only a fraction lower than yours was back in the day. I'm guessing it'll take him about 10 days. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Really? In that case, I'll have to personally train this genius junior." Meanwhile, as dusk settled over the city, back in Chen's apartment, he sat on his bed, cultivating while studying an ancient text. Chen scoffed internally, sensing blood energy. "Way too easy. It only took me 3 seconds. The next step is controlling it and beginning the body tempering process." He decided, "I'll start with my right hand." A system window materialized before him. "You are using blood energy to temper your skin." 30 minutes later, Chen mused to himself, "The first tempering cycle on my right hand is complete. Let's test its durability with a blade. Just 1 cycle, and it's already immune to blades. No wonder Director Wu could block Tianqing's feather projectiles after 3 tempering cycles. I can't even imagine how powerful my body will become after 5 full tempering cycles." 3 hours later, he was breathing heavily but analyzing the results. "At this pace, I can temper all the skin on my entire body in less than a week. I've finished tempering both arms, and only consumed about 1/3 of my blood energy." Just then, Chen's phone buzzed with a notification. It was a text from Han. "Hey Chen, are you asleep?" He replied, "Not yet. I was just about to prepare a surprise for you." She texted back, "Could you come to my room to see it?" Chen was puzzled. "See what surprise?" Han replied, "It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you." He agreed. "All right, I'm on my way." Chen got up, thoroughly confused. What kind of surprise could it be? "She wants me to come over this late at night." Auntie Meng opened the front door. "Oh, Chen, are you here for Han?" He answered. "Yeah. She sent me a message saying she had a surprise and told me to hurry over." His aunt covered her mouth, a knowing smile on her face. "Well, you'd better hurry up there. Don't keep the girl waiting." A moment later, Chen knocked on her door. "Han, I'm here." Han's voice called out, "Come in." Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside. He paused, confused, seeing Han completely covered by a thick blanket on her bed. "What is this?" he asked. Her face flushed red as she replied, "The surprise I prepared for you." Chen's curiosity grew. What kind of surprise needs a blanket? His own face grew warm as his imagination ran wild. "Don't tell me. The surprise is herself? Wait, she's not gonna make me look at a glowing watch again, is she?" Han urged him, "Come closer and you'll find out." As he approached, she blushed even deeper. "Go on." pull it back. Han buried her face in her pillow, too embarrassed to look at him. Chen's face was on fire. He bit his lip and with a deep breath, yanked the blanket away. Underneath the blanket was Han, dressed in a stunning traditional cheongsam. Chen froze, his eyes widening in absolute shock. She asked shyly, "Do I look okay?" He could only nod, his face bright red as he replied, "Beautiful." Han playfully twirled a strand of her hair. "I also bought some black fishnet stockings. Do you want to see me try those on, too?" "No way." Shu Chen accepted her offer. "Let's go inside and take a look." Then, she pulled out a pair of black stockings and began to slip them on. Ching Han's movements were slow and deliberate. The longer Shu Chen watched, the hotter he felt, and he couldn't help but bite his lip. Once they were on, she asked, "What do you think?" He answered instantly, "They're beautiful. They really suit you." She tested the waters. "This fishnet texture feels amazing. Do you want to feel it?" Shu Chen reached out his hand to touch it. "Wow, it really does feel nice." Ching Han's curiosity grew. "So, which feels better? The stockings or my leg?" Shu Chen didn't hesitate. "Your leg, of course. It's much better." She agreed with a small smile. "I think so too." Just then, a voice called from outside. It was Shumeng. "Little Chen, your mom just dropped off some of your things. I'm hanging the bag on the doorknob. You can grab it in a bit." Shu Chen got off the bed and walked to the door. "Okay, thanks, Auntie Meng." He then brought the bag inside. But when he looked, he saw a box of condoms. Shu Chen felt utterly defeated. He tossed it back into the bag, frustrated. "We haven't even kissed yet. What's the rush?" Just then, Ching Han came downstairs. "Little Chen, it's getting late. Why don't you just sleep here tonight? I need to put on a diaper, so turn around." No peeking. Shu Chen immediately faced the door as she approached. "Okay, I'm done. Let's turn off the lights and sleep." He simply agreed. "All right." A moment later, they were lying in bed, face to face. Shu Chen broke the silence. Han, why does your bed smell so fragrant? Did you spray something on it?" Ching Han laughed softly. "That's just my natural scent lingering on the sheets. If you don't believe me, get closer." He was stunned. How was that even possible? She didn't say another word, just gazed at him in the quiet darkness. Shu Chen stared back at Ching Han, his face turning beet red. Her delicate lips parted slightly, and without thinking, his did too. He reached his arm around her neck, pulling her closer, and they shared a deep, passionate kiss born from genuine emotion. As Shu Chen deepened the kiss, Ching Han's eyes suddenly flew open. She pushed him away, gasping for air. "Wait a second." Watching her scramble off the bed, Shu Chen was confused. "What's wrong?" Ching Han covered her legs in shame. I peed myself." Instantly, the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. But then, Shu Chen spoke up. "Wait, what exactly did you feel just now? Was it like a strong wave of emotion?" She answered shyly. "My heart was pounding like crazy. That kind of fluttering feeling. And my whole body felt intensely hot for a second, and then that happened." My emotions were definitely going wild. A spark of understanding lit up in his eyes. "It's just as I guessed. I think the unknown power you have might be connected to your mental energy. It's controlled by your mind. If your mental energy gets high enough, you might be able to fully activate and control this power. Come back here. Let's kiss again. We need to see if the same thing happens when your emotions spike." Ching Han held up a hand. "Wait, I need to change first." But Shu Chen countered, "It's just going to get wet again anyway. Let's just continue for now." So, she climbed back onto the bed, and they began to kiss once more. Looking at Ching Han's blushing face, he asked, "So, how do you feel this time?" She replied, embarrassed. It was the same as before. A huge rush of emotion, and then it happened again. Shu Chen suggested they try a few more times. "Okay, we can basically confirm it now. Your power is activated by intense mental energy." She turned away. "I'm all sweaty. I'm going to take a shower." A little while later, her voice called out from the bathroom. "Little Chen, I forgot to grab any clothes. Could you grab a set of my pajamas for me?" Shu Chen answered back, "Sure thing, I've got it." He walked over and opened her closet door, revealing rows and rows of all kinds of outfits. Shu Chen picked up a pair of panties, a small smile on his face. "Cute. Wait, she wears a diaper to bed, so she probably doesn't need these, right?" He then grabbed a set of pajamas. "This one should be fine." Later that night, they slept soundly, together in the same bed. When Shu Chen woke up, he opened his eyes to see the girl sleeping beside him. Ching Han was still lost in dreamland, a tiny bit of drool escaping her lips. He smiled softly and wiped her face clean. Then, Shu Chen slipped out of the room, gently closing the door. Shu Meng's voice came from downstairs. "Little Chen, breakfast is almost ready. You should eat with us before you head home." "Okay, I'll eat first then." Jian Ye, already at the table, asked, Is Han awake yet? He sat down. Not yet. Let's let her sleep in a little. Her dad sighed with a smile. If only Han could be as disciplined as you are. But Shu Chen defended her. Uncle, she brought home the highest college entrance exam score in the entire province. Letting her sleep in a bit during summer break doesn't seem like too much to ask. Jianyi conceded. You have a point there. As he was leaving, Shu Chen waved. You don't have to see me out, Auntie Meng. After he left, Shu Meng closed the door, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She nudged her husband. I got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, and I heard the shower running upstairs. Do you think our daughter and little Chen finally? Understanding dawned on Jianye's face. Now that you mention it, it must be true. Shu Meng immediately grabbed her phone. This is huge. I have to tell Wan Xin the good news. Meanwhile, Shu Chen had just gotten home. As he pushed the door open, he pulled off his shirt. He headed out, reminding himself to wash yesterday's dirty clothes. But as Zishan rushed to leave, Wan Xin called out to him. Son, you did an amazing job. Her words of praise left Zishan completely bewildered. At that same moment, in a sunlit high-rise building, he stormed in, radiating an intense aura, and roared, Liu Chuanwu, you owe me an explanation about Lin Zishan. Chuanwu calmly replied, Lin Zishan, I have no idea what you're talking about. He slammed his fist down, shouting, Lin Zishan clearly enrolled in my Evolution Academy, and yet you went behind my back, using dirty tricks to pull him into your martial arts academy. Have you no shame? Liu Chuanwu's voice boomed in response. What dirty tricks? Is your Evolution Academy the only one allowed to recruit students? Can't my martial arts academy do the same? He shot back. There's a proper order to things. You've lived this long. Don't you understand a simple principle like that? But Chuanwu refused to back down. I don't care about your proper order. All I know is, until the semester officially begins, he is not a student of your Evolution Academy. I'll recruit who I want to recruit. It's not against any school regulations. He countered, the school rules might not state it, but you've broken the pact between the deans. Chuanwu scoffed, ridiculous. That's your agreement. What does it have to do with me? In short, my recruitment methods were perfectly reasonable. It was all fair competition. If you're so unhappy about it, feel free to go convince Lin Zishan to rejoin your academy. His face darkened with rage. A despicable villain like you dares to talk about fair competition? Fine. If you got the guts, face me in the ring. That's what I call fair competition. Chuanwu just cleaned his ear, taunting him. Face you in the ring? Do you take me for a fool? You're a high-level, 5th-rank master, trying to bully a common 9th rank like me. And you have the nerve to talk about fairness? Where's your sense of decency? He fumed. I'm 48 years old, you're 95. Chuanwu just laughed mockingly. So I'm bullying my juniors? No, you're just bullying the elderly. He was about to explode. You, Liu Chuanwu, as long as you refuse to undergo gene fusion, you'll be a weak, common 9th rank for the rest of your life. In your eyes, ordinary people are no better than ants. So go on, keep clinging to your so-called pure-blooded humanity. Later, Dongji tried to calm him down. Don't worry, Dean Ma. Just wait a while after the semester starts. When that Lin Zishan sees his peers, who are far less talented, surpass him through gene fusion or mechanical body modifications, he'll switch his major on his own. But he insisted, Vice Principal Yuan, that's not the point. The point is that Liu Chuanwu broke the rules. He needs to be punished for it. She simply advised, if you're that upset, then give him a taste of his own medicine. Go poach the salutatorian for our academy, he agreed. Fine. I'll do as you suggest, Vice Principal Yuan. Dongji watched as the furious Dean Ma stormed off. She thought to herself, Ma Zhen, he is usually so calm and composed, but whenever he's around that old man Liu, he completely loses his cool. So many years have passed, but Liu hasn't changed a bit. That mouth of his is still as sharp as ever. His body could have been just as formidable as his tongue. It's a shame he chose the wrong path in his youth. Otherwise, he'd be a principal by now, at the very least. Meanwhile, Qing Han and Zishen were on a run together. She was drenched in sweat, panting, I can't run anymore. He handed her a water bottle. Here, hydrate. That's enough training for today. Let's go cool down on that bench over there. A moment later, Qing Han was stretched out on the wooden bench while Zishen helped massage her muscles. She turned her head, her face blushing as she said, Zishen, thank you. He just chuckled. With our relationship, saying thank you makes us sound like strangers. Qing Han sat up, asking shyly, so, what are we now? Friends, childhood sweethearts, or a couple? Zishen gave her a warm, gentle smile. We're family. Qing Han was puzzled. Family? What kind of family do you mean? Her face was beet red with embarrassment. Zishen replied, my fiancé. Hearing his answer, Qing Han's face lit up with joy. Yes, your fiancé. She held out her pinky finger. Then, after we graduate from college, can we get married? Zishan mirrored her gesture and agreed. Of course. They hooked their pinkies together, chanting, promise for 100 years, never to change. After 100 years, we'll figure it out then. Later, his whole family was gathered, watching the news on TV. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Yan Sheng went to get it, coming. But when he opened the door, he was stunned by the visitor. Ma, what brings you here? Zhen. He waved with a friendly smile. So sorry to disturb you this late. I came to talk to Zishan about his choice of academy. Yan Sheng was surprised. His choice of academy? He thought to himself, didn't we already decide that a long time ago? Why is he bringing this up now? The dean immediately tried to win them over. I brought 2 ice crystal fish. They're incredibly delicious. A former student of mine gave them to me. He gave me so many, I figured I'd bring a couple for your family to try. Director Ma, Yan Sheng began, you're far too generous. Zhanhe responded coolly, a small gesture, nothing more. Yan Sheng gestured inside. Director Ma, my son is in the living room. Please, let's go in and talk. He stepped through the door. Then I won't stand on ceremony. A moment later, Zhen cut right to the chase. Zero's compatibility for the Death God gene fusion has reached 15%. The path of gene fusion offers a future beyond measure. It's completely foolish to chase after that so-called pure-blooded human path. It's an utter waste of his talent. The Celestial Human Pavilion has a decent foundation, but their pure-blood theory has shown no real progress. It's nothing but a fraud. Choosing this path will only lead to his own ruin. Zero, listen to my advice. Give up on this pure-blooded human nonsense. That path will only reduce you to an ordinary person. Your true place is at the Evolution Academy. In that instant, Zero fell into a grim silence. His mother, Wan Xin, spoke timidly. Director Ma, I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. Hasn't Zero already enrolled in the Evolution Academy? He quickly stepped in to explain. Mom, Dad, I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, I joined the Celestial Human Pavilion. I've already switched my registration to the Martial Arts Academy. I want to walk the path of the pure-blooded human. Hearing this, his mother stared in absolute shock. Zero, what is all this about? He looked at his parents and explained calmly. First, I genuinely respect the philosophy of the Celestial Human Pavilion, so when they sincerely offered me triple the benefits, I agreed to join the pavilion for 6 months. I'm going to try the pure-blooded human path. If I see no progress after half a year, I'll return to the Evolution Academy. I will then follow the path of gene fusion. Hearing this, Zhenhe seethed with silent fury. How can that broke old fossil possibly afford triple the benefits? He raged internally. Then, in a low voice, he said, Young man, allow me to offer you one piece of advice. Triple the benefits sounds impressive, but in the grand scheme of things, that's just a small, temporary gain. It is not worth sacrificing a great future for such a minor advantage, even if you only join for a 6-month trial, and can still return to the gene fusion path. That short amount of time will cause you to lose an immense amount of priceless knowledge, so much that even triple the benefits could never hope to compensate for it. Zero replied politely, Thank you for the warning, Director Ma. But right now, I truly believe in the pavilion's ideology. If I don't at least try, I know it will haunt me for the rest of my life. It could even become a demon in my heart. But his inner thoughts were far more practical. I don't really want to, but triple the benefits is just too good to pass up. Hearing such firm words, Zhenhe let out a faint sigh. And then, he stood up. If you're this stubborn, then saying any more is useless. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yansheng rose to his feet. Director Ma, I'll see you out. Above, pale pink clouds drifted across the sky, as the house below cast a faint glow under the starlight. Zero was sipping some water when he decided to check the news. What he saw on the screen made him freeze in place. What is this? The screen displayed an official announcement, and Zero's heart pounded. The salutatorian of the Nanjing Provincial Exam, Lin Zero, has joined the Celestial Human Pavilion to walk the path of the pure-blooded human. A pity this top scholar is now destined to become an ordinary man. It even mentioned the capital's salutatorian from 10 years ago, claiming the female genius vanished into obscurity after joining the very same pavilion. The feed was filled with similar headlines. The cherry blossoms have bloomed many times since then, but the Celestial Human Pavilion is still an expert at tricking the youth. He wondered. These are all negative comments. It's like a coordinated smear campaign led by a paid army. My personal information is completely exposed. Getting cyberbullied is one thing, but what if I attract the attention of a heretical cult? That would be a disaster. Could Ma Zhenhe be behind this, or is it another power with a grudge against the pavilion? None of that matters now. The priority was to act fast. Zero quickly dialed a number. Hello, I want to file a complaint about a news article that leaked a student's private information. 2 hours later, he stared at his phone and let out a sigh of relief. Thank God it's been deleted. Zero then quickly opened his group chat. Messages were flooding in. Why did Lin Zero join the Celestial Human Pavilion? The Pavilion? Isn't that the group that leads young people down the wrong path? Someone even posted a picture of Lin Zero. Now the entire internet is talking about him. There's a whole mob of people online going crazy over him. Lin Zero, say something. Is Lin Zero even here? Zero's brow furrowed in annoyance. My photo was posted. This just got a lot more complicated. Night fell, washing the city in the pale glow of the moon. Ching Han spoke gently. Zero, why don't you sleep here tonight? Are you reading that news about you? Those despicable people are using an innocent student as a weapon. They don't have a shred of human decency. Zero explained, this is how these struggles work. If you try to abide by the rules, you'll always be at a disadvantage. Only those without principles can gain the upper hand. She then said, Zero, my master seems to be incredibly powerful. What if? Could asking her for help even solve this mess? He shook his head, exhausted. This war between factions was nothing new. The gene fusionists were crushing the human purists. His master was a champion of the gene fusionists. There was no way she would ever intervene. Ching Han insisted. It doesn't hurt to try. She pulled out her phone and sent a text. Master, it's been handled. Ching Han was stunned. Already? It's only been 30 minutes. Hearing the news, Lin Zichen blurted out, how is that possible? She confirmed it. Little Chen, it's really gone. The news has vanished. A search for Lin Zichen's name now showed 0 results. Lin Zichen wondered silently. Did she really help me? Was she just spoiling her student? Or was she thinking of her past with Liu Chuanyu? Either way, this worked out in his favor. Han Han, please thank your master for me. I'm seriously grateful for her help, beyond words. Ching Han replied, my master is thanked. But what about my thank you? Lin Zichen asked curiously. And how would you like to be thanked? She leaned in close, whispering playfully, how about you give me a kiss? Much later, Lin Zichen was in his room, deep in cultivation. He let out a slow breath, laced with spiritual energy. System. Biological level increased to stage 7. Lin Zichen breathed a sigh of relief. He'd finally finished tempering his entire outer skin. Status window. Name. Lin Zichen. Age. 18. He thought to himself, these 9 biological attributes are basically equivalent to 10 gene fusions. With this power, he could utterly crush that so-called genius from the capital with only 4 gene fusions. Just then, his phone buzzed beside him. He glanced at the screen. A message from Han Han. Little Chen, on Monday, Chu Xin scheduled my egg retrieval. Can you come with me? He knew Ching Han would eventually have to undergo gene fusion, which would lead to losing the ability to have children. That's why she had to retrieve and preserve her eggs now, for the hope of in vitro fertilization in the future. Lin Zichen typed back a swift reply. Of course. The school grounds were deceptively peaceful. On Monday, Ching Han was lying on a bed in the medical bay. A nurse gently informed her, the ovulation stimulation shot is done, come back tomorrow for the actual retrieval. She replied politely, thank you, I appreciate it. Later, as they were leaving, Chu Xin complained, what a pain. I thought they could just take them today, but I can't believe we have to wait until tomorrow. I'm still a little nervous, Ching Han admitted. Chu Xin threw an arm around her shoulder. In that case, since we have a rare pass to go off campus, let's go shopping. It'll be the perfect way to take your mind off things. Ching Han smiled. Okay, let's do it. Chu Xin turned back to ask, Lin Zichen, want to join us? I'm gonna pass, Lin Zichen declined. I got something to take care of at home. She turned away, beaming with excitement. Perfect. Today is just for me and Han Han. Meanwhile, back home, he focused on his training. It was time to begin tempering his muscles. System. Muscle skin density +1. Blood tempering art proficiency +1. He thought the burning sensation from tempering his muscles was far more intense. It was more agonizing than tempering his skin, but still within his limits to endure. By the end of the afternoon, his entire right arm had been tempered, my head starting to spin. Lin Zichen knew he had to eat. He needed to replenish his blood and vital energy. The strength from his right arm alone had boosted his overall power by 50%. The blood-tempering art is a perfect match for my body. Just then, a voice called from outside his room. Little Chen, I need to talk to you about something. The door is unlocked. Come on in, he called out. Ching Han entered, looking a bit shy. Today, Chu Xin suggested we all go out and have some fun before school starts. You is going too, so I already told her you'd come. Lin Zichen took her hand. If you're going, then of course I'll be there. She hesitated. But Chu Xin wants to go to the beach. I don't want to ruin her fun, but I didn't know how to say no. So I ended up promising her we'd go. You know how I feel. After hearing those terrifying sounds from under the sea, I'm afraid. Lin Zichen reassured her gently. It's okay. I'll be there with you. If worse comes to worse, we just won't go in the water. Elsewhere, in a hellish chamber bathed in red light, a monstrous creature stood at its very center. The Rat King asked excitedly, Lord Emissary, all 108 tunnels have been dug, just as you commanded. Next, we'll need you to establish the biological coordinates here. Hearing this, the man in the crow mask radiated a chilling, murderous aura. He raised his staff high into the air and slammed it into the ground with incredible force. Terrifying cracks instantly shattered the earth beneath it. The crow-masked figure then took a knife, slicing open his own wrist. He let his blood drip, one drop at a time, onto the shaft of the staff. Then, the crow mask announced, the biological coordinates for this location are set. All that's left is the origin point. We must find a corresponding location and establish a matching set of coordinates there. Once the 2 points resonate, the tunnels can be connecting our world to the origin point. Meanwhile, inside a car, Chu Xin's voice piped up, You, when did you get your driver's license? Yu replied, I spent 10 days over summer break to get it. My dad pulled a few strings for me. Sign me up for the express class. Her eyes widened in surprise. They have a class like that, he answered confidently. If you three want in, I'll just go have a word with my father. So, are you in or not? Everyone shouted in unison. You think? Of course, we're in. A little later, their car rolled into a parking lot. We've arrived. Yu Jiang threw his arms wide, basking in the feeling. The sea breeze. This peaceful, dreamlike view. He boomed at the top of his lungs. Yu Jiang's eyes immediately darted toward the water. Bikinis. Su Xin smacked him on the head in annoyance. Could you try not to be such a pig? Come on, Han Han, let's go over there. And change. Just ignore him. Xing Han nodded. Okay. He grumbled behind them. Hey. Then, Yu Jiang slung an arm around Zishan. Come on, let's get our swim trunks on. I'm dying for a swim. Suddenly, a voice piped up from nearby. Hey, isn't that guy the salutatorian from the Nanjiang provincial exam? Did he join the Celestial Pavilion or something? Was he brainwashed? Or maybe he's just not that bright. What a waste of a promising future. Veins bulged on Yu Jiang's neck as he exploded with rage. Who the hell do you think you are? Are you even qualified to talk about the provincial salutatorian? His glare made them flinch. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Zishan grabbed Yu Jiang's arm, reasoning with him. Forget it. They're not worth our breath. Yu Jiang complained. Zishan, you're way too calm. If that was me, I'd have decked him by now. Zishan explained calmly. It's just that I don't really care about stuff like this. But if it's something that matters to me, I absolutely will take action. Yu Jiang was curious. So what do you care about? Just then, Su Xin's voice cut through the air. Is that even a question? Obviously, Zishan cares about Han Han the most. Yu Jiang scratched his head, embarrassed. Right? Stupid question. She reminded them, you two hurry up and get changed already. A little while later, Zishan offered, Han Han, want me to put some sunscreen on for you? Qing Han, basking in the sun, replied, okay. And so, he knelt beside her. How's this? Qing Han hummed in agreement. Yu Jiang watched them, blushing as he remarked, wow, you've got some serious game. He then called out, Su Xin, let me put sunscreen on you too. Su Xin shot back with a single cold word, scram. Qing Han watched Zishan and blushed, thinking, oh, little Shen. But in that instant, a voice echoed in her mind, horrifying her. Great God. Confused, Qing Han shot upright. Awakens. Origin land of the sea. She looked around in a daze. That voice, it came from the ocean. Qing Han stared out at the distant water. Zishan noticed her distress and rushed to her side. What is it? Terrified, she answered, little Shen. I heard that voice again. It was talking about some great god awakening and the origin land of the sea. It's just as terrifying as before. He frowned. Could it be related to the Nexus land? Our knowledge is too limited right now, and we can't look anything up. We need to find information on this origin land first. Once we get to college, you can try to ask your master about it. Later, after Zishan had tempered every muscle in his body, he once again began the grueling process of refining his bones. But this was 100,000 times more difficult than honing his flesh. He collapsed on his bed, deep in thought. Finally, I've tempered all 206 bones in my body. A system notification appeared. Congratulations on successfully evolving to a 9th stage common organism. Zishan felt a surge of frustration. I'm just one step away from evolving into a high-level organism. If I can just open a single aperture in my body, even just one, I'll be able to break through. But how do you even open an aperture? The method in the book is incredibly vague. He snapped the book shut with resolve. It looks like I'll have to figure this out myself. Later, at Shanghai University, an excited voice called out, "Little Shen, Han Han, we're finally here." Ching Han pointed excitedly. "Little Shen, look, that ice cream shop is still there." He smiled. "Yeah, it's the same one we visited last time." Wan Xin suggested, "Come on, let's go get some. It's still early, so after we eat, we can go register. We have plenty of time." Ching Han quickly agreed. "Okay." A few moments later, Ching Han chirped, "Mine is strawberry milk tea flavor. It's so good." She gently lifted a spoonful toward his mouth. "Little Shen, have a taste." But suddenly, Zishan tensed up. "Give me another glass." A loud voice boomed from nearby. "Jia Xin, that skirt you're wearing today is way too long. It makes it inconvenient for me to get a good feel." The girl, Jia Xin, replied coquettishly, "You can just slip your hand underneath. I don't mind." Another person teased, "Brother Yang, stop copying a feel and make your bet." Their table was a whirlwind of noise. "You lost. Drink up." Someone nearby started gossiping. "That Huang Jackson always acts like an ice queen at the art academy, but look at her now, letting some guy from the Evolution Academy grope her all over." Well, can you blame her? Those Evolution students have bright futures. If you were a girl, you'd be trying to latch onto one too. True. If I were a student at the inner campus, I'd be out here, looking for girls on the outer campus all the time. Zishan ate his ice cream, processing the information. The inner campus. So Shanghai University is split in two. The outer campus is for liberal arts and fine arts majors, but the inner campus is for students of evolution, mecha, and martial arts. And because the inner campus deals with classified secrets like gene fusion and cybernetic enhancements, it's completely restricted. Only teachers and students of the inner campus are allowed inside. Even students from the outer campus aren't allowed inside. Yu Han warned them seriously. "You'll have freedom in college, but you can't be reckless like the partiers outside. You must continue to study hard, understand?" "Of course, we know." Yansheng stood up and patted their shoulders reassuringly. "Zichin and Hanhan have always been good kids. They won't turn out like that. Besides, it's getting late. Zichin, Hanhan, you two should go get settled on the inner campus. Your mother and I can't go any further. Zichin, you have to take good care of Hanhan." Zichin pulled his suitcase along and replied, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad." A moment later, a guard stopped them. "Excuse me, may I see your acceptance letters?" Hanhan presented hers. "Here's mine." The guard nodded. "All right, no problem." He then looked at Zichin. "Okay, you don't need to search. I recognize you. The provincial salutatorian who joined the Sky Pavilion. Go on inside." The inner campus was a world of its own, filled with people who had undergone gene-fused and mechanical body modifications. After Zichin and Hanhan finished their paperwork at the new student registration area, they were assigned to their dorms. She waved. "Zichin, I'll see you at the party tonight." Zichin nodded. "Yep, see you at the party." After dropping Hanhan off at the Evolution Academy dorm, he made his way to the Martial Arts Academy. The girls immediately swarmed him. "Freshman Zichin, you're so handsome." "Zichin, can I add you on my chat app?" "Hey Zichin, let me help you with your luggage." "Freshman Zichin, let me walk you to your dorm," he replied. "In that case, I'll be in your care, senpai." Xiaotong spoke up. "Freshman Zichin, the student achievement rankings are over there. Want to go take a look?" He answered. "Please lead the way, senpai." She said politely. "It's no trouble at all. Guiding a handsome junior like you is an honor for a senpai like me." Zichin stared at the information, lost in thought. The power rankings had two lists, the Apex board and the freshman board. One was for the top 500 most powerful students in the entire university. The other was for the top 100 new freshmen. The top three on the Apex board were all high-level powerhouses, all from the Evolution and Mecha programs, and all of them were fourth-year students. The Martial Arts Academy only had 3 people on the entire list, all fourth years, and their ranks were near the very bottom. Xiaotong explained, "Actually, our Martial Arts Academy once had a senpai who reached 6th place on the Apex board. She was just like you, the provincial salutatorian who chose the Martial Arts Academy. But because her path as a pure-blooded human hit a bottleneck, she was gradually surpassed by other gene-fused and mechanically modified students. Her name is Song Yu Yan, and she's now an instructor here at our academy. At the same time, she's a top researcher at the Sky Pavilion, and the right-hand woman of Dean Liu." A moment later, she announced, "Freshman Zichin, we're here. The perks for being the salutatorian are incredible. A private room all to yourself. It really makes you jealous." Freshman Zichin, it got so hot walking around outside. Do you mind if I come in and cool off for a bit? Zichin replied politely. You've worked hard, senpai. As it happens, there's a milk tea shop right across from the dorm. Let me treat you. She replied, okay. But inside, she thought, why isn't this guy taking the bait? Zichin bought his senpai a milk tea with all the toppings, considering his debt for her guidance fully paid. Suddenly, he got a message from Hanhan. Zichin, did you get to your dorm yet? Hurry up and send me a picture of your room. He hesitated. Compared to Hanan's luxurious apartment, his tiny single room suddenly felt pathetic. The Evolution Academy really is on another level. Hanhan was instantly outraged. Your room is way too small. Just move in with me. My dorm bed is even bigger than the one at my house. Zichin agreed immediately. Deal. I'm definitely moving. I'm on my way over right now. He thought to himself, the Evolution Academy really is loaded. Their student dorms are insane. Compared to this luxurious apartment, the room the Martial Arts Academy gave me is basically a dog kennel, and that was supposedly their best one. Can that Dean Liu really deliver on his promise of triple the benefits? A moment later, Han stepped out to greet him. Zichin, you're finally here. Zichin, hurry up and come inside. I've already got the air conditioning blasting in the living room. It feels amazing. Zichin looked around. This room is incredible, and it's already been cleaned. It's obvious your master really cares about you. You definitely made the right choice accepting him as your master. Han replied, I think so too. My master treats me so well. From now on, this will be our little home. Our parents aren't here, so we could even run around naked and no one would care. He blushed and scolded her. What are you talking about? Run around naked? Stop being ridiculous. Han said casually, I'm covered in sweat. I'm going to take a shower first. Zichin called after her, don't just leave your clothes on the floor. With some free time, he decided to check out the new student app he had downloaded earlier. Here it is, the official app for Shanghai University. It shoplisted high-speed mechanical prosthetics, and even beast genes. Zichin was amazed. These were all evolution resources that had to be exchanged for points. So, how do I get points? There were 3 ways. Climb the apex or freshman boards, accept and complete missions assigned by the university, or represent the university in competitions and achieve outstanding results. Suddenly, her voice called out from the bathroom. Zichin, I'm finished bathing. Could you bring my clothes in for me? He answered, all right, I'm on my way. Zichin knocked lightly on the door. Here are your clothes. Ching Han's bashful voice came from inside. Zichin, this bathtub is incredibly relaxing. Do you want to join me? Ching Han added, a tub this huge, it seems like such a waste for just one person. Without hesitation, Zichin slipped off his jacket. Then let's not waste it. A moment later, soaking in the warm water, he offered, I can wash your back for you. She agreed instantly. Okay, you can do mine, and then I'll do yours. Deal. Zichin accepted. After their bath and a quick meal, it was time to begin the second stage of his skin tempering. He mused to himself, the second stage is much harder than the first. After 2 hours, he had only finished his right arm. He called out, Ching Han, do you have a sewing needle anywhere? She replied, I do. I'll go get it, but what do you need it for? To test my skin's durability after 2 rounds of tempering, he explained. Once he finished cultivating the blood tempering art, he took the needle and prepared for the test. A system notification appeared. You are piercing the back of your right hand with a sewing needle. Skin durability of the right hand is increased by 1. Ching Han gasped in amazement. That needle is so sharp. You push with all your might, but it didn't even break the skin. You're practically invincible. Immediately, Zichin pushed even harder, and the needle broke. It completely shattered, she cried. This blood art is terrifyingly strong. It almost makes me want to become a pure-blood human, too. He then announced, next up. It's time to test the heat resistance of my right palm. Zichin walked over to a candle and placed his hand directly into the flame. The system pinged again. You are burning the palm of your right hand. Heat resistance of the right palm has increased by 1, he noted internally. It took over a minute just to feel a bit of warmth. The tempering effect of this blood art is insane. With this attribute that strengthens from use, my body could eventually become godlike. Suddenly, the chime of his phone cut through his thoughts. A text message. He saw it was from Liu Chuanwu. The message read, Zichin, have you registered at Shanghai University yet? I got here this morning. And the luxurious, single-person dorm I arranged for you? Is it to your liking? It's pretty good. Are you free right now? How about a tour of the Tianren Pavilion headquarters? I can show you around the place, and you can meet some of the other members while you're here. I'm free. Sounds good. Wait downstairs at your dorm building. I'll have someone pick you up. Actually, Dean, I'm not at my own dorm. I'm staying with my childhood friend, Zhang Yuan Building 8, Room 603. Liu Chuanwu replied, All right then, I'll send someone to Zhang Yuan Building 8 to get you. Chen sighed and decided to wait downstairs. He turned to Qing Han. The dean of the martial arts academy just invited me to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters. I have to step out for a little while. Qing Han just waved. Okay, go on. As he walked, he spotted a shady area. I'll wait here for my ride from the Tianren Pavilion. But just then, a young man named Mo Yu approached him. I know who you are, the man said. You're Lin Zichen, the runner-up from Nanjiang province on the college entrance exams. I heard you joined the Tianren Pavilion. Hello, Zichen replied, thinking to himself, wow, I guess I'm pretty famous. The other guy immediately launched into a long speech. I really admire you, you know, giving up gene fusion to walk the path of a pure-blood human. I've always believed that no matter what path someone chooses, as long as their intentions are good, they should be supported. I'm a freshman this year too, just like you. But I came here from the capital. My family lives right near Imperial Capital University. I used to wander around the campus all the time as a kid. You know, Imperial Capital University used to have a pure-blood research facility. But after more than 20 years of work, they never made any real progress. Zichen thought, where did this motormouth come from? As Mo Yu walked away, he waved. I hope you can achieve great things at the Tianren Pavilion. Good luck. Just then, the roar of an engine startled Zichen. A sleek vehicle pulled up, driven by a young woman. Hello there. Are you student Lin Zichen? As Song Yuyan walked toward him, he nodded slowly. Yes, that's me. She introduced herself with a smile. My name is Song Yuyan. I'm an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy and a researcher for the Tianren Pavilion. I'm here to take you to headquarters. He replied politely, hello, senior. An old memory surfaced in his mind. Song Yuyan, the forgotten university runner-up who also chose the pure-blood path. A moment later, Yuyan's voice broke his train of thought. Zichen, you can hold on a little tighter, you know. Having a beautiful senior like me as your chauffeur. You must be thrilled, right? He replied simply, it's an honor. She asked, by the way, why was a martial arts academy student like you hanging around the Evolution Academy's high-end dorms? Zichen answered truthfully, my childhood sweetheart lives there. I decided to move in with her. Yuyan sighed dramatically. Ah, to be young and in love. It's not like my life. I'm almost 30 years old. I've never even held a man's hand, let alone moved in with one. After a short ride, she announced, we've arrived. They stood before the Pure Human Research Institute. Let's head inside, Yuyan prompted. Zichen looked at the building, a thought forming in his mind. So, this is the Research Institute. The Pure Blood Human Research Institute, she began, gesturing around the room. This here is the living and recreation area. It's for the Institute. Research work can be a real grind, so we come here to unwind. Everything in the fridge is bought with our funding, so help yourself to whatever you want. Come on, I'll show you the main research facilities. Zichen asked quizzically, Jade, why is this place a ghost town? There's nobody here. Jade explained, the Celestial Pavilion has never been popular. The school gives us a tiny budget, so we can't support many people. To be exact, the current members of the pavilion are just the director, me, you, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. Zichen was floored. So, the first time I met him, all those people by his side were just hired to make him look important. Never mind. As long as I get triple the benefits, I can deal with anything else. Jade knocked on a door. Director. I brought Zichen. A ragged voice answered, Zichen, you're here? Come in. She complained, Director, you look like a wreck. Seriously, how long have you been locked in here? Almost half a month. I've been researching the blood orifice opening method of the blood tempering art, but sadly, I've made no progress. It's proven difficult. He patted the boy's shoulder. But now that Zichen has joined us, the path of pure-blood humanity is destined for greatness. And don't underestimate your senior, Jade, just because she seems easygoing. Back in the day, this kid was the second highest scorer on the Capital's University entrance exam. Jade boasted, my physical index score was 1 point higher than yours. Feeling the pressure? Professor Wu sighed, all right, we get it, you're brilliant. Stop intimidating the new guy. Still, it was her arrival that allowed me to finally break through a decades-long bottleneck at the second body tempering. I successfully completed the third tempering, using a common 9th rank pure blood body to crush those gene-fused fighters, the ones with high-tier initial genes. Zichen, though your exam score wasn't as high as Jade's, life is a long journey. There are countless stories of people who build their foundation and then explode with power later on. You have every chance to surpass her. I see great potential in you, she agreed. The director's right. If you build a strong enough foundation, you could have a breakthrough. Surpassing me isn't impossible, he then asked.
Oh, right. That blood tempering art I gave you over the summer. How is your progress?
Have you learned how to control your blood yet? Zichen replied, I have. Professor Wu's interest was piqued. And your evolved creature rank? Have you reached 4th rank common? The boy answered, I have. The professor praised him. Excellent. Next, I'll have your senior Jade guide you through the skin tempering process. Back in her first year, she managed to complete the first tempering in less than 3 months. With her showing you the ropes, you'll definitely finish the first skin tempering within this semester. Jade puffed up with excitement. You can count on me. But Zichen bluntly refused. There's no need. I already completed the skin tempering. I finished it during the summer break. She stared blankly. What did he just say? The professor was in disbelief. Are my ears playing tricks on me? Jade shouted. Are you joking? You spent the summer at home, alone, with no one to teach you, just grasping. The blood control skill would have been incredible. How could you possibly learn skin tempering too, let alone complete the entire process? It wasn't that hard. It actually took me half an hour of reading. Zichen said calmly. The manual for the blood tempering art had detailed notes. I just studied them for a few days and figured out how to temper my skin. Professor Wu burst out laughing. Zichen, you must be confused. You probably think you've tempered your skin, but it's something else entirely. Here, give me your arm and I'll confirm it for you. Biological attribute system. Natural camouflage. He thought to himself. Better to hide my true level. A moment later, Zichen rolled up his sleeve. See for yourself. The professor's jaw dropped. This. How is this possible? This is genuinely the first stage of skin tempering. Jade was stunned. What? How did you do it? Professor Wu yelled. Zichen, what is your current biological rank? The boy scratched his cheek, answering evasively, 9th rank common. The professor roared with triumph, a peerless genius. We're saved. The pure-blood human path is saved. With you here, the pure-blood human body will absolutely shatter the shackles of a common rank creature and evolve into a high-rank being. Jade thought to herself, so it's true. For every prodigy, there's always someone greater. But now, with someone this capable leading the way, we can forge a new path for pure-blood humanity and go further than ever before. This is a great thing. She spoke up, Director, we have to promote Zichen's potential immediately. We can attract more geniuses. We could join the Celestial Pavilion and finally get more funding. But Professor Wu shook his head. Absolutely not. We'll keep Zichen's abilities a secret for now. If we recklessly expose his incredible aptitude for the pure-blood path, it would only attract danger to him. Besides, we need quality, not quantity. Now that we have Zichen, we need to focus all of our resources on him. We must give him our full support to help him break through the shackles of a common rank creature. Jade understood. I see. But if we do that, how much funding will we burn through? If our funds run out, how can we continue our research? He reassured her. Don't you worry about a thing. I'll use every connection I have to prepare evolution resources for Zichen. Once he shows his overwhelming potential, I'll secure him a powerful backer to guarantee his safety. Then, we'll pour everything into his training and promote the ideals of the Celestial Pavilion. Yu Yan praised him. As expected of the Dean, your foresight is unmatched. Chuan Wu smirked proudly. But of course, Zichen wondered, if I told them I'm already at the 9th stage, and that I've already completed both flesh and bone tempering, and am now on my 2nd round, just how badly would they freak out? The Dean's voice cut through his thoughts. Zichen, from now on, you don't need to attend the Martial Arts Academy classes. Those low-level lectures won't help someone of your caliber. You'll report directly to the Research Institute, where your senior, Yan, will be your assistant. She complained immediately. You want me to be an assistant for my junior? Dean, do you have any regard for my reputation? Chuan Wu shot back. We are researchers on the path of the pure-blooded human. What use do we have for pride? Our skins are already thicker than fortress walls. Besides, tomorrow afternoon is the school's welcoming ceremony for new students. After it ends, there will be an assessment trial to select the top freshmen. With your current power level, barring any unforeseen incidents, the title of top freshman should be yours. When you participate in the trial, I want you to make an example of the freshmen from the Evolution and Mech Academies. Vent some of our Martial Arts Academy's frustration on them. Once the job is done, I'll give you 10 key and blood pills. She chimed in. Ah, so that's your real motive, isn't it, Dean? Furthermore, winning the title of top freshman also comes with a reward of 10 academic points from the university. A glint appeared in his eyes. 10 academic points. Before long, the day of the Shanghai University freshman welcome party arrived. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Isn't that the guy who got the 2nd highest score in Nanjiang Province's entrance exam and joined the Celestial Pavilion? So why is he sitting with Shen Qinghan? What's his relationship with my goddess? Just then, Mo Yu swaggered over to their table. Lin Zichen, you remember me, right? Zichen looked up, gave a slight nod, and replied, I do. He eyed them curiously. So what's the deal between you two? Zishin took Qinghan's hand, raising it for all to see. Childhood sweethearts, we're engaged, and we'll get married after graduation. Hearing this, both Mo Yu and everyone else nearby were completely stunned. Throughout the hall, the excited chatter continued to grow. Her elegant figure moved with a serious air as she participated in the ceremony. Her gaze was impossibly cold, carrying not a single trace of warmth. Zishin felt a slight unease meeting those profound eyes, while Mo Yu quickly flitted from one group to another, striking up conversations. On stage, the host raised his hand to speak, but at that exact moment, a student suddenly stood up. The crowd buzzed with confusion. The freshman representative is him? That position always goes to the strongest of the new students. I thought for sure it would be Ma Shiwei, the one who fused with a strength-type gene. This Lee Moyu guy has bleached hair and never shuts up. He doesn't have the air of a genius at all. I guess you really can't judge a book by its cover. Lee Moyu smirked inwardly. That's right, be even more shocked. I went through all this trouble, bleaching my hair and acting like a loudmouth, just for this moment. This time, my grand entrance will be perfect. He stepped onto the stage, his voice booming. Has everyone here heard of Li Yijin? Zishin thought to himself, who hasn't heard of the top genius from Imperial Capital University? Li Moyu continued, then I'm sure none of you know that Li Yijin has an equally talented younger brother. The very same person who became the top scorer in this year's entrance exam in the capital. His gene fusion compatibility reached 16%, matching the top scorer from Nanjiang province, and his physical index is the highest in the entire nation. And that genius, younger brother of Li Yijin, is me, Li Moyu, the man standing before you all right now. When I was in middle school, I made a promise to my brother. He would be in charge of shattering every record at Imperial Capital University, while I would be in charge of conquering every record at Shanghai University. From now on, every record at these two great schools will belong to the Li brothers of the capital. Next, allow me to give you a small taste of the pressure from a fifth stage being. Li Moyu's pride swelled in his chest. This is the aura of a fifth stage being. Most of us are only at the third stage. Some are even at the second. Is this the gap between an average person and a genius? This is completely hopeless. He basked in their awe and declared, My name is Li Moyu. Make sure you remember it. Qinghan whispered quietly, Zishin, that Li Moyu guy is an idiot. He's only at the fifth stage and he already thinks he's invincible. He has no idea you could crush him with a single finger. Zishin simply reminded her, We're keeping a low profile. She nodded. I know. The host returned to the stage. Next, let's give a warm round of applause for the Student Council President, Zhu Shuahang, who will speak on behalf of the Student Council. The host bowed respectfully. President Zhu, the microphone is yours. Zhu Shuahang's voice echoed through the hall. Greetings, freshmen. I am Zhu Shuahang, President of the Shanghai University Student Council. I am here today to tell you three things. First, student discipline at this university is not handled by the teachers. It is handled by the Student Council. And the Student Council wields more power than you can possibly imagine. Second, the Student Council recruits 10 freshmen at the start of each semester. The only condition for entry is raw power. Any new students who want to join the council in the next 6 months will better be ready to prove their strength. Third, within the walls of Shanghai University, power is everything. We operate under a simple rule, survival of the fittest. Upperclassmen crushing freshmen, the strong preying on the weak. That happens every single day. You need to be mentally prepared for it. That's all I have to say. But before I go, I'll give you a small taste of what a high-level creature's power feels like. An immense pressure slammed down on everyone. The aura was overwhelming. They could barely breathe. It was suffocating. Lin Chen considered the situation. The pressure from a high-level being was indeed immense, but from this distance, it posed no real threat to a normal 9-stage user like himself. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he only unleashed an SS rank aura. I thought we were going to be flattened right here. So this is a high-level being. Truly terrifying. The official then announced that after orientation, everyone would remain for the entrance trial. The rules of the trial are simple. There's a large martial arts platform in the center of the stadium. Anyone who can hold the platform alone for more than a minute will be crowned this year's new king of freshmen and receive 100 academic credits. That's 10 times more than last year. The second person to hold the stage for over a minute will take second place and earn 90 credits. The rankings will continue down in this way until the final 10th position is decided. That person will receive a bonus of 10 points. The crowd erupted with excitement. In previous years, the geniuses from the elite class always swept the top 10, and this year will surely be no exception. During the trial, if even a single student from a non-genius class, meaning a normal freshman, makes it into the top 10, then every single other freshman, excluding that one top 10 student, will receive 1 academic credit. Someone analyzed the situation. One academic credit is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. If we band together and get someone into the top 10, we all profit. Just then, a voice boomed over the crowd. Everyone, settle down. He-Yu had grabbed the microphone. My name is He-Yu, from Class 6 of the Evolution Department. My deskmate is Lin Zichen. As you all should know, he scored the second highest in the Nanqiang Province College entrance exam, and he was accepted into the Celestial Pavilion. His strength is undoubtedly the greatest among all the new students. We will join forces to defeat the so-called geniuses and push Lin Zichen into the top 10. The crowd roared in unison. Lin Zichen will make the top 10. Clear the path for Lin Zichen. Chuan Wu spoke with a mocking tone. President Chu, you're being far too petty. Earlier this year, you were utterly humiliated by Li Yijin on the grand stage. But why take your anger out on Li Yijin's younger brother? Zhen, he sneered. Speaking of petty, among the 20,000 people at Shanghai University, who could possibly compare to you, Liu Chuanwu? He joked back, if I were petty, I'd only target the people involved, not their families. Just then, Sui Hong walked over to join them. Dean Ma, I heard your daughter scored incredibly high on the college entrance exam. Is that right? He replied. She did quite well. Placed third in the entire capital. The man continued, Dean Ma, please let your daughter join the student council. I will personally train her to be a future candidate for student council president. Zhen, he agreed. She must absolutely join the student council. We'll be counting on President Chu to take good care of Siwei from now on. Sui Hong stated firmly, as long as someone is a genius, I will always look after them. The crowd was buzzing. Between Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, these two outstanding freshmen, who do you think will become this year's king of freshmen? One guy said confidently, it's definitely Li Moyu. His creature level has already reached the 5-stage ordinary rank. His physical power is practically unmatched among the freshmen. A girl argued back, Dean Ma's daughter may have scored slightly lower on the exam than Li Moyu, but over the summer, she successfully fused with the genes of a shadow cat. Her current strength might not be any weaker than his. The guy held his ground. I still think it's Li Moyu. Even though Ma Shiwei underwent gene fusion, it was only a partial fusion. The increase in her strength is limited. At that moment, Chuan Wu's voice cut in. In my opinion, neither Li Moyu nor Ma Shiwei has a chance at winning King of Freshmen this year. The title of Freshman King will naturally go to none other than Lin Zichen, a member of my Celestial Pavilion. Dean Ma scoffed. Lin Zichen's physical fitness score on the entrance exam didn't even place him in the top 10 freshmen this year. How could someone like him possibly become the Freshman King? Is it just because he's a member of the Celestial Pavilion and got hyped up by some gossiping old ladies? He continued to provoke him. Dean Ma, if you don't believe me, how about a little wager? The Dean replied arrogantly. Why would I be afraid? Chuan Wu pressed on. Then let's bet 100 academic credits. Zhen, he chimed in. A bet's a bet. Don't you dare run away when you lose. The man urged the others. You all should place a bet, too, just for fun. They all agreed. All right, we're in. Trey chimed in. Dean Ma, how about you wager 1,000 school credits on her? Director Tong accepted instantly. He watched, cursing inwardly. That old fool dares to make such a bet. Did he bribe Li Moyu to throw the match? But his own daughter was right there. Could that kid, Lin Zichen, truly become the new champion? How could that even be possible? Just then, he approached Dean Ma. Lin Zichen, the second highest scorer on the provincial college entrance exam. He was originally a freshman for your Evolution Academy, but Dean Liu snatched him away midway. Feeling the sting, are we? The Dean shot back. He's just a provincial runner-up. My Evolution Academy has plenty of those. We're really not hurting for one kid like him. He thought to himself, I heard old Ma recruited the other 3 fourth years from the Celestial Pavilion, and yet he claims he doesn't care? This is clearly a setup for revenge. Trey was secretly overjoyed. This is perfect. Everyone else bet 100, but one person bet 1,000. He was about to make a killing. The crowd below the stage roared, ready to crush the so-called genius class. Someone yelled, it's starting. The entrance exam. The arena floor erupted into chaos. Don't hit me. I surrender. Zichen stood still, observing. The genius class was full of students who relied on high gene fusion compatibility, but some had genuine power. This was the elite strategy of the genius class, a core group of 12 led by Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei. Suddenly, the system flagged a biological trait, danger perception. He considered this. The 2 strongest, Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, had both reached the 5th stage common biological level. The other 10 were all at the 4th stage normal level or higher. Someone from the crowd shouted, the genius class is nothing special. We're knocking them all down. The genius class shot back. Stop hiding up there. Get down here and face your defeat. Suddenly, Kiji leaped down. Using your numbers to bully the weak. You think beating a few chickens makes you proud. Come on, I'm standing right here. Hit me with everything you've got, and you'll realize just how pathetic you truly are. They roared, "Get him. There are tons of us. What's there to be afraid of? If everyone rushes him and throws a punch, he'll definitely go down." But the boy was utterly confident, swatting away their attacks. Insects. One by one, they rushed forward, and one by one, Kishi sent them flying. Countless regular students were knocked away. He gloated, "Insects will always be insects. No matter how many of you there are, you'll never be able to topple an elephant." A student yelled out, "Lin Zichen. This guy's too arrogant. He keeps calling us regular students insects. Go shut him up." Zichen walked up from the crowd below. If that's the case. He slid his hands into his pockets, speaking with pure confidence. "Then let's go." Kiji sneered. "So you're the top scorer from the Nanjing province physical exam? I've been wanting to have a go with you for a while now. I am Liu Kizi, the top scorer from the Yuntian Provincial College entrance exam. My 100-meter dash is 5.69 seconds, my standing high jump is 4.52 meters, and my one-handed lift is 1,150 kilograms. So, Lin Zichen, why don't you report your own physical exam results?" Zichen's face turned serious. "No need to report. You can just feel it for yourself." In the next instant, Kiji was sent flying with a single kick. The crowd erupted in praise. "Lin Zichen is the GOAT." Moyu thought in shock. "I expected Lin Zichen to win with a clever trick. I never imagined he'd win with absolute, overwhelming power." Director Tong wondered, "What level of strength does this Zichen kid really possess?" "Chen," he observed. "He looks refined on the surface, but deep down, he's ruthless." At that moment, another challenger stepped onto the stage. The champion of Dajiang Province, Luo Yongzhen. 100-meter dash. Before he could finish, Zichen sent him flying too. The students went wild. "He's on fire. Wreck those arrogant elites from the genius class. The regular students have a monster of our own. Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei. If you don't step up, this year's champion will be one of us." Someone couldn't help but scream, "Sister Vi is unstoppable. Crush him. Sister Vi, show him the true power of the genius class. Brother Chen, don't you dare go easy on her just because she's gorgeous." "Brother Chen for the win," Ma thought to herself. This is a great chance to observe gene fusionists up close. Watching Shiwei move, Zichen was impressed. "She's so fast. Is this the attribute bonus from the Phantom Owl gene?" She was stunned that he dodged her so easily. He just sidestepped it. Right now, I can't even pose a threat to him. Continuing to attack would be pointless. Suddenly, Shiwei spoke up. "Give me 30 seconds. Let me fully activate the Phantom Owl gene in my body. Then we'll settle this for real." Zichen calmly replied, "Take your time. This is a rare chance to witness a gene activation. How could I possibly refuse?" From the stands, the crowd murmured, "Di Ma, your daughter's Phantom Owl gene has already developed this far. Her talent for gene fusion is off the charts. A true prodigy. Even more talented than I ever imagined. It's no surprise he ranked third in the Capital University entrance exams. His raw talent even surpasses the top scorers from other provinces." An old man watching frowned immediately. This kid. He just completed his gene fusion not too long ago. Pushing himself like this could cause his body to backlash. He's just as eager to win as he was when he was a boy. She suddenly sneered, "Lin Zichen, you're too arrogant. You actually waited for me to activate my Phantom Owl gene. Next, you'll pay the price for that arrogance." As Shiwei launched her kick, Zichen calmly analyzed her movements. Just a moment ago, she was a standard stage 5, but now, her power is bordering on stage 6. She was stunned by his unnerving calm. None of her attacks could even touch him. Shiwei unleashed a relentless barrage, but Zichen dodged every blow with ease. Panic began to set in. "Why can't I land a single hit? This is impossible." Meanwhile, he was calmly analyzing her abilities. He gathered nearly all the data he needed on the Phantom Owl gene fusion. With his analysis complete, Zichen clenched his fist. It was time to end this. No more wasting time. The moment he unleashed his attack, Shiwei was thrown into chaos. How? She was sent flying, completely unable to accept her defeat. The crowd erupted into chaos. "Oh my god," her beautiful face. Lin Zichen just turned it into a swollen mess. She sat up, clutching her face and sobbing. "My face. Zhen." He rushed her aside in a panic. "Shiwei. Lin Zichen, how dare you do this to my daughter?" Zichen shot back. "And you call yourself a man? The path of evolution doesn't care about gender. It only recognizes the strong and the weak." From the stands, Li Mo Yu crossed his arms. "Well said. The path of evolution only distinguishes between the strong and the weak." The moment he leaped into the arena, the crowd went wild. "It's Li Mo Yu. He's finally making his move." Brother Yu, you're the only hope for the genius class. Destroy him. Avenge Shui. Mo Yu began, Lin Zichen. I never expected you to be a master in disguise. To think you deliberately placed second in the entrance exams, waiting until the first day of training to take out the provincial champion in a single blow. Too bad for you, you're not the only one hiding their true power. He declared smugly as his body began to transform, because I've been doing the same thing. Someone in the crowd gasped, Li Mo Yu. He's a gene fusionist too, and it's the demon eye giant ape gene. Fusing with that requires an incredibly powerful physique. His current biological power must have already reached his standard stage 6, even though he's still in the normal phase. Fusing with the demon eye giant ape gene, the Li brothers truly are geniuses. Seeing this, Chuan Wu froze, his face etched with dread. It's over. I'm gonna lose everything, down to my last pair of shorts. 1,900 credits. That's 19 million. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Liu Gang was on a call. The organization has issued a new mission. The voice on the other end was cold. I placed a high-level demon seed in the garden just outside the school. The two of you will retrieve it, and then find a way to make Li Mo Yu ingest this high-level demon seed. Shuji, his partner, spoke up. Li Mo Yu is the young master of the capital's Li family. Making him consume a demon seed is far too risky. The voice on the phone warned them. The organization's power is far greater than you can imagine. A minor family like the Lis could be crushed with a flick of my finger. He pressed, AG, are you in or out? Shuji replied grimly, do we even have a choice? Zichen silently assessed his opponent. The demon eye giant ape. Its strength and defense are maxed out, but the beast is notoriously slow. At maturity, an average one is already high rank. Only the strongest few ever reach the rare rank. Mo Yu crossed his arms, a smug look on his face. Lin Zichen and Ma Shui might be considered the twin prodigies of Shan University, but in reality, the gap between you is like heaven and earth. Let's see if you can handle me as easily as you handled her. Before Mo Yu could even finish his sentence, Zichen lunged forward with a punch. His reflexes were impressive. He dodged the standard stage 6 speed attack. Then let's try a standard stage 7. Zichen's next punch connected with enough force to distort Mo Yu's entire face. Zichen noted internally, his defense is solid. Definitely above a standard stage 6. Mo Yu roared in anger, a sneak attack. You have no martial honor. I've already been powering up for 12 minutes now. Your cheap shots won't land on me again. But before the words left his mouth, Zichen was already right in front of him. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Lin Zichen is incredibly fast, but it's a shame his attacks can't deal any real damage to Li Mo Yu. Li Mo Yu is definitely slower, but his defense gives him a huge advantage, making him hard to take down. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen couldn't take a single full-power blow from Li Mo Yu. Looks like this match is already decided. Zichen thought to himself, the reaction speed test is nearly complete. Next up, the final attribute, power. Mo Yu bellowed in rage. Lin Zichen, I might be slower than you, but your power is pathetic. You can't even scratch me. This duel is your loss. He went berserk and charged forward. Now, it's my turn. Someone in the crowd screamed in panic. Lin Zichen, get out of there. Meanwhile, someone reminded Chuan Wu, 100 academic credits. Don't you forget it. And just like that, it was over. Everyone stared at the arena, their bodies tense with anticipation. A sickening crack echoed silently as Li Mo Yu's hand instantly fractured. He clutched his arm in agony, screaming, my hand. It's completely shattered. The audience was in an uproar. What just happened? How did Li Mo Yu lose? Did that mean Lin Zichen actually won? This was too bizarre. Zichen stood in thought. The power of a demon-eyed ape gene fusion user was immense, so immense it shattered his own bones upon impact. It seemed his offense far outclassed his defense. He spoke calmly. Li Mo Yu's right hand is likely crushed. Someone should get up here and help him. The medical team immediately responded, right away. But suddenly, Dong Ji appeared, commanding, stand aside. She examined the injury. Could his entire right hand have shattered just from the force of punching Lin Zichen's face? If so, then just how hard was Lin Zichen's face? Suddenly, a system window popped up. Activating skill. Natural camouflage. Zichen wondered if he should risk using his spiritual power to test his own strength. He could only hope his camouflage ability would get him through this inspection. Dongzi glanced at him. His biological level was a normal 6th stage, but his skin's durability was far beyond his rank. The sheer strength of his bones and facial muscles was just absurd. But was that all? A man asked her, how is he? What kind of power does that Lin Zichen really have? She replied, just a normal 6th stage with enhanced physicals. Nothing else seems out of the ordinary. From the stage, Zichen watched quietly, relieved that his secret was safe. Mo Yu, was in disbelief. What kind of miracle drug had they given him? His hand was already fully recovered. Zichen asked, "Your hand, it's healed, isn't it?" He happily replied, "It's just like it was before." Zichen then ordered, "Good, then you can get off the stage." Suddenly, Moyu shouted, "Lin Zichen, just wait until my gene fusion technology reaches the next level. I swear I will defeat you on this very stage." Immediately, the two classes erupted into a shouting match. "So what if you, confused with genes? Lin Zichen can too, and he'll be dominating you for the rest of your life. This is the first time I've ever seen a loser act so smug about it." Li Moyu lost to Lin Zichen, not to you. If Lin Zichen wins, then our entire class wins. Zichen simply looked up, realizing a full minute had passed. An announcement rang out. "Congratulations to Lin Zichen from Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming this year's Rookie King." His classmates exploded with excitement. Brother Chen is the G.O.A.T., the glory of the common classes. He then leaped down, having made his decision. "Now that I've secured the title of Rookie King," in a move that shocked everyone, Zichen swept a girl into his arms. "Isn't that Shen Qinghan from the genius class? What does Lin Zichen want with her?" Qinghan's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Was Zichen really going to announce their relationship at a time like this? But Zichen made an even more outrageous declaration. "Next, I'm claiming every single spot from 2nd to 10th place." Someone roared in protest, "Lin Zichen, you're taking this too far. Everyone from the genius class, let's go. Take him down. Cripple him. And get that traitor, Shen Qinghan, while we're at it." But one by one, anyone who rushed forward was swiftly taken down by Zichen. Ziwei, her face already swollen, charged in. "Die, you traitor." But she was sent flying with a single, powerful kick. Zhen, he watched his daughter get hurt and cried out, "Wei Wei." Zichen thought to himself, with all the genius class opponents wiped out, I doubt anyone else will dare to challenge this. The system declared, "Congratulations to Shen Qinghan for ranking 2nd in the entrance trial." Zichen then announced the remaining ranks would be given to his classmates in order. "The rankings are yours, but all the academic credits belong to me." The other students cheered wildly. "Brother Chen, I'm here. I want to be in the top 10 too." And just like that, the total academic credits from the top 10 amounted to 550 points. Xia Yu was thrilled to get a reward so easily, adding the 9 credits all freshmen accumulated from regular classes. The grand total was 559. An old man raged, "Principal, Lin Zichen is breaking protocol. He already won Rookie King. How can he be allowed to just take all the top 10 spots for himself?" Chuan Wu stepped forward to counter him. "How is this against the rules? When did the entrance trial ever state that one person couldn't sweep the top 10? Even if there's no explicit rule, that doesn't mean this behavior is reasonable. Lin Zichen is exploiting a loophole in the system." Dong Ji agreed. "Principal Ma is right. This is indeed a loophole in the rules. However, it can only be changed for next year's trial. Otherwise, it would be unfair to Lin Zichen." Zhen, he was furious but had no choice but to accept it. "I understand." At Lu Gang's location, a message arrived. "There's been a change of plans. We no longer need Li Moyu. Switch the target to Lin Zichen. Give him that high-level demon seed and make him a member of the organization." After the trial ended, Chuan Wu rushed towards Zichen with open arms. "Zichen, how many more surprises do you have in store for me?" But Zichen dodged him, reminding him coolly, "You haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you?" Chuan Wu laughed. "Of course not. Here are 10 blood chi pills, plus triple the usual benefits, for this semester. I've already transferred 300 credits directly to you, so go buy whatever you need. After all, you just won me 1,900 credits on that bet." He leaned in and whispered, "Thanatos, tell me honestly, how much power are you really hiding? What's your true level? You have a standard 6-stage reaction, you've achieved some muscle tempering in a single session, and you have that natural stone-faced expression." Liu Chuanwu was stunned. "You've already learned muscle tempering? I can say with certainty, you'll evolve into a higher life form. Beyond a pure-blood human before you even graduate. You must stay firm on the pure-blood human path. Great achievements will surely be yours." Thanatos promised. "Rest assured, Dean, I will." Later, in his private room, he wondered, is this a blood chi pill? Thanatos decided to swallow it down and test its effects. The system announced blood chi plus 108. He sighed in disappointment. "That's all the blood chi it gives? This boost is worse than jogging a few kilometers. What a waste of money." He decided it would be better to give them to Qing Han. Just then, Qing Han appeared, curious. "Little Thanatos, when did you get back?" He replied, about half an hour ago. Here, eat this blood chi pill. Let's see how it works for you. Her eyes widened in surprise. A blood chi pill? Thanatos asked with concern. How do you feel? Ching Han responded, my body feels warm and my internal blood chi feels so much richer. Little Thanatos, the effect of this pill is amazing. He explained, this pill doesn't have much effect on me. You take the remaining 8, just take 1 per day, maximum. She agreed, okay. The next day, Thanatos greeted someone. Hello, Miss Yan, she replied. Hello, Rookie King. I heard from the dean that your biological level is actually at a normal stage 6, and you've even mastered muscle tempering. He simply answered, that's right. Yu Yan gasped, my goodness, Thanatos, you're an absolute genius. With you joining the Celestial Pavilion, we'll definitely shake the world and change everyone's perception. Thanatos accepted his fate. All right, let's work hard together. Later, he thought to himself, Liu Chuanwu and Song Yu Yan have studied the orifice opening blood tempering art for years without grasping it. Looks like I'll have to decipher the original text myself. With the boost from my celestial wisdom root attribute, researching this should be a piece of cake. She spoke up. Thanatos, the student council members are looking for you at the Research Institute's gate. They probably want you to join because of your outstanding performance yesterday. Thanatos flatly refused. Not interested. Yu Yan reminded him, as a member of the student council, you get bonus credits every single month. At that moment, Zhu Hong spoke up. Hello, I'm the student council president, Zhu Hong. Thanatos replied, hello, president. He continued, I've come to invite you to join the student council as a seed candidate for the presidency. You'll be groomed as a future leader. Joining has many benefits. Besides 3 specially prepared meals a day, you can participate in major school decisions and receive extra credits each month. Are you interested in joining? His eyes immediately lit up. Of course. Zhu Hong then said, however, I have one condition. You must abandon the pure-blood human path and choose gene fusion instead. Thanatos was shocked. But why? The president crossed his arms and explained, the student council only accepts future geniuses. Right now, you have talent, but if you don't pursue gene fusion, even talent like yours will be cast aside. The path of a pureblood has no future. Dean Liu and instructor Song are living proof of that. Thanatos questioned him. So, are you saying I have to follow the gene fusion path to join the student council? Zhu Hong nodded. Correct. Then forget it. I'm not joining. In his mind, the benefits of the council couldn't even compare to the Celestial Pavilion. The students behind the president immediately started whispering. Is there something wrong with that Rookie King's head? He still wants to walk the pureblood path. He got the Rookie King title and now he's arrogant. What a foolish freshman. He'll live to regret this one day. President, I told you before, the Celestial Pavilion's brainwashing is powerful. We shouldn't have wasted our time coming to find him. Zhu Hong turned to leave. Forget it. Let's go. Let's recruit other geniuses. A genius with no future isn't a genius at all. He's just trash. Over on the side, Yu Yan was fuming. Why are these 20-something kids in the student council still thinking like some stubborn old geezers? They're hopeless. She was about to slam her fist on the table when she stopped. The dean's back. The two of them were stunned by the look on Liu Chuanwu's face. Dean. Oh, Dean, you are truly magnificent. For the development of the pureblood human path, you've tirelessly worked day and night, even selling your own body to attract investors. On the future path of pureblood humanity, your name will surely be recorded in the annals of history. He cursed inwardly. Would it kill you to not add those words about selling my body? Liu Chuanwu walked over. He clapped his shoulder again. Zishan, remember this. Women are shackles on the path to evolution. They will shatter your bones and drain your very marrow. Avoid them if you can. By the way, Zishan, the academy provides housing for the families of its geniuses. They can even arrange internal jobs for them. Do you want to bring your parents here to live with you? Zishan replied, I understand, Dean. I'll head home this weekend and discuss it with them. The dean added, also, I've already unlocked your mission privileges, allowing you to accept quests from the school. With your current power, there's no need to wait until the second semester. Go ahead and start earning credits. Don't waste a single moment you could be using to get stronger. Yu Yan stood up, puffing her chest. Your big sis Yan here goes off campus every week to rack up credits on missions. In the future, you can join me to learn the ropes and get some hands-on experience. In a little while, I'll be taking on a beast extermination quest. I'll bring you along to open your eyes. He replied, then I'll be in your care, sis Yan. First, let's see what missions are available on the Academy's app. Zishan thought to himself, the missions assigned by the school are mostly minor tasks, typically worth only 1 or 2 credits. Though the credits are low, so is the difficulty, making them incredibly popular. Let's check the student-posted missions and see if there's anything suitable. A request to recruit a gene fusion training partner. Must be female. Best if she has beast ears, fair skin, a pretty face, and long legs. Are they looking for a training partner or a date? I'd better check the off-campus missions. The list of off-campus missions was huge, and the credit rewards were much higher, but the locations were a bit far. Mission: apprehend a gang of 7 robbers who have been hijacking trucks full of beast meat. Mission: hunt and kill a common 9th stage aberrant beast. Finally, he made his choice. This one is perfect. The mission details appeared on screen. Capture an out-of-control cat-girl gene fusion. Accept mission. She leaned in, her curiosity piqued. You accepted the cat-girl mission? Want me to come with you? Zishan refused. No need. But how did you know? Sis, Yan. Yu Yan looked puzzled. The mission page shows who accepted it. It's public info. Hearing that, he paused to think. It was true. A total of 28 people had accepted this mission. 26 of them were upperclassmen. Besides him, there was one other freshman. Ma Shiwei. She's just a normal stage 5, yet she dared to accept this mission? She must have backup. Zishan waved as he left. Sis Yan, it's getting late. I have to head back for lunch. She called after him. All right, be careful then. A moment later, on the path, he sensed someone following him. His danger sense activated. Zishan identified the pursuer as a common stage 7. Just then, someone ran up from behind, shouting, Lin Zishan. What in the world did Shiwei ever do to you? Why are you scheming against her like this? You struck her in the face during the entrance trials, and even kicked her. And now you're trying to steal her off-campus mission too? Did Lu Chuanwu put you up to this? What's so tough about bullying a girl? Do you have the guts to face me in a real fight? He asked. Did Ma Shiwei send you? Or was it Dean Ma? The guy roared. Neither of them. I came on my own accord. I just can't stand the sight of you. Zishan raised an eyebrow. And so what? The guy challenged. You dare fight me one-on-one. He turned and walked away, annoyed. I'm already in college, yet I still run into pathetic simps like this? The guy grew even more frantic. You! Stop right there. Zishan threw a casual punch. You're so damn noisy. He then checked on the guy. This time, are you satisfied? Later, back at his house. I'm home. Qinghan answered, Welcome back. Dinner's ready. Go wash your hands. Zishan, the 10 pounds of raw snail meat you ordered from the mall yesterday has been delivered. I went ahead and put it in the fridge for you. He replied, I know. In his mind, he thought, I was going to buy out the entire stock to unlock the full diagram, but that would be too flashy and draw unwanted attention. So I only bought 10 pounds to test the waters. System, you have absorbed a large amount of raw snail life force essence. She approached, curious. Zishan, why did you? Put the snail meat in a trash bag, Zishan explained. This meat has already spoiled. You can just toss it. Qinghan was confused, but when I signed for the delivery, it looked completely fresh, he explained. It was fresh when you signed for it, but I just absorbed all the essence inside, which is why it spoiled so quickly. She was stunned. Absorb its essence? Is that your superpower? He nodded. That's right. I can absorb the essence from the meat of aberrant beasts, which allows me to gain some of their abilities. Qinghan was shocked. Is this even science? No wonder you chose to be a pure-blooded human instead of a gene fusionist. With a superpower like this, you don't need gene fusion at all. Zishan then recalled, Oh, right. Dean Liu told me the school can relocate the families of genius students and arrange jobs for them. Do you think we should consider bringing? Should my parents come here? Qinghan hesitated for a moment. An offer this good? Of course, she wanted in. Zichen suggested they take the weekend off. Let's go home and talk to our parents about this. Then she added, Xiao Chen, my teacher mentioned something in class. There's a top-tier match happening at the arena today at 3. It's supposed to be incredible. It's a challenge match between the 9th-ranked mech student and the 8th-ranked gene fusionist. Do you want to go watch it with me? Zichen readily agreed. All right, let's head over right after we eat. The arena was packed not just with students and faculty, but also with representatives from the Mech God Corporation. The Mech God Corporation was the biggest partner of Shanghai University's mechanics department, so their presence was to be expected. A spectator pointed up to the second-floor corridor. Hey, look, it's that mechanical genius girl, the one you always see online. She's here too. The reason the Mech God Corporation poured so much money into the Mechanics Academy was simply to expand its own sphere of influence. Qinghan broke the silence. Zichen, who do you think is stronger? The genius from Jing University or that mechanical prodigy? He replied, that all depends on who wins this next match. It's impossible to say for sure. If the 8th-ranked evolved student wins, then the Jing University genius is probably stronger. But if the 9th-ranked mech student wins, then the mechanical prodigy takes the crown. An alarm blared, signaling the start of the duel. The mechanical genius immediately soared into the air, seizing the high ground. Instantly, a hailstorm of lightning-fast bullets rained down upon her opponent. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. The 8th-ranked fighter is completely overwhelmed. He has absolutely no room to counterattack. Is she switching to close-quarters combat? In that very instant, the battle on the stage below intensified. A furious barrage of punches was unleashed. In the center of the ring, the 8th-ranked fighter's face was quickly beaten into a pulp. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. An instant defeat. The crowd erupted in shock. Oh my god, the mech user actually won. Meanwhile, Xu Yun was giving a report. Second miss, the area surrounding Origin Site 36 has been unusually quiet these past few months. It's unclear if the other side has abandoned that passage, or if they're plotting something big. Dongji asked, and what of Tian Shui? How is she faring at the Origin Site? Has she adapted? Xu Yun responded, she's adapted extremely well. Her growth is explosive. She's about to evolve to a high-level stage 2. Second miss. Who exactly is Tian Shui? Why is her physique so special? It doesn't feel like she's from Earth at all. Dongji warned her sternly. Do not ask questions you shouldn't. Fear gripped Xu Yun. My apologies, second miss. I overstepped. Dongji commanded, enough. I have a student meeting to attend. We'll speak later. Carry on with your duties. Yes, ma'am, Xu Yun replied. Dongji switched channels, commenting to herself. Mech users have a clear advantage against evolved beings. This Mech God Corporation is more formidable than I expected. Mechanical augmentation has the advantage of wide applicability. However, no matter how powerful those augmentations are, they're useless inside an origin site. The moment they enter, all electronic and mechanical devices malfunction. With that thought, Dongji powered down the comms. Even the strongest android becomes nothing more than a pile of scrap. That weekend, Zichen and Qing Han headed home for a visit. They brought up the idea of their families moving onto the school campus. And to their relief, everyone agreed. With that settled, it was time to tackle the Catgirl mission. The target, a common Stage 6 creature, known for its incredible speed. It frequented Shanghai City's red light district, luring men to their doom. After seducing them, it would torture and kill its prey. The mission profile appeared on screen. Target is a master of disguise and extremely cunning. Specializes in the use of various drugs. Zichen thought to himself, a public square, a cunning and elusive enemy. No wonder this mission has been on the board for so long. First, I'll use my Sky Eye and Danger Sense to do a thorough sweep. His presence immediately caused a stir on the street. That guy's stare is terrifying. What do you think he's doing? He's handsome, sure, but his eyes are chilling. Just then, a burly man stepped out from the crowd. Hey, punk. Who are you staring at? Move. Zichen commanded, his voice cold. He silently activated his creature suppression ability. I've finished sweeping this area, but found nothing suspicious. Time to move on to the next section of the red light district. Suddenly, Zichen's eyes widened in surprise. He'd run into someone he knew, Ma Shiwei, and with her were 2 Stage 7 upperclassmen. They must be here for the Catgirl mission. 2. One of them whispered, it's Lin Zichen. Shiwei scoffed in disgust. What terrible luck. Let's keep our distance from him. Her 2 companions agreed. Right. Zichen could only watch, feeling a bit helpless. One of the seniors seemed confused. Shiwei explained, Lin Zichen also accepted the Catgirl mission. He's obviously here to find our target. We have to find her before he does and make his efforts a complete waste. One of the upperclassmen spoke up. Leave it to me. I've fused with the Demon Hound gene. My sense of smell is incredibly sharp. I'll definitely find the Catgirl before he does. Suddenly, he froze. I smell her. The Catgirl's scent. It's coming from that bar across the street. Ivy shot forward. Once we catch the Catgirl, we'll drag her right in front of Lin Zichen. That'll wipe the smirk right off his face. Ivy's steps halted. Where is she? She demanded. Her senior pointed a finger. Right over there. Ivy squinted, skeptical. Are you sure? She just looks like some ordinary college girl. Her scent, he explained. It's unmistakable. It's the exact same one I picked up from the Catgirl's personal items back at the station. There's no mistaking it. That Catgirl is a master of disguise and dangerously clever. We can talk later. First, let's go get her. But as they approached, the Catgirl looked up, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips. In the next instant, she shattered the glass door, launching herself into the street. Damn it, they yelled. She's making a run for it. Ivy's team immediately gave chase. It's no use. Ivy realized the Catgirl is too fast. We're losing her. Don't worry, he reassured her. I can still track her scent. She has to stop for a break eventually. "We've got her," he called out. "She's hiding in there." Ivy gave the order, her voice sharp. "Move in. End this quickly. Don't let her escape again." Suddenly, the cat girl's voice echoed from the shadows. "If I truly wanted to run, do you really think any of you could keep up? The more skilled the hunter, the easier they become the prey. Have you never learned that simple truth?" Instantly, they were on high alert. A crushing pressure, an overwhelming aura began to radiate from her. The group reeled in shock. This was a stage